Have you ever wondered where your old Walkman has gone? You guessed right. It's where all your other stuff ends up too. The moon. This special day should have been the most fantastic one of my moon days yet. But then, I got picked up and everything went dark. I have to get back again. And so I began preparing everything. And now that you're finally here, I'm closer to home than ever.
Welcome back to day 2 of DreamHack Beyond. We had an incredible time yesterday jumping into the game, getting started on our quests. I know several people are currently grinding away, trying to hit that 20,000 in-game currency achievement. I'm going to say this. Hit me up on Twitter. Let us know on any of the DreamHack accounts, or let me know, etc. if you manage to hit that 20,000 currency quest, because there's some hot internal competition going on for that. Anyways, welcome to the DreamHack Download, your daily show telling you everything that's going on at DreamHack. This time around, everything DreamHack Beyond, our digital festival where that is everything is a video game where you get to jump in and experience DreamHack digitally. We've got Expo, we've got new indie games coming out soon with demos to play. There's tournaments to sign up for, achievements to complete, discounts to earn, and all kinds of other fun things. So that is, the outline of DreamHack Beyond and everything you're going to experience that you would have just seen in that trailer. So it's time to get started with the download today. We're going to tell you all the awesome content we have going on our main stage and around the event. And you know what? I can't do that by myself, unfortunately. But you know what? It's actually fortunate because my awesome co-host, Buff Pup, gets to hang out with me all morning while we talk about DreamHack Beyond.
Oh, hello. Hi.
Hi. Good morning. Welcome. Oh my goodness. You were playing Beyond all day yesterday. Did you actually get any sleep?
No, I'm so tired this morning. I literally played for like 3-5 hours last night, and I even got my moderators to play too. So they're running around as well.
Oh my gosh, that must be so much fun. I do a lot of cosplay things. So I was like running around the cosplay area and looking at like the different pictures of past cosplayers and checking out all the cool artist booths that we have in the art alley. And I keep getting all of these quests, but I haven't started trying to complete them yet. And I just like look at my quest log and I'm like, all right, I'm gonna level up real fast once I start doing these.
Yeah, I'm so overwhelmed with all the quests because I have so many. And then I'll be like, where did I pick this quest up? And I get distracted by like a pretty artist like artwork. And I'm like, oh, crud. I don't know where I picked this up at.
That's okay. That's part of the mystery. All right. Everybody wanted WoW Classic back because, they had to work a little harder. They didn't want the spoon fed. So you know what? The quests and beyond, they make you work for it. They make you explore. Because guess what? There's all kinds of Easter eggs in that game. There's like hidden art on the walls. There's certain NPCs that if you talk to, they give you free stuff. There's like all of these little things, and so as long as you explore, you get to go beyond.
Yeah. I know. I actually have gotten so many free things. I'm surprised about how many free things I got. I've already like put in 2 game codes,
Mhm.
and there's more customizables. And I know I asked that question yesterday, like how many customizables are there? But there's a lot. Like I didn't expect to be like that many.
You found the popcorn head, right?
Yes, I did.
Okay, give me your guide on how to find. So for people who didn't get to join us on the show yesterday, Buff Pup was asking about some of the different character customizations in game, and one of the ones that I requested be added is like your head is a popcorn bucket, basically. So where is it? Give us the guide to find the popcorn head. I need to do this.
Oh gosh, if I remember, I think it's in the kaiju place, and I think you just have to watch like a video, and then they just give it to you for being like, hey, you participated in watching something. And so I think it's really easy to get.
Nice. Okay, so I will be exploring that. And you bring up a good point. So for those of you who haven't hopped into Beyond and you want to give it a try, beyond.dreamhack.com is how you're going to go and play. Completely free. It's browser-based only. I will say that we've had some people want to try it on mobile. Go ahead, open it up on a computer. You'll be able to play. And when you hop into the game, there's a tutorial to orient you, and then there's all of these halls. You get to fast travel right away. We're not The Witcher. We don't make you find different fast travel points before you can do it. But the very normal hive is where you find all of the indie games. And then the Kaiju Attack But Not is our expo. So you find tons of game publishers, and then different like booths with mini games and interactive content and a lot of fun stuff you can do there. Like Intel has a huge like custom made setup there that's really neat. And then I Want My Runic TV is where all the creative stuff is. So that's cosplay art, like the main stage. If you want to watch us in game, you actually can by going to the main stage hall, and you can watch our stream while we hang out and also play the game at the same time, all in one window. So no dual monitor needed.
That Artist Alley place for literally like an hour last night, just like staring at them, because like you can go to their Twitters, like you can click on their Twitter little icons and go look at them, and I was just like, I must look at all this art. It's so beautiful.
It was really fun for me because I was QAing all of that stuff beforehand, and I was just like, all right, what cool artists do we have? Who ended up being in here? We partnered with this convention called Acon, and they had a competition for artists to all submit, and then they got rated and everything. And so the top artists from that got given the opportunity to be featured in Beyond. So I hadn't actually seen any of them yet, and I was just like, who are they? Let me see. I want to know. And I mean, they deserved to like be featured. They were all so cool.
Yeah, they're really good and talented. Like I was surprised with like how much talent was just in that room alone.
Mm-hmm. So I want to ask, we're talking about Beyond and how much fun we're having with it. What's been like the best part for you? What have you had the most fun with in the game?
Okay, so funny story. Literally last night when I was playing, we were talking about this earlier, but I met a streamer in the Beyond where all the streamer areas was, and they were sitting at their little booth, and it was so heckin' cute. I was just like, oh, hey, is this your booth? And they were like, yeah, this is mine. And they're like, you should come hang out sometime. And they were asking if I was a part of the DreamHack space, and I was like, oh yeah, I just co-hosted and stuff, and it was really fun. And they were really awesome. They told me about their like they make merch and like do all this other stuff, and it was so cute. I had such a fun time talking to them. That was probably the best experience I had.
That's so adorable. I mean, that's awesome. I haven't talked with any of the other people in the game, but it is kind of nice that there's like, if you're near someone, you can send them a message and be like, hey, it's nice to meet you, just like you're at a convention. And I enjoy that.
Yeah, it's so cute. I also, this morning we were just checking it out, and like they had the Hearthstone event that was happening, and everyone just like jumped in, and it was a lot of people, and that was really cool.
So the goal is I don't know, should the goal be to crash the game because so many people show up, or the goal to be like, let's not crash the game? I don't know.
Don't tempt me, because I'll message everyone I know.
Like, challenge accepted. Oh gosh, I think so. I obviously was hanging out here on the stream all day yesterday, was popping in and out to give updates and let people know what was going on. And in Beyond, there's this whole community competitive area. I think that's near where the Hearthstone is, and that's like all the FGC stuff is in there. And there's this new game, Guilty Gear Strive, that has really, really good netcode. So it's great for FGC because you can play it digitally, since input lag is destroying for any like competitive aspect of that game. And so they had their tournament yesterday, and this isn't even a clip from the finals. This is literally a random clip from the stream that just like emphasizes how much I love FGC. So I just want to play it for everybody so you can just kind of see why I had so much fun with the FGC stuff yesterday.
Just spending so much time jumping up into the air and having to faultless defense so they don't get anti-airs is that they're burning through all their meters. So this is something that's really, really good right now.
This is so big.
Yes! Paint it out twice! Arrest! Oh, I want that man arrested!
Look at that intensity, right?
That was so sick. Oh my god. I don't know how people play those games.
I mean, this is really hard, right? Like yesterday you were saying that the hard games are just kind of, you know, Bloodborne was enough for you. Every fighting game just feels like it's so technical, which makes it fun to watch. I don't need to play it to enjoy
Especially
it.
with that game, it has really cool like animation scenes. Like when you do like a finishing blow, there'll be like so much animation and like it looks so cool because they just like drawn it out and everything. It's my favorite part.
And one of the other really fun things is, so like I've said before, I'm a Dota 2 person. That's mostly the esports stuff that I watch, which if you don't know what it is, it's like League of Legends, which most people know what that is, so I will allow the comparison. But in games like that, there's a lot of downtime and where not that much is happening. Even in something like Rocket League, where if they're just passing the ball and there's not a lot of goal attempts, you kind of have this downtime where casters can sort of talk and like go into different things. In fighting game tournaments, the casters are just going wild the whole time. they're just like going in. It's so much fun. There's so much energy, and it's just absolutely my favorite casters to watch. I don't have to know anything about the game. Just listening to them is so hype.
Yeah, that when I hear them getting excited about it, I get excited about it. I'm like, yeah, punch them in the face.
Oh my gosh. So we need to get you to play Mortal Kombat because that's really violent. Like super violent. That's
pull people's spines out. It'll be a great time.
Yeah, exactly. I always played Soul Calibur. That was the one that I gravitated towards. Was old school Soul Calibur.
Is that the one where you can like make like anything you want in the game?
They added this really awesome like customized character creator type thing in the later versions. I remember on Soul Calibur 4 on the PS4, I think, I made like this super wild. She wasn't exactly clown looking, but like just imagine that many colors, and it was like Harley Quinn clown mixed with X23 or something. I don't even know how to describe it, but it was very fun to make.
I love that. That's so good.
Okay, well, so we have FGC, right? We talked about that. That's going to continue to go on today. We had Guilty Gear Strive yesterday. We have Power Rangers Battle for the Grid today. But also at DreamHack Beyond, you are going to see speedruns. You are going to see a bunch of featured streamers, like Buff Pup was mentioning, running into one in Beyond at their booth, which probably also made that streamer's day. And we also have a bunch of like cool, innovative tournaments that are formats you're maybe not used to seeing, or games you're not used to seeing as having tournaments or being competitive. And we have a Worms Rumble tournament that is being casted by the one and only Pro Ace Joker, who also happens to be a speedrunner and one of our featured streamers. So let's pull Joker onto the show to kind of give us the lowdown. Hey, there he is.
Hello,
hello. Good morning. You look so bright.
Yes. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I had to wake up early to get this. It's unnormal for me. Usually it's sleeping until, 3 p.m., 6 p.m., that kind of thing.
Got it. So we woke you up a little early, but I think that everyone here on main stage appreciates you.
Very much so.
Well, yeah, I don't mind. Hey, when it comes to DreamHack and Beyond, this has been a really fun thing. So I'm waking up early all week for this.
I saw you posting some screenshots on your Twitter last night. What were you doing in Beyond yesterday?
Oh, nothing. Not like I have a big ego or anything, and I was going to check out my own booth and just hang out in my own area and just be like, yeah, no, that's me. Look, this is me, but that's also me, Had
So
nothing to do like that.
Wait, okay, let me get this straight. You were streaming in one of your featured DreamHack streamer slots, and on your stream, you went to your booth and showed off yourself streaming.
Yeah.
Whoa.
Just checking.
That's exactly right. Had my clips playing up, had the beautiful picture of myself there. It's great.
Honestly, I would have done the same thing, the same exact thing.
I probably would have too. Like, let's be fair. You don't stream every day on Twitch if you're not gonna find it cool when you yourself are in a video game.
True, very true.
Oh, it was really cool. It's the whole DreamHack Beyond experience is incredibly unique and has been incredibly cool. There's just so much to do and there's so much place. You kind of just lose track. You're like, I don't really know where to go. I'm just gonna click some places and we'll figure out what to happen. And you know, so many characters to talk to and stuff like that. So it's a lot of fun.
I just love that there's fast travel right off the bat.
Yes.
All same.
Yeah.
Thank God.
That was very useful.
I do have a question. Has anybody had any monster in the game yet?
Oh, probably. I think if I had that much monster in real life, I'd probably be dead because I've been drinking it constantly.
Yeah, no, that was the first place I went to.
Mhm.
It's right there. Immediately went to the vending machine and just took as many as I could, and then just started just consuming as much as I possibly could as well.
But
I
did you
recycled
recycle
all the
Okay.
cans though.
Okay.
Yes.
Yes, 100%. As I said yesterday, 100% love recycling. Been doing it.
Yeah, that is at the Swedish festival, so DreamHack Winter and Summer. Now it's been a while since I was at one, but I know that that's a really big thing, that like there's all of this messaging and all these people being like, make sure you recycle your monster cans. So it was really fun to see that kind of get put into the game, because it was just this really cool shout out to like the OG Swedish festivals, which are where DreamHack started back in the 90s. In a high school cafeteria. If you didn't know, there's a little bit of fun trivia for you about where DreamHack started out.
I didn't know that. That's awesome.
It's a long time ago.
Yeah, I have a lot of weird, random DreamHack facts because one time I had DreamHack employees come on to one of our broadcasts and do a trivia game, and most of them got the questions wrong, and I was like, all right, people, we gotta work on this.
Get your facts straight.
All right, Joker, we pulled you on here to talk about some of the stuff you're doing at Beyond, and can we talk about Worms Rumble? Like, can we discuss what this is?
I mean, that's what I'll be talking a whole lot about in a few days here, so that's fine with me. I'll talk more.
Okay, so what is Worms Rumble for people who don't know?
So Worms Rumble, if you don't know, the Worms franchise is, I don't even know. There's the tank game. That's what I always compare it to, where you just play against one other person. You almost just shoot tank shots, and you each take a turn just trying to hit each other with your tank shots. Well, Worms has been a series that has always had this kind of 2-player, you could do up to 4 players, versus where you get a bunch of worms, and they're all just outfitted with a bunch of ridiculous weaponry, and you just fire at each other until you're the last one standing. Now, Worms Rumble has been a little bit different from the mold, where they actually created a full battle royale game that's a multiplayer. You drop in with a bunch of your friends, you can find all the weaponry, it's all the same things from all the other games, and you're going through these maps, finding other teams and taking them out, and it is incredibly fast-paced. There's lots of explosions, lots of rockets everywhere, grenades being thrown, all kinds of stuff happening that you can't even tell what's going on half the time, and that's what's great about it.
I love that. That's great.
Oh, sorry, continue.
Oh, I was gonna say, do you know how long Worms has been around as a franchise?
Oh, that is a good question. I couldn't tell you, but I know I've been playing it. Me and my buddy used to play back in junior high, which was 12 years ago. I know this franchise is probably close to 20 years old at this point.
Wow.
They've had multiple releases, most of them 2D. They have had some 3D versions and stuff like that. So they keep trying out new things, and Worms Rumble has been their kind of recent attempt at something new. So
I looked it up. I don't know this off the top of my head. Absolutely
don't?
not. I know. I'm the worst. I didn't do my research. The first release, Worms, was released in 1995. November.
Yeah, that sounds about right. Yeah.
Yeah. So we are looking at 2.5 decades of Worms.
Wow, that's amazing. So you're like a veteran when it comes to the Worms, huh?
Yeah, I'm not that veteran. I was born in 95, if that helps. So I don't think I was playing it then, but yeah, I've been playing Worms for a very, very long time. And it's always a fun experience. It's always ridiculous. You always get, it's one of those games where there's a particular way you should play it because you want to win, but then you want to do the flashy stuff, right? You're like, I could do the easy, just hit him with a baseball bat and, you know, kill the worm. But instead, you're like, I'm going to use a grapple hook, fling myself across. When I land, then I'm going to toss a nade, which is going to blow me up to another area, but also blow the other person up. Thereby, you know, and you do all that, and then you go immediately to grapple hook, and you just throw yourself right in the water. And you're like, well, that didn't go to plan at all. And those are the moments that you kind of love, is you always want to do the flashy stuff, and it always backfires.
I mean, you're flashy in Fall Guys, right? You get to be flashy in that.
Yeah,
you
yeah.
are obnoxious in Fall Guys. All right.
Well, I don't do anything wrong in Fall Guys.
Are
All
you
right.
the guy that stands at the end and just pulls people into the lava?
No.
Is that you?
Maybe,
Yeah.
sometimes.
He's the guy that when you play Fall Guys with him at the starting line, grabs onto you and goes, no, hang out with me here. Please don't go anywhere. Stay. Please stay.
I need friends. What can I say? You get lonely.
So we're talking about Worms Rumble because on Wednesday, there is a invitational for Worms Rumble for our DreamHack streamers and other interested streamers. So we opened it up to our DreamHack streamers first and said, hey, there's a $2,500 tournament for a game that has no competitive scene. So it's not like you're playing up against FaZe or Cloud9 or something. And all you really need to do is be a streamer on Twitch. So if there are people watching who want to play in our Worms Rumble tournament, I checked this morning before we went live with the show. We have a few spaces still open. So if you tweet at me, I also have open DMs, Renessa Gaming on Twitter, and let me know you want to play, I will do my best to find a spot for you. You have to be a streamer. That's our main requirement. We have a few spots open, so go ahead and let me know if you want to join us in our Worms Rumble Invitational. We ran this for the first time. We did one several months ago. I think it was a $2,000 event that we had like 160 streamers playing in, and I think it was 400 people total when the game launched, and it was such a fun day. Just like 6 hours of chaos.
That's amazing.
Yeah, and you don't even have to be like a full streamer or anything. You just need to be able to stream the game, because that's how we can actually watch and experience the game with you while you're playing in the tournament. So, and you can also message me, and I'll just relay it to Nessa. So we'll just flood her DMs with a bunch of stuff.
Yeah, that's fine. That's what I'm here for. I'm here to help out and make sure everyone's having fun with Beyond. So, Bufflip, I gotta ask: are you a battle royale player? We talked about turtle games and driving games. I don't know how you feel about battle royale games.
Oof, the only battle royale game that I've ever played is Super Animal Royale. I don't know if you've ever heard of that, but it's a really cute top-down battle royale game. And then I played Fortnite before it was a battle royale game. It was like a zombie defense game. And that's all I've done. Oh, yeah.
I still play that version. I love the Fortnite PvE stuff. It's good.
I didn't know they still had it.
Even had that. Yeah. I knew it started there. I didn't realize it still had that there. Interesting.
Do you know what I learned? Is that they worked on that PvE section for like 8 years. And then when the Battle Royale stuff hit, they just kind of was just like, oh, that's not it anymore. And just totally changed it.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting how game development works, right? So I've gotten to see a little slice of it with Beyond, with working with the developers who actually made the game. And it's really funny because when maybe like a week ago, when we were testing it out and loading in to the close to final builds, the game looked a certain way. And then when I booted into the game yesterday, whole different experience. Everything was different. And I was just like, you were holding out on me. Like, where was this game yesterday? And it was kind of this wild experience. I couldn't believe how much had changed just in like an overnight build cycle and development. It's crazy how fast the game industry moves sometimes.
Oh yeah. And also I was playing last night as well. And there wasn't any lighting aspects in some areas, and then I booted up this morning and they added lights to like certain areas. I was like, oh my gosh, they're still working on it.
Oh yeah, this is we call it version 1 or like early access for Beyond is how we keep referring to it, because we kind of just say, listen, this is super fun. We missed you guys. We missed having DreamHack events. We wanted to make this for you as soon as possible. And like we heard from Justin yesterday, he didn't want to promise anything, but it sounded like he was planning on making sure that boss fights got added at some point. I know. I want Justin to be a boss. Joker, if you were a boss in Beyond, what would your fighting style be? What would people have to do to fight you in Beyond?
I would just pick up and throw people. That's it.
Yeah.
I would just
beat 'em?
Yeah, I would just constantly be, I would play the you feel bad for killing me kind of thing, where I'll just be hanging out. My character in the game is a really buff crabhead man, so I could just keep that, and then you walk up and you try to start beating me up, and I'll just pick you up and throw you really far away and just be like, no, leave me alone, please. That's it. And then you'll be like, wait, is this actually a boss? I don't know. And hopefully people just feel bad enough that they leave me alone.
The mind games.
So you're an optional boss. That's where you'd want to land.
Exactly.
Got it. I'm curious how somebody beats a boss that just checks you every time you get close to him. You like a really long pole?
Yeah. You
Or
could
drop a
throw
really
you throw
big rock on you.
the empty monster cans at me.
Oh, that
Or
could work.
You can put them in the soup bowl that you get in one of the areas and then cook you up for food.
All right, Joker, you get to choose being buried in recycling or being cooked as soup. Which way are you going down as a boss fight?
Neither. Again, prefer you walk away and leave me alone.
Wow, cop-out answer. All right, whatever, it's fun. Let's talk about Joker for a little bit right now. We've had you on, we said that you're casting. I briefly mentioned you were a speedrunner and everything, but give us the lowdown of who Joker is. Why do we have you at DreamHack? Why do we think you're cool?
Because I'm casting worms, and I'm the most veteran worms player that's ever lived. That's not true. But no, so they have me at DreamHack. I'm known for doing Halo speedrunning and just a lot of Halo content in general, which is just simply playing through video games really, really, really fast. So I typically, recently, I've almost every other week at this point, I've been doing a speedrun of all of the Halo games in one sitting. It takes about 14 hours on legendary difficulty, and you just rip through every single one in that time. And that's it. That's the quick and dirty on who I am. That's all I am. I've been streaming for about 8 years now. That's it. This is my life.
That's it. He really likes donuts.
I do. I haven't started, but I have a peanut butter and jelly donut right now with me, which I'm just saying. I was talking about earlier. More places need to do peanut butter and jelly donuts. Nobody does peanut butter and jelly, and I don't understand. It's the most simplest and greatest thing in the world.
Looks so
In a
good.
donut.
In a donut form. That's it. It's a peanut butter and jelly sandwich. Who doesn't like that? But in donut form, which is just even better.
Now I know how we beat your boss in Beyond.
Oh, the donut.
You feed me donuts until I pop. Got it.
Well, I was thinking until like your character just keeps it getting bigger and bigger, so you can't chuck people anymore, and then we just roll you out of the hall. Yeah, and so you just like get knocked over and rolled away. And so the quest is you have to craft, so you have to collect materials, and then go and make the donuts so that you can feed them to Joker to beat the boss. All right, developers, I'm not going to remember this. I hope you're watching while you're, doing all the things and beyond so that you can take these notes down for what we're going to do for version 2 boss fights. I think we're set here. Okay, so I can't decide. I want to talk about indie games with you because I know you actually play them and have fun with them.
A lot of them.
I know, but I also want to talk about Halo Infinite with you. Buff Pup, you got to make the choice for me. Which one are we going with them?
Oh, well, see, I'm such a big Halo fan. I grew up with Halo, so I really like Halo. But at the other time, I love indie games as well. Oh,
see.
It's such a difficult choice. What indie games have you been playing lately?
So I've gotten really in. So I was actually going to mention that speaking of speedrunning, I'm actually considering GDQ. For those who are not aware, it just actually happened a few weeks back, and that was Summer Games Done Quick. But they have Awesome Games Done Quick. Games Done Quick is a charity marathon that happens twice a year, and it's a 24/7 for 1 week speedrunning marathon, running every game you can think of. So I actually did a run back in 2016 for Halo 4, and I haven't been back since. And I was thinking about actually picking up a new game because I've gotten really addicted to a game called Phantom Abyss.
Okay.
Which is by Team Wibbly, I think is the team, is the studio. But it's published by Devolver Digital, Devolver Digital is my favorite publisher in gaming right now. Them and Tiny Build are pretty up there. They do
They're both in the Kaiju halls if you want to check them out.
They're pretty amazing.
Tiny Build and Devolver are both in Beyond if you want to go look and see.
Yes, they are. And they both do amazing. Again, a lot of people now know about Devolver because they publish Fall Guys and stuff like that. But they're constantly they just put out Death's Door, which I'm really excited to get into. It's another indie game. But both of them just tend to pick up a lot of indie game companies, and they are the publishers for them. I know Tiny Build does some of the developing themselves, but they always make fantastic fun stuff. As I said, Devolver has always pushed out good stuff. But Phantom Abyss is this Indiana Jones death run game right now, where you play as a temple goer. Apparently you're cursed to go through temples for the rest of ever, and it's just got some really cool asynchronous multiplayer stuff. And it's a dungeon crawler, so it's, if you die, you actually, every time you play, the entire dungeon is randomly generated, and you only have one chance to beat it. And then they have some cool stuff where you can challenge your friends to ones that you've lost in and stuff like that. So, but I've been playing the heck out of it. I played 30 hours in the first week that it came out, and I'm actually considering really picking that up for a speed run to potentially take that to a GDQ. So
that would be awesome.
That's been the indie games. There's a whole bunch. I've been working with Insula a little bit, which is also at Beyond as well. So there's a lot of games. I'm a big indie game fan. So
we Joker and I played Godfall together when it released.
Yeah,
that was.
Is Godfall considered a indie game?
I thought it was. I thought it was like kind of on the line. Maybe it was
really pretty for an indie game.
So pretty.
Isn't with Phantom Abyss? Don't you There's a chance that if you win the temple, you're the only person to ever win it.
Yeah. So they have some. That was kind of that they have some special multiplayer that they have unlockable whips, but how they work is if you die in a temple, your whip is locked in there. So they each have special abilities, but it's literally you can't use it until somebody beats the temple. So they have to unlock it for you. But they actually make it that if you beat a temple, it deletes that seed. Seed will never come up again. So you get the item at the end, and no one else will ever be able to play through that temple again. So
that's such an awesome concept. Wow,
I love that.
It's really cool.
I think replayability just for that reason alone is so good.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, there would be infinite, and imagine the achievement wall that you could have, right, if you got really good at it.
Well, I mean, they have relics that they give, and that's what I've been working. I'm missing like 1 or 2 right now. Is that at the end of every dungeon, they have 3 different floors, and you can actually choose when you want to exit out, pretty much. And at each level, there's a different set of relics, but it's random which one you get at the end. So you have to just keep playing until you unlock each one, and I'm missing 2 right now, and I've unlocked every other one. I'm at a point now where it is. I'm just using the speed whip, and I'm just running straight through them. I'm excited for when they add more. I know they're already planning a 4th floor. I don't know how many they're planning on adding, but I just want that game to be harder and harder and harder. It's a lot of fun.
Well, it is. It's an early access game from Devolver Digital right now. So definitely, I love when you pick up a game in early access, because 2 or 3 years later, you just look at it and you're like, wow, this is an entirely different product. I love how much stuff they've done with it. So before we let you go, Joker, I do want to ask for everybody watching, we obviously want them to go in and try out Beyond, because we have packed so many things into it. So what would be your recommendation for people who haven't jumped into the game yet? When they go in, what's the first thing that they should do? And if it's check out the Devolver booth, I accept that. But what would you say is the first thing they should do in Beyond?
I mean, you should check out the Runic area, maybe stop by the Pro Ace Joker booth or somewhere around that area. There's actually quite a few quests in that section too. I started completing a bunch. You have to pick up a bunch of microphones. You get to take a guy's fiddle. That's fun. You get to find a fiddle and stuff like that. So, yeah, I would say just, check that out. You can come by, take pictures with my booth and my beautiful picture. I don't know. You could do something like that.
Something, give Joker all the good feels. So if you want to follow Joker on his stream, it's twitch.tv/ProAceJoker. He's also ProAceJoker on Twitter. If you want to send some pictures of you looking at his booth over there, who knows? He might have a surprise for you. If you do that, you'll just have to take a picture and wait and see what happens. So thanks for joining us, Joker. I look forward to the Worms Rumble tournament, and I think that's going to be a lot of fun. So thanks for joining us.
Thank you.
Anytime.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
I every time we get on the topic of indie games, there's like, I'm talking about Devolver Digital. I was about to talk about Inscription, but I didn't want to get too crazy into it. It's like a new card game that they're coming out with, and I'm super excited about it.
And so I think Devolver also has a little surprise for us. I believe some of their games are on sale. And they might even, I'm not sure if they have free demos of a couple of their games, but I do think a few titles are on sale. So if you go into Beyond and you visit the different game booths, you get to try out games for free. Sometimes you get free game codes, access to a demo, or if a game is on sale or a special code for a sale, etc. So like I said, we really tried to pack Beyond with all kinds of great stuff for any area of gaming that you're coming from. So if you go to the kaiju halls, you find publishers. If you go to the indie halls, there's individual games, but there's also a ton of curated booths. So there's like an RPG booth, a humor booth, a horror booth next to the humor booth, which I find humorous. So there's like strategy games, there's casual, there's multiplayer, etc. And so those have all kind of been curated. So it's really easy to just walk around and be like, oh man, I really like casual games. Let's see what's in this booth. Like, what can I try out for free? Can I win a code, etc. So it's a lot of fun to just sort of explore through all those titles, because as of this morning, we're up to 410 different games. And I would say like 95% of them are indie titles, available and featured and stuff throughout Beyond.
That's awesome. I haven't been to the horror area yet, and I'm so excited to go there now. I had no idea that there was a section.
Yeah, it's cool. So it's I'm trying to remember the exact booth number, and I think that it's it's the normal Hive Hall 4. And I believe that it is, if you enter in the back by more adventure games, that's technically booth 14, and it's like booth 10 or 12. So That's the best that I can give you verbal map wise. I believe on the website there's actual maps that you can look at. But yeah, the horror games I believe are in Runic TV4. If anybody wanted to check those out,
They should have made it number 13. That'd be real spooky.
that's so true. I should be like, hey, can we renumber the map? Just yeah, I don't think we have too many horror games showcased here on the mainstream because they can be a little jarring if you're hanging out with us all day with this like low-key talk show and then suddenly it's just like rah, and there's zombies on your screen. So try to avoid that. Yeah, but if you want to see the horror games, that's where they are. So you can enjoy those. But we do have a different game we're going to feature. So this is called Uragun from Cool to Play. And so the developers, the publishers over there, they wanted to put together like a fun little segment to show off to everybody with some people from the studio to kind of tell us about the game and show off some of the gameplay. So let's just give you all a look at Uragun from Cool to Play.
Hi guys, my name is Mariusz Leśniewski, Creative Director at Cool to Play. I'm really happy to be with you and share some progress update on Uragun. Before we'll jump into the game itself, I would like to share some news about our team. One of the new, fresh and great additions to our team is Fran Aviles, a really renowned and great designer standing behind the huge success of Deep Rock Galactic. Now, as a lead designer, now he will share some news about the recent features of Uragun. Passing the mic to Fran.
Hi everyone, this is Fran Aviles. I'm lead designer for Uragun. I joined Cool to Play at the beginning of the year and I'm trying hard to help the team making the best possible version of the game. I happen to love myself top-down shooters, so I'm very excited to contribute to one, and I'm committed to deliver a game fans of the genre will love to play. To continue developing and improving the game, we've been focusing on two different areas. First of all, we want to improve the game feel. Even before the player experiences any of the mechanics we are designing for them, Uragun should be something that is satisfying to interact with as soon as they hold the controller. Probably the most obvious change in this regard is the new camera. It is now closer and more tilted, and the goal is to immerse the player more in the world that we are creating, while still maintaining the tactic view that is necessary for the kind of gameplay that we are creating. We also have new models for the player and the spider enemies. We are striving to create simpler and more iconic shapes to match the distance of the camera and to create an experience that is both visually pleasing but also readable. The second area we are working on is defining the combat of Uragun. A good action game, in my opinion, should offer systems that are worth mastering. So a lot of thought is going into designing the flow of combat. For example, the two weapons the mech is now holding are not just aesthetics. Its ability to shoot two weapons at once is now one of the main principles of our combat. These weapons come in carefully balanced pairs that the player can choose before every mission. The goal is to give them meaningful decisions to make every second. Should I use long range or should I use short range? Should I go for a single target good weapon, or maybe a group of enemies is approaching and I should use a different weapon? These and other choices will always be present thanks to the two weapons that we are creating for every player core. These weapons will be upgraded during every mission using mods. With enough variety of mods, no mission will feel the same. We want to achieve a balance between mastery of the familiar weapons that they have chosen and improvisation, as the player has to work with whatever is offered to them in every mission. Another new combat system is heat. Whenever an enemy dies, it drops a resource called heat. Heat is used for different attacks, and even for healing. The player will have to then carefully ration this resource at every moment. This adds an extra layer of complexity that we believe is necessary to satisfy the most demanding fans of the genre. About missions, the level design team has been working to deliver a well-paced experience for every session. Our intention is to create tight missions with a well-balanced mix of arcade action and exploration. All these features and others that we haven't shown are work in progress, but we are very happy and we are confident with the direction of the project. We are looking forward to sharing more of this in the future, so thank you very much.
Thanks, Fran. Back to Studio Universal. So, wrapping things up, we work on the core mechanics of our game now. We are really focused on the core systems now. This is due to the reason that we want this game to be as fun as possible, and we want our players to play as much as possible and get back to the game as often as possible. As simple as that. So we think that our game should be a blast for fans of games such as Hades, Enter the Gungeon, or even Doom. On the other hand, though, we really care about its own unique DNA. We really want Uragan to be unique. To this end, we implement many systems like hit mechanics that allows players to adapt their playstyle on the go. So now we're working really hard to ensure that game is due to early access launch on Steam this year. We really hope it will meet your expectations, and we encourage you to follow our social media channels, including Discord, to find the latest news about Uragan. Thanks for this, and see you at the next Dev Diary. Bye.
Was really great, I think, of those developers to give us that just brief little look into the development process. Like, it was great to hear those updates. Little things like talking about the tilt and the camera view to change how the playing experience is something that I never think about, but it's really fascinating to kind of hear and be like, oh, that really does change the whole experience.
Right. I never think about, like, it's something that I, as a player, would just never think about when it comes to, like, certain play styles or how things feel. Because to me, it's like, oh, well, it's just supposed to be this way, you know what I mean? But, like, they have to think about that and change it and update it and do all those different kinds of things to make the game just feel and play better.
Yeah, I really like that. Events like Beyond or DreamHacks that are physical, where you get to talk to the developers and get that insight from them, or other events, other digital festivals that have happened when they're indie panel series. I personally, I know it's not everyone's cup of tea, but for me, it's just so cool to get to talk to them and hear what's going on.
Yeah, I agree. I love to hear the insides and outs of just video games in general, because we all play them and love them, but it's so cool to hear the engineering that goes behind it as well.
Yeah. So at the end of that video, they were talking about kind of games that were similar or experiences they wanted to not replicate, but draw inspiration from. And one of the ones he mentioned was Doom, which, let me tell you, that is one heck of a game to measure up to. Have you ever played it?
It is one of the most scariest games in sense of intensity that I've ever had in my entire life. I have never been so panicked, but having so much fun at the same time.
Oh my gosh, when you run out of fuel for the chainsaw and you're just like, what do I do? What do I do? Oh my gosh, I can't kill them anymore. That was.
You just panic, run in circles, just like, what? Help me.
Yeah, Uragan didn't look like quite as stressful, maybe. Maybe it's because the music was a little more chill, and obviously a big part of Doom is that their soundtrack is from all of these recognized metal bands. Like, I think Trivium has songs in Doom. But we've talked about the kind of games you play. It sounds like you play pretty much everything, but I don't know. I know you played Halo, so is this another shooter that, looks interesting to you?
Yeah, as I said before, I mean, when it came to battle royales, like I love top-down battle royale. So any top-down shooters, I'm always down to check out because I think those are the easiest for me, and I don't feel so stressed out playing them because there's not like 5 different ways to look. There's just like a couple ways to look. And I think as someone who gets distracted very easily, I think that's like the perfect type of game for me.
I also think the aiming is a lot easier. That's what makes the difference for me. So playing Destiny or Doom is a lot easier than playing Valorant or CSGO.
Oh, yeah. I get that.
The accuracy levels are wildly different. So that for me is what makes it way less stressful. And so a top-down has to be one of the easiest aiming systems because you don't have the same vertical aim level that you would in other games, right? Like you said, there's basically one view and there's just a lot less things to take into account when you're trying to actually hit people.
Yeah, exactly. I think that's why I like it the most too. And also like playing games like that, it doesn't make me as, I guess I would say, angry because it's like, oh, I didn't see that. I don't understand that. With this, it's like, okay, it's my fault. I just didn't even press the button.
Oh, okay. Okay. So that was a really cool little look at Oregon. Again, you can find that in game, although I don't have an exact location for where you can find that one, but I think it was super cool to get the look at it there. So you can wish list it on Steam, so that maybe a nice friend will give it to you. You can see if there's any free game codes for it floating around. But I do want to pop up the schedule for today because we're coming to the end of the show, and I think it'd be super fun to kind of let people know what we have going on. So right now, this is a DreamHack download. I'm hoping that you know that, but just in case, let's just cluing people in. And then next on this stream, we're going to be sharing the Core Multiverse Games opening ceremonies. This is a whole series of tournaments for charity that are streamers and influencers are going to play in. I believe it's like Wednesday or Thursday, but they have a whole bunch of countries represented, and they're sort of doing this Olympic-like event over with Core. So next on the stream, we're going to show you that. And then after that, we're going to continue with our sort of charity-related thing with the financial benefits of inclusion coming from the Queer Women of Esports, which is a charity group we have here at DreamHack Beyond, talking about how beneficial it is to companies, the numbers are showing, to be inclusive in the content that they're making. After that is, oh yeah, go ahead. I didn't know if you had heard about that one or not.
I haven't heard about that, but someone who is part of the LGBTQA+, I'm excited about that one. That sounds awesome.
Yeah, I can't wait to see that. I know a couple of people on the panel. I've worked with them in the past. They're from different parts of the gaming industry and then are together at QWE, kind of taking their shared experience and what they know and seeing what can we do to make more opportunities, to increase representation, to talk about inclusion, to continue to make gaming for everybody, by everybody, etc. And so I think this panel is really neat because I started out in science before I moved into video games, and I love data. I just like graphs and data. It just makes me so happy.
I just like, as I talked about yesterday, I love customizable things. And I have to say, it feels really good when you can be 100% yourself in customizable games. And I think the inclusivity part of that really talks about that and also brings that up because I think that's almost kind of really important to feel represented in video games.
Yeah, that was something that I like about the avatar system in Beyond as well, is that it is just, there are so many options and there's very few assumptions associated to the options, which I really liked from a design perspective.
Yeah, I agree too. When I was going through it, I was just like, do I want to be a really buff lady or do I want to be a little person with a fanny pack? These are the both emotions I'm feeling today.
I am a robot with a prism as a head. Like I have like a Rubik's Cube as a head, I swear.
I love that.
Yeah, it was very fun. It was, it reminded me of this band that we worked with for our DreamHack Award show a few months ago called Cybertronic Spree, where they dress up as Transformers and then perform. And I felt like I was the lead singer from that band with my avatar. It's like, okay, I can do this. It's very pink.
I love that. It's so cute.
And then for the indie games fans, because I know we have them, and I know everybody loved all of the trailers that we looked at yesterday, we've got another special showcase for you today from Wired Productions, another one of our publishers featured in our expo. So if you want to learn more about any of the games you see during that showcase, once again, you can go to the Kaiju Halls and find the Wired booth, because they will have demos and discounts for you if you want to try out any of the games. So the games that we're going to be featuring during the showcase are Lumote with some gameplay. And then we're also going to have the Falconeer and gameplay from that as well, along with Tin Hearts. And there's a couple other trailers that we are showing, but I believe Lumote, the Falconeer, and Tin Hearts are the ones we're going to get to see some new gameplay from, along with a bunch of other trailers from Wired. So once again, beyond.dreamhack.com, jump into game, go check out Wired. Then after that, it is back to the wonderful world of FGC with the finals of our Power Rangers Battle for the Grid tournament. That's a breakdown of everything we've got today. Buff Pup, before I close us out, what are your closing thoughts for today? What are you most excited to do in Beyond?
Everything sounds fantastic. I had no idea that there was a Power Rangers tournament. That sounds actually kind of cool. So I'm excited about that. And when it comes to Beyond, there's so many quests I have to do. I have picked up so many quests. I probably am going to spend my entire Sunday trying to get every outfit I can today.
Oh, that's a good goal. All right, well, if you want to join us in our quest to get, okay, so Buff Pup's option is to get every outfit. I want to see people get to the 20,000 in-game currency, because there are some people on the QA team that are giving the general player some sass about it, so let's prove them wrong. So again, if you want to play the game, head over to beyond.dreamhack.com, give it a try. You can watch main stage, just us, while you play, so you don't have to leave us if you don't want to. There's actually an option to watch it in game, and you get a split screen that pops up. But other than that, thanks for joining us. I am one of your hosts, Renessa, and the other wonderful, amazing host is Buff Pup. You're gonna find them BuffPup_ on Twitter and twitch.tv/BuffPup. We will be back tomorrow, starting an hour later, so you can sleep for a little bit longer. Otherwise, hang out here, enjoy all the fun content we have, and we'll see you in Beyond. Thanks,
See you
everyone.
soon.
welcome to the Core Multiverse Games of 2021. It's here. The global event is happening. Players from around the world have gathered to flex their skills, teamwork, and passion to prove they are the next best core gamers. I'm Tasha, I'm your host for this 10-day event, and I'm joined by my best friend and Manticore's Director of Creator Success, Curtis. Hey, Curtis.
Hey, Tasha, and it's awesome to be here with you for our official opening ceremonies. If you're wondering what this event is all about, in the spirit of Summer Games, we challenge our creators to create some awesome sports-themed games that our player communities can compete in for glory and prizes.
And we've got a ton of games and events for you guys to check out today. I'm personally looking forward to Katana Dash, samurai duel set in flowery fields with katanas. Count me in. And I'm also looking forward to Hydroblast, massive waves, rocket launchers, and jet skis. What's not to love?
What is not to love about that? We also have Balloon Royale and Hop Till You Drop available directly in the Hub World, so don't forget to check those out.
And our good friends at Yoke, that's Y-O-K-E, download it on your phone now, have gathered dozens of college and professional athletes from across the country to play games with us today. And you can challenge them to a Core Multiverse game mini-match. So keep an eye out because you never know who you'll see in-game.
We'll also have streamers from across the globe representing their countries by streaming themselves competing in 12 events, all trying to take home the plat, and I said plat, not gold, because that's how we roll here, and a piece of a $25,000 prize pool.
This is going to be insane, and it starts today, people. And it comes to an end August 5th, the grand finale, where our guests will face off live for the chance to debut a brand new feature coming to Core that will change the game.
Change the game. And I hear the music picking up, and that means the ceremonies are about to begin. To kick things off, let's take a look at some of the non-game creations that our community has contributed to this event.
And the parade is afoot, or should I say afloat. Core creators from our Discord entered into our International Pride Float competition, and we're revealing the winners here for the first time.
These displays of national pride have all been created in 3 days or less.
And first up, we have... Ooh, and this is representing France, the Eiffel Tower on top of a float made by Amon Beaufy.
Very nice.
And we have the French flag circling the Eiffel Tower here.
And that's a lot of nice detail there.
Yeah, beautiful. I love that they included the park that the Eiffel Tower sits in at the bottom.
If you're looking for streamers in French this week, check out Bagheera Jones, Hortense, Ava Mind, or Ultia.
And next up, we have the float representing Soviet Russia by core creator Vargle Bargle.
Very well done, Vargle.
Oh my gosh, Curtis. Most excellent. And gosh, I think we have little bunnies with
bears or bunnies?
AK-47s.
They are armed. Are they bunnies or bears? Do we know?
Maybe a hybrid of both. That would be a true feat of Russian engineering.
Excellent. And if you're looking for streams in Russian this week, check out Marmo.
And next up, we have the float representing Finland from core creator Misvi. Ooh, this one looks chilly.
Very frosty. You got some snow animated in there. That's great. And a flag.
Not any Finnish flag I'm familiar with,
right.
but...
It's got core. I see core in there.
Perhaps Misvi has taken some creative
Combined
approaches.
Core and Finland flags. And
awesome.
Our Finnish streamer this week is going to be Eid Plays.
And here we have the float representing Mars. Did you know we have core creators in Mars, Curtis?
I don't think Mars counts as a country, to be honest.
Yeah, that's a planet for sure. Anyways, this is also by Amon Beaufy, who did the Eiffel Tower float for France. So I'm thinking we might have some sort of extraterrestrial French person on our hands here.
And unfortunately, we don't have any streamers from Mars this week.
Coming up next, we have the Belgium float from core creator Diversity. Now, this is a float based on a real building in Belgium. This is a landmark they have called Atomium.
Atomium. So this is, I've heard that this has a restaurant at the top.
And I'm guessing they serve Belgian food, which is going to be
waffles,
chocolate,
and beer. Beer months.
Yes.
Yes, Belgian beer months.
One ticket to Belgium, please. Next up on the trackway is another float representing France. This one is depicting a building from the Moulin Rouge by Little Creator. And this is another real-life building.
Does this one have a restaurant up top, too?
Oh, I don't think so.
Isn't it atop a club or something, the Moulin Rouge Club?
But yes, there is a nightclub inside.
We're totally going there, and Little Creator is also hosting us.
Coming through next, we have the United Kingdom float from core creator Xavier. Now we can see here the
Very
classic,
nice.
yes,
Very
double-decker
Party
London
bus.
It
London
is
party
definitely a party bus, because I have to say, I don't think those guards up there are guarding anything, except for maybe the spirit of the party.
Or
Heck
that disco
yeah.
ball. They're definitely guarding that disco ball, right?
Yes.
I don't know if it's against rules for them to be dancing like that, but I'm down.
And floating on through next is the float representing Atlantis, and this is by core creator Honey1717.
Again, not necessarily a country, at least I don't think.
Yep, that we know of.
But I do like the detail. It's got a nice coral reef going on underneath, and ooh, look, a treasure chest.
Rolling on through next is the float representing Core Nation, and it says Core Court on it.
And it has a zombie driving it.
So it might be the Core Corpse.
And they forgot a name? Maybe.
Is?
It could be that.
Yeah.
Good. Corpse. Disrespect. You left it
I have
out
to
there.
say, it looks a bit like the tank is firing, so
Very good.
just be careful.
That tank is actually available in core that you can just drop in your game and drive it and fire it.
Rolling up next is the float for Germany. Now this is the Brandenburg Gate. So this is a 18th century neoclassical monument in Berlin. It was built on the site of a former city gate and is now a monument symbolizing the tumultuous history of Europe and Germany and European peace and unity.
TLDR, that sounds like party to me. So, yet again, here we go. Yet again, back to the party. Okay.
Is that disrespectful to party at historical monuments?
Got to celebrate history, right? Right? Celebrate history?
Yeah, those who do not celebrate history are doomed to miss out on celebrations.
That's funny.
And the next float to ride on by is the float representing Canada from core creator Leo Rick.
Most excellent
Now.
Canadian. Sorry, A.
What's this one all about?
A boat. This is the boat hockey, and it should be about beer as well, but there's no beer. But I do see an igloo. Okay.
Oh, this is another frosty looking float. Okay, Curtis, I would pay 100 core credits for you to sleep in that igloo overnight.
I'd take that. 100 core. Well,
All
actually,
right.
100 core credits is actually only $1. So.
The next float coming through is the float representing Trash Candia by core creator Trashbird.
Trash Bird that everybody wants to call Trashy Bird.
Now, I do feel that perhaps we have been disrespecting royalty by misnaming Trashbird. I'm beginning to think he may be some sort of culturally significant figure here. We can see it. There is great homage paid to these birds in trash.
The fictional country of Trascandia. Yes.
Well, is it fictional?
I mean, it actually says fictional.
Curtis, don't be disrespectful! Coming up is the float from Mexico. Now, this is by core creator Arudo, and I have to say, Curtis, I am just speechless.
This is ridiculous.
This is
absolutely
stunning.
ridiculous.
I
Arudo
don't even have anything funny to say.
constantly comes up with crazy, amazing things like this. This is really great.
I have to say, this is probably some of my favorite work from him. Just absolutely gorgeous.
And the head animates, and the fan is animating. That's great.
Rolling up next is the Steampunk Nation float.
Wow.
This is by core creator Valaker. Oh my goodness.
And it actually has a plague doctor on there. Great. Very steampunky.
Wonderful.
All kinds of animation.
Very on theme.
Mm-hmm. And it has a core that everything is rotating around.
I see what you did there, Curtis. I see what you did
I
there.
didn't do it. They did.
Ah,
Right?
ah. Very well done. And bringing up the caboose of our parade is the float representing Carmelandia by core creator Caramel Games.
I actually gave Carmel that name because Carmel didn't have a country name in there. So
What?
Carmelandia.
So now, okay, let me get this straight, Curtis. So there can't be fake countries, but also you are allowed to make up the names for countries.
I made up it's a fake name for a fake country.
Yes.
I like that.
Okay,
It's got a soldier saluting on the top.
That's true.
Got an animating core logo. I dig it. Carmel?
Yeah, I like the little sewage pipe sticking out of the bottom
Okay,
there.
Carmel,
but
I'm not liking the sewage pipe. Why is it going to have
I'm going to
sewage?
say maybe it's a water slide. Anything can be a water slide if you add enough water and bravery to it.
Okay, but I am digging the miniature scene they got going on.
These floats are all on community content, and that was the final float, which means it's time to light the torch and open the portals to the games. This is the inaugural games, and to light the torch and open the portals, we have Manticore Games' Chief Creative Officer and co-creator of Core, Basilisk, who has just entered the building to start the games.
And Basilisk is sporting the all-new international tracksuits created specifically for this event with the Coronation color scheme. And what do you have to do to get yourself one of these bad boys? It's simple. Just log in Tuesday, July 27th.
And Basilisk is approaching the steps to the center of the plaza. You can see as he carries the torch up the steps to open the portals, an honor that will be passed on to a creator with great influence each year. Taking a moment to drop a quick "Let's go Core" emote, we'd expect nothing less from Basilisk, the original Core gamer.
And here it is, the moment we've all been waiting for, lighting of the torch. And the fire is lit.
All right. The portals are open, the games are online. It is time to play. The Multiverse Games Summer 2021 has officially begun. We are underway.
And we're going to hop in and check out all of the events live and share some winning strategies. But first, here's a quick look at the Multiverse Games. Growth trailer!
That was freaking awesome. So let's get ready to play some of the games. So first up, we have Gunball. Now let's find out how to play Gunball. Stay on target and blast the ball to score in this unique take on Get the Ball in the Net. 4 players compete using a gravity gun to both push and pull the ball and opponents in the field. Get the ball in the net to score the most points before the round ends. Just watch out for the ball, as it is really a giant orb of death that kills anyone it touches. This deceptively complex game requires team coordination, passing the ball, and kicking opponents out of the way. You can push and pull the ball with your gravity gun to keep it out of your opponent's control and get it into their goal zone, but you can also push and pull your opponents to slow them down. Alright, so we have the tutorial screen for Gunball right here, but if you pay attention to my pro tips, you won't need it. But you can shoot the ball, you can push and pull it towards you, and you can also push and pull other players. So let's see, who do we have in game? here. We have Scav. Oh, Buck, we're on opposite teams.
We're on opposite teams. That's too bad
that.
for you, I think.
Yeah, I know. That means you won't carry me. That's okay. That's okay. There's no carrying in the multiverse games. No.
Wait, oh, you moved.
Oh, man.
You can.
Okay.
I would like to demonstrate for the audience how to take down. Hold on, Todd. Stay there.
Oh,
I
bye.
missed
This
you.
is for demonstration purposes only, Curtis.
All right, you ready?
I guess so.
Boom! Take down.
Okay, now you all fully understand how that mechanic works. Thank you so much, Buck Monster, for demonstrating it.
Did it right. Thank you for being the guinea pig.
All right, and you can also knock the other players down.
Match
with the
in.
ball.
It is a tie.
Ooh, oh my gosh. Okay, maybe we'll end up on the same team. Although I kind of want to get you back for kicking me.
Right.
Oh my gosh, Trip has got -1 goal.
Oh no! Not you again. Not you again. Oh, right on.
Man. Okay.
In front of everyone.
Let's see. Okay, same teams, same teams. Oh wait, this is the warm-up round. We're just warming up. We're stretching. Okay, Westribor and Tripez. Get ready. We need to work as a team here.
Sir,
No, Curtis. Okay, for those of you new to Core Live, I'm Pasha, aka Tobbs, and I'm not very good at video games, but I'm good at talking while I play games, which is basically how I got this job. And Curtis is really good at video games, and he's also kind of good at talking while playing with them, which just seems unfair. So you're going to see a lot of pro plays from Curtis today, and you're going to see, we'll say, some intriguing plays from me, perhaps more experimental. All right.
No,
Curtis,
I just like to pick on you when you're talking because I know you're distracted.
It's a little distracting. That's okay.
Oh,
all right, Tobbs is knocked
game.
down.
You can get knocked down by the ball too. So you can knock yourself down, which is crazy. Oh. Oh yes. Oh.
Heck.
That
Wait, that was my team. That was my team that got a goal.
You think it was your team?
Cause it says, cause I'm blue and you're red. And it says blue got a goal.
Yeah, but you're on. You gotta hit tab and you'll see. All that knockdown. A lot of knockdowns
Still
going on
says
over
I'm
there.
blue.
Yeah, but it doesn't say the
score
goals
the
on
blue
blue.
goal. Oh.
Ooh, right in my face.
Ah, I see now. I see.
Mm-hmm.
It's goals against the blue team.
Oh, I missed you. Oh, I saw that. I saw you coming for me.
I'm trying some things. Oh man, okay. Scav is knocked down. I'm okay with that since Scav is my enemy. So is Lockhart.
Blasted.
Okay.
Oh my gosh.
Oh my
that
god,
was close.
that was so close.
That was close.
Okay. Oh my gosh, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. Passing it right to me as planned, Tripez. Thank you. Oh, ricochet into the goal, please. No. Okay.
Oh!
Oh. Here we go.
I'm starting to work up a sweat with this game.
Does make me feel
Match
like I'm
in.
being active. GG. Alright, let's go for another round, huh?
Go around?
Now, if
All right.
we're sticking with the same teams here. Yeah, Trippa says at least no -1 this time. We are improving. We have exactly 0 goals. Which is, yeah, better than last time.
Oh, almost.
Okay. Oh, that was right towards my face. Thank you so much. That's the moneymaker, Curtis. Ugh.
That's how you go down. Like, that was brutal. It was like 100 miles an hour, too.
It was basically, I felt like a child who just got a ball to the face.
Yeah, like...
Oh!
Okay.
Oh my god, that was so close. Okay. I was to say, Curtis, you're not on your treadmill desk today.
No.
Okay, that can make this game feel pretty immersive.
Yeah, not if I want to be alive 12 games from now.
Oh god, yeah, quite the workout. Okay, let's get this ball. Ah! That was intentional. That was intentional. As part of the experimental plays I was talking about. Somewhat of a self-sabotage to confuse the other team.
You can, if you pull, you can push or pull. If you pull it into yourself, you'll knock yourself out.
Yeah. Oh god. Oh my god. Oh jeez.
Oh no! 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 No!
Yes.
Oh, that was
Keep
so
going.
close.
Keep going. Keep going.
Nope. Nope. Nope.
Oh.
I might have knocked myself out there, but it was worth.
Oh. Come
Oh,
on.
where'd that go? No! Oh, thank you.
Okay. Oh. And. Ooh, and then if you guys are new to Core and you haven't downloaded it, you can download and play Core for free. You can download it from the
For
Epic
free.
Game
All these
Store
games for free.
for free 99, which is just my fancy way of saying it's still free.
Free.
Wait, Curtis, how much
Oh.
does Core cost again?
Zero. It is free. Don't try and get me to
just
talk while I'm trying to get a goal.
Yeah. Don't see through
Look at
my
that.
ruse.
Oh
my god.
Oh, somebody saved that one.
Okay,
Who saved that
I
one?
have to say, me Trippers and Westerbro.
Oh my god.
Westerbor.
Might have
jeez.
knocked myself out.
Yeah.
9
get out
seconds.
here. And push, and we push. And maybe we. Haha!
Oh, that's how you. Oh,
Oh, tie!
GG.
Oh, wait, no, we can see who scored knockdowns. Oh, I'm leading with 3
Okay, that's fine.
knockdowns.
3? What a deal.
Trippers. Oh, Trippers, are you listening to this stream? Thanks for tuning in. How
Nice.
fun. All right.
Right.
Okay, and I think we're ready to move on to our next game.
Okay.
All right, so let's load into there. So our next game up will be Rush Island Racing. And I'm still finding a server for joining game. All right, I'm loaded in, Curtis. Are you loaded in?
I'm in.
Excellent. All
I
right.
see ya.
And then, yes, let's learn a little more about how to play Rush Island Racing. And just coming up. Rush Island Racing features a gorgeous map set in the tropics where boats race along neon canals filled with buoys and other obstacles. From sleek speedboats to reliable jet skis and even party boats, players race through 3 different stages to claim their spot on the leaderboard. Be the fastest boat to claim first place. You might think the flashy speedboat will win the day with pure acceleration and low handling, but never underestimate the feel-good power of the good party boat. All right. Okay, Curtis, I selected Team Party Hard because we talked so much about partying during the float section. Oh, which one are you selecting?
I'm representing Team Meta here.
Ah, classic.
Team
Okay,
Meta.
for those who don't know, Curtis is our director of creator success, and he heads
to
up
remember.
Team Meta. I almost
Meta
said player,
represent.
Curtis. Oh my god.
Player success.
All right. Ooh, and we have 7 Seas has loaded into the game with us. I wonder if they'll have an unfair advantage as an oceanic
I get it now.
water orb. Yeah. Or
7 C's. C. I got it.
C. But it's a little lengthy, and they've given me permission to shorten it.
I got
All
you.
right. And let's see, is our race starting soon?
What is our race start? Race is not starting. So we're on with the race right now. Trying to start it, but it's not starting.
Oh man. Well, let's perhaps walk around and appreciate Laquai's environment.
Let me see.
But the race doesn't want to start. Maybe we'll just load into the next game.
I think we're gonna have to load into the next game.
All right, let's move on to the next game, and we'll have someone take a peek at Rush Island Racing. All right, so loading into the next game. All right. Oh, this is gonna be a good one. Okay, and I'm loading in right now.
I am as well.
And Curtis, are you in?
I'm in.
I'm in. Heck yeah, we're
1v1
loaded
me.
in. All right, and we're loaded into 1v1 me. All right, now this looks like a awesome game where we're gonna show down against one other person. So let's find out some pro tips to how to most accurately 1v1 someone. In 1v1 me, maps and weapons are simplified to a pure test of skill between two players and their ability to lock on and fire. Players will face off in 5 different 1v1 arenas. The last one standing after each round is crowned the winner. Use your surroundings for cover and drop rounds on your enemy to pin them down and deny them movement. An aggressive approach can take you right to victory. Oh my gosh, Curtis, we loaded into the same server. I'm so excited. It's so sad when we don't get to play in the same game for stream. So this is me and Curtis. Oh God. Well, I wonder how this will go.
Were you listening to your own tips?
I was like, oh my God. What did I say again? Taking notes. Ooh, I'm unlocking a lot of achievements here. Oh heck. Okay, now when I first played this, I actually did quite well, which, to the surprise of everyone, in fact, it was pretty disconcerting. That's more like it. That's more like it. Okay, we have a bunch of...
You can hold the button down, I think. Yeah, hold the button down
to it bursts?
get the rapid fire.
Oh, nice.
Oh, yeah.
Ooh. Okay, now this gun does a lot more damage than the one I had before.
Waiting for you to reload.
Oh man. Okay, lots of interesting areas for cover here.
You can jump on top of things.
Oh. Well, I don't think I want to take advice from you per se, but... Because I'm a pro
Very
now,
nice,
Curtis.
very nice. Well played.
Thank you.
Well played.
GG. All right. Oh, this is a fun map. Okay. Oh, these moving pillars in the center are so interesting. Okay. Can I use
This one
them to
doesn't rapid
cover
fire. I'm going to get you,
effectively?
Tasha. Ooh,
No.
very nice.
But it's a... Okay, I also can't just hide. I also have to...
I
also have to play the objective.
Reload!
Ah, ooh. Okay, now let's get some... Oh! What was that death animation? I do believe that's a custom death animation by Doc B Design. Oh, I love the variety in maps we're getting here. Oh, okay. Here we go. Ooh.
It's turning. I can't aim. It's turning. I can't aim.
Oh my god.
No. I don't whip.
Oh, reload.
I bullet.
No. I'm so close. Oh my god. Hi, Curtis. Oh. I am good at this game.
Whoa!
I'm
What
starting
happened?
to
Was
get
that my name
nervous
tag
again.
flying past you? That was my name tag flying past you.
Oh, that is a really cool effect. Okay, oh, this is another
I don't
burst.
think so. That was my name tag. What's your name?
That monster died here.
Oh, no.
All right, and just a reminder, guys, Core is for everyone, creators and players, and you can play now. If you already have Core downloaded, you can just find a link to 1v1 me in our Twitch chat, and you can download it for free from the Epic Game Store. If you're wondering where you can find it for free, Epic Game Store. All right, Curtis.
Talking.
Thank you. Oh, that's so nice. Thanks for not shooting me while I was talking. I think I would have taken.
I was
advantage
shooting
and
you.
tried
I
to
was
kill
missing you. Was the problem.
Oh, well, no thank you. Thanks for sending.
Unthank
I'm
you.
actually, far less gracious than I was 5 seconds ago. God, okay.
I need a punch. I want to finish with a punch.
Oh, that was a close one.
That was very
Close
close.
one.
Oh my
I have
gosh,
to
I
say,
have 10 hit points left.
the confetti cubes are pretty exciting.
I do like that.
It does give a certain celebratory nature
Couple
to
more
the
rounds
death.
here.
Yeah. Okay. So here, let's see. Last time I didn't
Hold
want to
this
jump
one down
on top
again,
of
right?
the cube because you told me to.
You can hold it down, by the way.
Oh. Thank you for helping if you guys want to 1v1 Curtis or moi, or just play core games, you can download it for free on the Epic Play Store.
Free, come get your butt kicked by me for free. Oh.
Or probably most likely kick my butt for free. Yeah.
Oh, so close. I have 5 hit points left.
I feel like we're pretty evenly matched in this game, which is a weird feeling. Okay. I think this one will be our last round, and then we'll move on to the next one. But let's, before we move into the next game, I think we should take a peek at the leaderboards and see how the tournament is shaping up in the first hour. Okay. Oh my god. Awesome. So we have the regional leaderboard here. Ooh, okay. So the premise of the Multiverse games is you can pledge your allegiance to a country and then compete for them by earning medals and achievements. And then let's see here, the daily regional leaderboards. Wonderful. Let's move on to the next one. And medals leaderboards. Oop, and no one's earned any medals yet. But I bet you guys are hard at work remedying that right now. All right. Should we jump into our next game, Curtis?
I think we should.
Ooh,
I'm loading up now.
Our next game up
that was
will
fun,
be
though. I like the 1v1.
Royale. Yeah, it was.
Available in the Multiverse Games Core Plaza.
Yeah, I can't believe I did so well against you, to be honest. All right,
Don't
now let's
remind
find
me.
out. Let's find out some pro tips on how to play Balloon Royale. Inside the Sports Plaza, you'll find Balloon Royale. Grab a balloon and hit ready up with other players to start the countdown. When the round starts, shoot everyone else's balloon and protect your own. Timing and accuracy are everything in this mini mode. Last one with a balloon wins.
Nine.
Ooh, all right. And so, I need to start off by selecting a country. Okay, so we have a few countries here. We have Core Nation, DreamHack Nation. Okay, I want to select DreamHack Nation as once you choose a region, you cannot change it. Okay, I'm sure. DreamHack Nation has taken the lead! Ooh, just like that. Okay, Curtis, can you give me a tour / show me where Balloon Royale is in here?
If you walk straight down the stairs, you will see a little balloon stand, and that's how you get it started. And we're not in the same instant because there's a lot of people playing right now. I know, right?
What?
Right, that's right.
Okay, I've joined Balloon Royale.
And then you joined it, and it will pop up a little screen that says hit F5 if you want to join.
Wow.
You got hop till I make you drop is initiated too.
Okay.
Don't hit F2
So there's
though,
a few
otherwise
different mini games you can play in here.
Silver. I got a silver medal.
All right. We have 4 participants
Hey, just
starting.
watch for other balloons because they will snap you right at the beginning.
Ooh, okay. Oh, with rocket
It's
launchers.
taking the lead.
My god, that was fast.
Oh, no.
Lockhart won.
I know.
Wow, okay, we're going
You
to
gotta
have to
watch
play
that.
another round. That it was like I blinked and my balloon was gone. Oh, hey, Nicholas Foreman, how's it going?
You can actually mount up too to move faster.
Ooh, great pro tip.
Yep.
Wow,
And you
okay.
didn't do me any good.
This is so cool. So the entire map here is the arena. Or are
That's
you
just taking the
limited?
lead.
Okay, where's my other
Yep,
balloon players?
not the entire map, only from the stairs down.
Ah, okay.
We don't want people hiding. And then you get scored for based upon where you finish and how many people there are.
Oh, okay.
That's how you
and
earn
then
medals in this one.
I see Nick Foreman says you can only the center is the arena. You can't leave it. All right.
You go past the top of the stairs, yeah.
Oh, and then I can whack. Oh, I can whack this. Oh, that's fun. Okay, and then let's try another round. If possible. Oh, I got a red heart one.
There's remaining.
Can we get balloon cosmetics for Balloon Royale? All right, and if you are a new viewer and you're just joining us, first off, welcome. Second off, you're probably wondering what we're doing here. So this is the opening ceremonies for the Core's Multiverse Games Summer 2021. Oh, I earned a summer medal? Okay. And we are playing on Core, which you can download for free from the Epic Games Store, and again, free to participate in this tournament. The Multiverse Games has a $25,000 prize pool.
Exciting.
All right,
Great.
and I think we should move on to our next game here.
Go.
Wrap up Balloon Royale. Okay, and the next game up will be Super Summer Run.
No.
Now this is a single player game. So let's find out the pro tips for how best to run in Super Summer Run. Race through tropical beaches, caves, and forests in Super Summer Run's sun-soaked obstacle course. Collect coins and try to finish this 3-lap speedrun as fast as possible to get the highest score. Time your speed boost perfectly so you never have to slow down. Keep an eye out for side paths and hidden areas which contain bounties of coins and extra boosts. Okay, now Curtis, it looked like you loaded into my server, so is this a special multiplayer version of Super Summer Run just for this tournament?
No, we were able to work with the creator to get it up to, I think, 4 players racing at a time.
Oh my god,
So,
okay,
and it's
wonderful.
not, you're not racing, it's still a single player race, but you just have other people to race with. All the coins are client side, which means that everybody gets their own coins. And I'm way ahead of you, so ha 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 ha.
I know. Well, I was trying. Gosh darn it!
I know, right?
I have my work cut out for me. Okay. Oh, and then my favorite part about this course. Oh, go Curtis.
What? I'm just going to say, don't forget that Core is free, and you can get it on the Epic Games Store right now and come play with us.
Oh.
Ooh.
And I was
Oh my
going to
gosh.
share
Figure it
a
out.
super pro tip with you guys, but I forgot it. Guess we'll never know now. Oh no! It was my favorite part. There's all these little side paths you can take.
Mm-hmm.
I think if you get familiar enough with the course map, you can figure out the optimal route to maximize the coins you can collect. Ah! Oh my god, that was so close. Okay. Curtis, how are you doing? Oh, you're still so far ahead of me. I do like the
I'm waiting for you.
inclusion
Oh
of-
no, I'm going too fast. Too fast.
No, don't cut to me right as I die! Oh, so embarrassing. Go back to Curtis. Oh, wait, actually, I might be doing fine now, so. Stay on me. I was just like, oh, I hope they're still on Curtis's screen, because I am plummeting to my demise here. Okay.
You're like, cut!
And then, this is not it, guys. You can press Shift to sprint, which is what I'm doing right now. Just be mindful of your energy bar at the bottom of the screen there.
And there are power-ups that'll refill your energy. You need to be strategic about when you grab them. Like, you might not want to grab it on the first time around because you don't need it.
Oh, yeah. Oh, I just passed someone. I was going so fast. Did everyone see that? Incredible. All right, and new viewers just joining us. We're playing Core, and Core is free. You can download it from the Epic Games Store right now.
R-E-E. Woo, woo, woo.
All right.
Ha!
Me and Lockhart going head-to-head here.
The only thing this game doesn't have is pushing.
Oh my goodness. How did I know you were going to say that?
How did you know I was going to say that?
Okay, well,
Just
if there
pushed
could
Lockhart
be...
right off the platform there.
Oh, it is tempting. It is tempting.
Oh, lots of coins. Many coins. Woo!
Lockhart's been kicking my booty for a while now. Oh, I almost caught up with her.
Okay,
Nice
Curtis, do
little
you have a
surfy theme by Matthew
yeah.
Pablo.
do you have an optimal route picked out yet?
Me?
Yeah.
I don't actually. I'm just trying to hit all the routes because they all have coins.
I'm out. These,
I'm on my
the
third lap, though.
platforms- Oh no, not moi.
Oh, I'm out of energy. This management of my energy. Oh,
That
can't jump.
hits too close to home.
Mismanagement of energy. That's funny.
Okay.
Beautiful
So
map.
It truly is. Now, this map is by Cardinal Zebra, who's done some really amazing games in Core. And if you want to create games, not just play them, it is also free to create games in Core.
And very easy to create games.
Yes, we specifically designed it to be approachable. Ooh, and then you guys stay tuned because we have a whole week of amazing programming coming up. We have some very special guest stars. We have the guys from Kind of Funny will be streaming Core. We have Rooster Teeth. Curtis, any other guest stars you care to mention? I think we have some IGN
The other guest stars. You mean besides me?
Oh yeah, besides you were the biggest part of our star budget.
Thank you. Wow,
Yeah.
flattery will get you everywhere.
Mm-hmm.
Have a special guest star for the closing ceremonies, but I can't say who yet.
What, really?
Unless we've already read that out.
Oh God. Now I'm scared to say who it is because I don't want to do more top leaks on Core Live. I mean, there's never been
Top
a
leaks.
top leak on Core Live. Never.
But Jordan will do it for us. Jordan makes.
Yeah.
If
Hashtag
you're
Jordan.
new to Core and you don't know, Jordan is one of our amazing co-founders. Also, the guy who leaks the most stuff from Core.
And he leaks the
Fun,
coolest
lots of information.
stuff.
Ooh,
Yeah.
bronze. You got a bronze.
Oh, I thought you saw the bronze sword in game and I got excited.
No, I see.
didn't.
I see the bronze sword with the fastest time, but I got a bronze.
Typical bronze.
Yes.
So do you think the bronze sword will stick to winning only bronze medals to stay on theme with his name?
I doubt it.
Highly
I think
doubt
his
it. We all
competitiveness
know.
will yeah, right? I think his competitiveness will drive him to be the platinum sword for this event.
Oh, that's right, because we were giving out platinum medals. Heck
Platinum. Lockhart just came in. We're all sitting there in a gangster pose. There's Tasha in the gangster pose.
Oh, and I got my silver medal. All right, so, ooh, can I help me out?
Wait,
Claim
what?
that. Welcome to the...
How'd you get a silver medal? Hacks.
You have hacks. I don't know. Core just really likes
Right.
me. We were not able to reward you a medal due to your current privacy setting. Oh, that's because I set it to
Yes,
private.
if you have your privacy
Oh.
settings on, we will not be able to reward you medals. So make sure for this event at least that you have your privacy settings.
All right, and let's load into
Hello.
the next game here. All right, so
Yes.
finding a server for the next game, which is Predator's Paintball Arena. Now, this is a really fascinating game with a lot of mechanics and interesting features, so let's learn a little bit more about what we can expect to find in Predator's Paintball Arena. Predator's Paintball Arena pits teams of 4 against one another in arenas inspired by real-life paintball tournament fields. Players must capture and hold a control point in order to have the highest score before the round is over. If hit by a paint round, players must return to base to clear the paint before returning to battle. Use a combination of suppressive fire, cover, and teamwork to bait and pin your opponents while forcing retreat. All right, and let's see, we all need to stand in the center here.
And you're on the wrong team. I'm just saying.
Oh, I think you
Yeah,
might
what you
be
got?
on the wrong team, Curtis. Why do I have to be wrong?
Oh my god!
Aha! You are wrong.
Wow, that was
That's
totally
what you get
real
for
of you, and
being
it
wrong.
worked.
Okay, I
I
took
know.
2 people out. Oh, no, I just took 1 person.
Wow.
That's okay. Now, here's one of the features I particularly love with this game is in this game mode, and there's several in Predator's Paintball Arena, is that once you're hit, you actually walk back to spawn, and then you can re-enter
Might
the
be on the
game.
wrong team.
Oh, is your team not carrying you?
You're not carrying.
Hee mine is. Great job, Fleshy. Great job, Twisted Kibbles. And who else do we have? Dancer Lads. Nice job, Dancer. Maybe I'll be bait for people. Yep, exactly as intended.
Oh, takes the entire team out. Yes.
Ah.
Yes.
Oh, and then the other thing I really love is that you refill your tubes of paint in the back here. And let's see, I think I have max. Perfect. And then you can also refill your pressure in your air gun. I freaking love that. I think that's so cool. There's a lot of like kind of realistic paintball mechanics.
Asset management. Yep. Oh, no.
Oh,
and you're
then,
held in place.
Trashy Bird has joined us in Paintball Arena. Oh my god. Oh my god. No! Trashy, you're on the wrong team.
Close. Yes, Trashy Bird.
The citizens of Trash Candia should be on my team. I was the one
No, we're going to
who paid
lose.
homage to your leader. Oh my god. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Me and Sonia, just missing each other completely. bit embarrassing for both of us. Oh man.
No.
Ooh, I got ya.
You.
Right, heading back to spawn. I'm gonna refill my tubes here.
No. I'm out again.
And then I don't know if you guys caught this in the tutorial video, but all of the maps here are based on real life tournament fields that have occurred.
And in the middle to take it. Pass it.
Eat my shorts, monster.
Son of a gun. Oh. Nope.
Oh, darn. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, you did hit me. Okay.
Yeah.
I think we have a pretty evenly matched teams here.
do.
Since Trashy joined your team. Uncool, Trashy. Okay. Oh, and... Oh! Tops is out, hit by Trashy Bird.
No!
Double uncool, Trashy. My god. Okay. Let me reload back here. And we'll refill tubes. And the great part is after this...
No!
We'll load into a new game mode with a new map.
Might have lost it.
Yeah, I think we might be pulling ahead here. All right. So I think I'm ready to tease a few of our other special guests this week. Oh, Trashy. Gosh darn it. Trashy. There we go. Revenge. So we also have streaming with us on Core this week. We have Bruce Green and Sir Lar. Can't wait to show them the ropes.
Bruce Green and Sir Lar.
The Core ropes. Ooh, time out.
You.
Yeah, we won.
You won. Very
yeah,
nice.
baby! All right. So, go grab a snack. New map is getting ready for you. Excellent.
Yes.
So
we can buy a new gun.
we can. And let's see.
Look at you.
Wait for the screen to disappear. Team shuffled. Meet new friends. Love that. And then I'm gonna go here. And I'm going to get the Rookie Shooter. This marker is really a better choice. Semi-mode, decent air, and loader capacity. And so you buy each of these guns sequentially.
Mm-hmm.
So, and
You have to load them up.
Mm-hmm.
Then refill. And just a reminder that Core is free and available on the Epic Game Store. So go get it so you can come play with us.
Yeah. It's free, and then
Still
you
on
can
the
just
other team?
click
You
the
are
link
still
and
on the
join
other team.
us. I thought teams were
Peter.
shuffled. Well, I still got Fleshy with me. Got Twisted Kibbles. I met Fleshy in a meeting the other day, but I didn't realize it was him because it was his real name, and then I was like, "Can I still call you Fleshy?"
You're like, don't make it awkward.
All right, and then a few other guests who will be streaming core this week. We have Kinda Funny's Greg Miller, Blessings, and Snowbike Mike, I believe.
Mike?
Awesome.
Can't
wait.
Gotcha.
We
yeah,
have
what?
streamed with Kinda Funny before. Oh, poo.
Yep.
Distracted by
that's
the
right.
excitement of streaming with Kinda Funny.
All right.
And they're just
why
a
not?
delightful crew. Oh, no! Take that. Eat my shorts. Bye, Commander
Right
Fu.
in the butt.
Hee hee. Okay.
All right.
Oh my god. Who
Commander
am
Fu was
I?
in here.
Oh god.
Oh my gosh, that was perfect timing.
Oh my me. Wow, I don't think I've ever done so well in this game mode, to be honest. Oh, trashy! Gosh darn it.
You spoke too soon.
I know, I tempted fate. Ugh. Okay, here.
Oh, that was a good one. Oh, no, who was that? Oh, Trippers.
Yeah,
No.
the Trippers is doing
Didn't
pretty
they blow?
well.
Very
They're
well.
on my team for
This is a really good
Gumball
game.
as
This is
well.
a fun game.
Ooh, okay, and guys, I just got the okay to reveal our all of our guests. So our special guest star, who we weren't able to reveal until now, is Xavier Woods. So you guys might remember he helped us out with our D&D contest.
He's fun.
Terribly excited.
He's very fun.
Yes, to work with him. Oh,
No!
It's gonna be such a fun week, guys.
Wait a minute. That means he's replacing me? Oh, I don't think so.
Oh, Curtis!
I'm gonna have to have some kind of death match to fight for the right.
A showdown in 1v1 me.
A showdown. Oh my gosh. As long as it's not in this game, because I'm losing hardcore.
Are you? Oh, we're almost.
I just
dead
because I run out
tied.
and then one of your teammates.
Tobbs is out. Hit again
Right.
by Trashy Bird. I'm starting to feel like.
Oh yeah, yeah. Going down.
Trashy, do you have
Oh.
something against me? Trashy, I know you're like, I'm literally just playing the game. Leave me alone. How dare you play the objective, especially when it conflicts with my objective. Just to kill you. Good looking, Fleshy. All right. Got you, Trashy.
Ha!
Finally, vengeance is mine, and it tastes sweet. Just need to remember to stay in the zone here. I have to say, this is one of the more...
Kasha. Oh, yeah. What?
You did get
In
me.
your
This
face.
is one of the more versatile games in the tournament, just in terms of gameplay variety.
Yeah.
And for those of you just joining us, we're playing Core, and you can download Core for free and join us right now. It's free on the Epic Game Store. So what are you waiting for? You too can play Predator's Paintball Arena, participate
sneaky,
in the
sneaky.
Multiverse Games, a $25,000 player tournament. Yeah.
Meow.
Okay, but Trashy, I hope I didn't make you feel self-conscious about attacking me, so you can like totally still kill me.
Oh my god, I'm totally out
I
again.
give you permission. Oh heck yes! And my team is finally doing something right here.
Tobbs
JK team.
I think Tosh, I think you're... Oh my gosh, you totally did got me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
Tob hacks. Hashtag Tob hacks.
I know. I secretly asked the core engineers. I was like, "Can you just put this like platform wide? If player name equals Tobbs,
Damage equals yes.
increase damage by like 5."
10 seconds.
Still struggling to win, but less so than before. Okay, I think we're 4, 3,
We are.
1, and me
And
win.
that's it. Again. Gossip wins again. Oh, I'll get my
Well,
vengeance in the
tough-
next game.
Tough luck, Curtis. All right, so let's move
know.
on to our next game. That was freaking awesome. I hope I am able to face off against Trashy Bird in our next game, which is going to be Berry Battle. Berry Battle. All right, and again, hoping Trashy makes it in here because I want to kick his butt, and we're going to learn how to do that by watching this
Berry
tutorial
Battle.
about Berry Battle.
Berry Ball is a team-based variation on the theme of capture the berries. Each team collects as many berries as they can and brings them back to their base. Get competitive by slamming into your opponents to make them drop their berries. No apologies in this contact sport, people. This is Berry Ball.
All right, so here we are collecting berries. Oh, and the more berries you collect. This is a pretty simple game, but it is pretty engaging. All right, and I'm really looking for the golden berry here. Oh my god, it's like I summoned it out of thin air. Glorious. It's kind of like everything's coming up tobs today, which is nice. Oh, another golden berry. Come to me, my sweet. Am I playing with myself? Dear Lord. Can someone play with me? Can someone play with me? You guys can download Core for free from the Epic Game Store.
How'd you get in there
kick
by
my
your
butt.
own? That's funny.
Yeah, I guess I must have joined the match right when a server filled up. Pooh. But that's okay.
So
This
the
this
deal is that
great
you want to pick up the
practice.
berries. Obviously, the gold ones are worth more, and you
Yeah.
can mess with your opponent by diving into them and making them drop all their berries.
Yeah, oh, you can slam into them. Curtis, are you in a full server right now?
I am 1v1ing someone.
Ew. Oh, then I wonder why I didn't make it into yours.
Oh
Yeah,
yeah,
yes.
what do you got?
Okay,
XJK,
there we go.
come here, give me your berries.
I think
Oh
I'm
yeah,
gonna
I got your berries, XJK.
I'm gonna tab out of this one and rejoin a match. I think it was a little poorly timed in the lobby. There we
Get
go.
off it, get off it. Oh. No. XJK is making it personal over here, Tosh.
Oh my gosh, Curtis, I have faced off. Oh, and he is wearing his little Cupid outfit.
Yes.
It's-
Little bro
it's
outfit.
So Hex JK. Now,
Give me
yeah,
that.
he's tricky and sassy.
No.
He will come after those berries, Curtis. Okay, nice.
Yep.
Nice going.
He's too far away to get this one. Ooh.
All right. Ooh, good job grabbing that golden berry. So, how much are the golden berries
Oh,
worth
what
again?
up? What up? What up?
Oh my god.
Stole your gold berry. No.
Oh. Oh
Okay,
my
that
god.
hurt.
Oh no.
I got knocked
This-
off.
Oh, you all saw that? You all saw it? Oh! If no one can have the I can't have the golden berry, no one can. Oh. Okay, and
Yep.
Curtis, the origin of this game actually has an interesting story. So it wasn't originally intended to be a game, right? Oh my god! Yeah!
I was intended to test. Oh no!
This guy
Ooh.
I'm up against is really good. Too good. It's probably hack. Hee. Oh, yeah. Oh my god. I did it. Nice.
Oh, I got you.
Alright, and how's it going against Hex JK, Curtis?
You didn't. It's. Ooh! Juke! Oh!
Alright, and if you guys are wondering
Oh,
what
come here! Give me my
playing,
golden berry back.
Aha!
Oh, my golden
You're
berry.
playing Berry Battle on Core Games, and you can download Core for free from the
Berry
Epic
Battle.
Game Store. This is the opening ceremonies for our
This is intense.
Multiverse Games $25,000 player tournament. You can join for free, play for free, create for free if you're interested in that. And
want to say you'll probably want to join now because we have a very exciting week of streams coming up for you. We have Bruce Green and Lawrence Sontag, aka Sir Lar. We have Kind of Funny's Greg Miller, Blessings, and Snowbike Mike. We also have IGN and the Comedy Buttons, Brian Altano, Max Scoville, and Stella Chung. And special guest star for our grand finale is going to be Xavier Woods! Oh, incredibly exciting. Oh man, and oh. Okay. All right, and coming up is me winning this game against Zer Blingler. Oh, Zer. How dare thee. Alright, well, these berries ain't gonna gather themselves, am I right? Oh, if only that were a perk you could buy. God. Little berry drone. Maybe I'm just playing too much All Hail Big Number, though. Oh my goodness! Okay, one single berry. Oh my god, here's a... Oh my god, I freaking have 2 golden berries, dear lord. I don't want to mess this up.
So close, Tasha. You're so close.
Yeah, I can't. I think. Hey! Oh! Oh! Ah! Well, I do like that vengeance. Oh my god, this punk! Oh! You come onto my platform and you slam into me and my berries? Don't talk to me or my berries ever again, sir! Okay. But you can indeed come onto the platform and slam into me and knock away my berries for free, as previously mentioned. Did anyone catch that? Alright. Oh my god, we're so close! Ah! Wait. Did I drop any berries there?
Oh no.
Defeat!
You just need 1 berry. Defeat.
Okay, so we're gonna move on to our next game. So GG, Sir Blingler. Okay, and the next game up is going to be...
I'm loading in right now.
I'm attempting to load in right now.
Oh.
And okay, we're loading in. The next game up will be, suspense. It's gonna be Cookie Carts by Commander Fu and Naya Alchemy. Now, this awesome racing game does have some tips and tricks to it, so let's find out how to play Cookie Carts. Start your engines, burn some rubber, and watch out for hazardous pufferfish in Cookie Carts. 8 players race for the best time. Get ahead by giving your fellow racers a friendly nudge into cute but deadly hazards. Players must race around the track doing their best to dodge multiple treacherous obstacles, as well as competitors looking to claim first place. Precision driving, timing, and some strategic trap placements are the key to coming in first. Oh my gosh, so here we are playing Cookie Carts by Naya Alchemy and Commander Fu, and here we have Scav. Shout out to Scav, who has had an enormous hand in putting this entire event together. Thank you so much, Scav, you're incredible. And we do have the candy throwing emotes here, which we do kind of use as a sign of gratitude and appreciation in core. All right, and the race is about to begin! Here we go, okay? And we're in the same server. Always nice. And if y'all want to play Cookie Carts, you can do so. Find the link in chat.
Free.
And if you don't have Core downloaded yet, you can download it for free on the Epic Game Store.
Oh,
my word! What just... Oh, dear lord. Ah! I unintentionally broke the game! Ay. Okay, no one saw that sweet little...
Take a shortcut?
Cat. Yeah. It turned into a long cut. Which is basically how all of my shortcuts turn out in real life, too, so no surprises there.
Ooh. Scav's actually in here.
Heck yeah.
In the lead, no less.
Oh!
Scav, can we catch her?
That's been practicing. That's been practicing.
That's unfair. That's unfair advantage, Scav.
Oh, Scav just got munched.
I'm sure Scav is like, you were literally invited to the playtest meetings. It was a busy week. All right. Okay, here we go. Oh, and then there we have the bronze sword. Very far ahead. Yeah, definitely not settling for any bronze medals. He will be the platinum sword for this tournament.
The platinum sword.
Okay. Again, this is Kugi Cards by Commander Fu and Naya Alchemy. Oh, man. I feel like sometimes when you're trying to avoid things, you just... you end up running directly into them. Okay. Oh, and this is just such a delightful environment. I'm guessing Naya Alchemy took care of most of the environment art, and then of course Commander Fu did. I always do that. These
Nobody saw that.
Mess me up.
At least they were on my screen when I ran into the wall. That was like priceless. Oh, I just got ganked by a jellyfish.
Oh gosh, I was gonna ask how you're doing. And if you guys are just joining us, you can play this game for free on Core. Download for free from the Epic Game Store. Oh!
For free.
Okay.
Game Store. Scav passes.
Okay.
Anyone
Anyone wants to do a drinking game? Don't. Every time we say the word free, you would die. Okay. Passing those jellyfish that ganked Curtis. Hee thank you. Right. Ooh, I think I might actually...
Here, touch it.
I might actually win. Oh my god. I mean, I might actually complete it. I'm definitely not going to win.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't even make it onto the little podium.
Oh, it's all right.
Bronze Sword did get platinum. Now I'm kind of annoyed, Bronze. That's not on brand for you.
Right, look at him.
But winning is pretty on brand for Bronze, so. Okay, now I do have to show off. It would be such a disservice if we didn't look at the garages. Naya and Commander Fu, or Commander Naya, if you want to smoosh them together. Let's see, where is the Tobbs garage? Okay, here we go, right at the end. So what you can do in here is you can customize your cart. Ooh, and then let's see. So, I haven't bought anything yet, so I'll have to show off how to do that. Go over to these vending machines. I'll just quickly buy a paint color.
There's a pink paint color in there for you.
Oh, okay. All right, and let's put this paint onto my car. I think it's gonna look like a Barbie Jeep, Barbie cart, really. Oh, okay, and then
5 seconds.
Click on the paint. There we go, and I'm done. Yes, got it. So now, I'm loading into the race with my new pink cart. Perfect. And remember, if at any time you get stuck, you can press K to respawn. But I'm such a pro, I won't get stuck. Well, we kind of saw that one coming. So Curtis, what's your dream cart?
My dream cart?
Yeah. You have a look you're going for?
I've got orange. I'm going on brand here.
Ooh, a core orange. Ooh. Okay, if you can tell me the hexadecimal code of the I might be getting stuck soon. Of the core orange, I would be so impressed.
Hey, wait a minute. Where's Bronze Sword going? Ugh. Bronze took a shortcut.
Now it wouldn't surprise me if he knew a few skips.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my gosh, I just said that so people would think I'm like in the speedrunning community. Just wanted to sound super knowledgeable there. But everything I've learned about speedrunning is from Bronze. Truly a very friendly community member.
All right.
Ooh, and you can catch him streaming.
Halfway there.
Twitch.tv/TheBronzeSword, shout out. All right, and I'm still in last place.
Scav is in the lead.
Oh, Scav.
Bronze Sword might be. Like, I'm still trying to figure out where Bronze Sword went.
I guess, you know what? Bronze did win in the end, in the last match. So maybe Scav's unfair advantage is just me being salty. They're better than me. Oh.
Oh my gosh.
Okay.
I love this map though. How bright it is.
I know.
Got octopus, except for it ganks me. Oh, it ganks Scav. Oh. Oh, it ganks Scav again.
Super saturated, great summer feel. Okay, I'm gonna. Oh my god, I've never completed the teeth so well before.
Thank you, octopus, helping me with my little problem of the Scav.
Oh man.
Gosh, I see you running into the wall.
Man, I was like, I can't wait till
Like,
I'm
switch
a problem
camera,
for
switch
you.
camera.
I'm not even good enough to be a problem. Okay, that's fine. It's all about heart and how much fun you have. It's not about the games you win. It's about the corpses you disrespect along the way. Am I right, Curtis?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. Bamboozled by the octopus. Okay.
The octopus took out Scab
stretch.
so I could beat her.
Oh man.
Asha, there she is.
Yes, finish.
Right into the swamp.
Hey, these little carts handle great. Over water. You still waiting on someone to finish? Oh my. Did I finish? I finished before Bronze Sword and Scav?
No, Scab finished already.
Oh. Oh, I see.
Ooh.
Okay.
Woo.
Oh, me
There we go.
third. Hey, low. Oh,
I will
Bronze
take it.
Sword.
Ah!
Did not finish. Are you trying to break the game? What's happening there? Okay, and then let's get one last round of cosmetics on our carts just so we can show off that feature again. This is, trails. Oh, too expensive for
Are we
me.
racing again, or are we heading to the next one?
Can I just see if I can buy some sweet wheels and then we'll head on to the next game.
Got you.
What do we have
You
here?
have enough to buy Sweet Wheels?
Barely.
You
Barely. Oh my god. Oh, I really want the clock one. Okay. Oh, the $15,000 ones are the ones I really want to save up for, but I'll just get these yellow ones in the meantime. And the Tobbs Garage. Ooh, why am I the furthest away? I just like my space. Okay. Click on the wheel. Change it. Beautiful.
Nice. Right.
Okay, now let's move on to the next game. So, really great job, everyone, in that match. GG. Okay.
And the next game is actually single player at the moment, so.
Oh, intriguing. Well, it's going to be Summer Games Javelin. Curtis, are you loaded in?
I am
I'm
loaded
still
in.
joining. Oh, I'm loaded in. We're locked and loaded. All right, and let's find out some pro strats for Summer Games Javelin.
Javelin requires speed, accuracy, and patience in perfect alignment as players attempt to nail that perfect throw. Grab your javelin, go to the starting position, and chuck that thing as far as you can to get a top score on the leaderboards. The height and angle of your throw need to be in balance if you want to achieve a long-distance score. Aim too high or too low and you will have a very short-lived javelin throwing career. Account for gravity to anticipate the drop over distance.
All right, and look at this wonderful loading screen. So we have click to play. I guess it's a start menu. So let's see. Curtis, do you have a high score?
Gonna grab your javelin. Do I? I don't see myself on the high score.
Oh, do you have a personal best, though?
Ready? It's 81 or something like that. Ready? Go. Foul throw.
Oh, I did terribly.
The foul
Oh,
throw.
I got 61. What happened?
Okay.
I think my highest is around 80. Okay, I do love that you have to grab your javelin. Oh, and he even has a
camera here for the athletes who want to
Oh,
record their stance, perhaps.
81.78.
Detail. Oh, no fair. Okay, I'm gonna try aiming a little higher.
I'm not on the board. So.
Feeling good, feeling good.
Camp on the board there.
Oh, 81.48, mister. Oh,
what?
you still beat
81
me.
points.
Yeah, you're beating me by like 0.3 points. Gosh darn it. Okay, I'm gonna
that
see
was
how
bad.
you're doing it
That
here
was
so I
terrible.
can exactly copy you. Gosh, Curtis, I'm trying to steal your strategy. Can you please throw better?
I know,
Okay,
right?
well, now here's your chance to steal my strategy. Let's see if I have what it takes. Okay. Ready? I do think this is just such a fun, unique idea. I mean, really simple gameplay here. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god! Is it poo? Oh,
I did a good one there.
83.68! Oh my god, oh my god.
You took
Oh
me
my god, did I
down.
get on the leaderboards?
You probably did.
Oh my god, I just got gold. Hmm.
We both got a platinum medal, though. Ooh, ooh.
But I am playing the games privately, so my medals cannot be awarded.
Oh, no. I told you.
You did tell me. But oh god, I have to say, I love the game stats screen. So we have the world
It is neat.
record distance, which I was very close to. Okay. Oh, and it gives you your average. I love that.
We're going to do another run here.
Yeah, let's. I think we can squeeze in another round. Ready? Okay, let's see if we can. Oh my god. I should have made it on the leaderboards. Oh, wow, you can step out of the play zone. Interesting.
8102. No.
Okay. And...
Oh.
72.73. Choke. I got the yiffs. Right, and I have to say, a lot of polish for a simple game. I do hope.
Oof.
Ready? Do hope they upload this arena to community content if they haven't
If
already.
you were just joining us, Court is free and available on the Epic Game Store.
I'm totally messing up these throws.
Download it and come play with us now.
Right, Curtis.
Got this now.
Are you on
Last
your last
try.
one? Okay, we'll end
Yep.
with yours then.
Oh. Nope, that's going to be, yep. You beat me again. Asa, you're a monster
Yes.
today. Beast mode.
You know what? It's the spirit of the game.
GG, y'all.
They're on my side
It
today.
is.
GG, and let's move on to our next game.
Next.
Love that game stats screen. All right, so we're loading in. So the next game up will be Hydroblast by Lockhart. And you may have seen that creator playing
Lockhart.
games with us. Wonderful player and creator. Now let's find out some pro strats for Hydroblast.
Hydroblast sends players ripping through waves while dodging torpedoes in this multiplayer deathmatch. Each player has multiple lives. Use the massive waves to dodge attacks and ambush your opponents with torpedoes and carefully placed mines. It's game over for the first player to lose all of their lives. Get massive air from waves and dodge enemy torpedoes. Grab the power-ups to give your attacks the extra damage to take down your opponent.
Alright, and we are 1v1ing Curtis once again.
Yes. Ooh.
Okay. Ooh, Nick Foreman is going to
You running away from me?
class.
That's not how you
No,
1v1 does.
I'm trying to find you, actually. I suppose that means
Ooh.
there you are.
Ooh.
Oh my god.
Oh my
Oh
gosh.
my god.
I just about ate two mines. Mines are getting thick out here.
Okay. Oh, power-ups incoming. So these power-ups will supercharge your attacks.
Catch it.
Oh, no. Okay. If y'all are just joining us, we're playing Hydro Blast by Lockhart on Core, and you can download Core for free from the Epic Games Store. We're having our Multiverse Games Player Tournament right now with a $25,000 prize pool, and the tournament itself is free to enter and play. Okay. I just absolutely love the
Are you sure you're looking for me?
Yeah, I'm just circling the water.
All I see you is rolling around the outside. I'm like, come back here.
I'm patrolling the perimeter, Curtis. Are you looking for me? How come you haven't hit me if you're so aware of my location at all times?
Now I can't find you. Where are you hiding? There's a buff that wants to be had. Power up incoming.
Let's see.
All right. Gosh, I know you're around here somewhere.
I know. I'm trying to find you.
I hear you.
Okay. Excellent.
Awesome.
Okay, so I have a smart mine. Oh, Curtis. Oh, what the heck?
Right
I wasn't
on
even
your
aware you got
head.
that many hits on me. Oh, God. Oh, my
Take that.
goodness. Ooh, so let's see. We have a few different people we can duel. Oh, you're dueling Mr. Dr. Roboto Man. Okay, I'll wait for someone to get out of match. Oh my gosh,
Mr.
and
Dr.
there's...
Roboto.
We have Elos. Uh-oh. Ooh, mine's bad.
Ooh.
Oh, mine's the worst. Ew. That's okay, we'll change that. I will climb the leaderboards.
I am catching some mad air here.
All right, and then Curtis, I wonder, yeah, how's your match with Mr. Dr. Roboto Man going?
It is hectic.
Oh God. Now, how's he playing? Doing
Already
well?
got 2 rockets. I think I might have joined the wrong match.
You jet skied into the wrong neighborhood, friend.
Yeah, right.
Oh my gosh. Okay, I'm gonna
mines everywhere and rockets flying everywhere.
I'm challenging Lockhart, the creator of the game, so I do imagine I will get stomped on.
Incoming. No, gonna hit a mine. Hit a mine. Oh my gosh, that's just violent.
Oh my gosh. Lockhart, it is an honor to fight you again. I 1v1'd her on my personal Twitch channel. Tasha Rats, shout out to myself, I guess. Plug for myself. And she absolutely wiped my my booty on the floor.
You got like 4 people in here. What's going on here?
Highly embarrassing. Are you in the lobby, Curtis?
Nope. Oh, there we go.
Okay. Oh my goodness. I'm trying to find her.
There we
Let's
go.
see. Blackheart, come out wherever you are.
Oh, smack.
I have a friend I want you to meet. It's,
Hey, hello to my little mine.
yeah, exactly. Not gonna lie, it is a torpedo that I would like to send to your face. But, I'm working on my trash talk. Is it coming along okay?
Oh, I hit another one. Ouch.
Say, I love the fact that this is a video game, because I don't think we could ever play this in real life. You know, as most games, I think, would be pretty irresponsible in real life.
I think this would be fun if you like did dodgeball with jet skis.
Ooh, yeah, something else.
Hey.
Something a little less murderous than mines and torpedoes.
Yeah, less murderous, a little more stingy to the face.
Yes. Okay, I finally ran
Mr. Dr.
into one of
Roboto
Lockhart's
wins.
mines. All right.
Ooh.
You think we should move on to our next game, Curtis?
Yes, why don't we?
Yeah, all right. Let's wrap it up. And I'm going to say, Lockhart, you won this one. All right. And our next game up
we're loading in. And it's gonna be, it might be a game you're familiar with, Curtis. It's
Just a little bit.
Hop Till I Make You Drop, or Hop Till You Drop in Core Plaza. So we're going back into our plaza.
Yes.
Welcome.
I see you. Look at you there. Hey, boom.
Oh, there's Rolo.
F2 to join.
Okay, F2 to
F2 to
join.
join.
Don't mind if I do. Hop Till You Drop initiated. Alright, and we're loaded in here.
You got some tactics on this game.
Oh, and then let's see some pro strats before we dive in ourselves. Pro strats for Hop Till You Drop. In Hop Till You Drop, you've got to act fast and find the right block to stand on, or plummet to your untimely death. Players are given a few moments to run to the displayed color. Those who don't make it in time are out. Gather coins to increase your score across 5 different maps while trying to figure out which color floor tile won't fall out beneath your feet. Score determines who wins each round, not by who lasts longest. Grab the coins and don't worry about outmaneuvering the competition. Oh my god. Oh, Steve! Oh my god. Well, certainly a dramatic first round in which I am out. Curtis, you still alive? Thanks, Steve, for the
still alive.
shove.
I'm still alive.
Okay. Can we spectate the Hop Till You Drop match from somewhere in the hub?
Oh, no! No. You can, yeah. You can fly up.
Oh, nice. Okay, let's see. Fly is control. Oh. Okay.
Flying up. Oh. Match is over.
Let's play again.
You join.
That was a practice round.
Yeah, the practice
Steve.
round.
My shover.
Just have your shove
well.
ready. Left click to shove.
Left click to shove.
And if you're just joining us,
it was fair game.
you're playing
Steve.
Core, which you can find on the Epic Game Store for free, and come join us.
And please do.
Wait.
All right. Oh no! Oh my god! Oh my god! I can't.
No.
This is embarrassing. Okay, Curtis, you have to. Curtis! Oh,
What?
us Manticore devs are not faring well right now.
I mean, it's a brutal game of Hop Till I Make You Drop.
It's cutthroat. Wasn't expecting it to be
I know, right?
quite so fast for me. I guess I have
Now
to
we
bring
can
my
fly
A
back up
game.
into it.
All right. Oh, how neat. Okay. Let's get it. We're gonna have to do better than the first round.
Yeah, I know, right?
Okay. Well, while we're waiting for the next match to start, Curtis, was there anything you wanted to say about the hub world we're in right now?
Yes, the hub world was made headed up art-wise by Awkward Game Dev, who is amazing.
Oh my god,
Shout out to
really? Oh my gosh, I didn't know she headed it up. That's so impressive.
Mm-hmm. Then Roland was the producer on this, Rolak, and Uku was the lead dev on this, and then Ryan Bigabunch did the design.
Aww.
And of course, the team, a bunch of the artists. Are we back in?
Oh, we're back in.
A bunch of the Team Meta artists contributed to this.
Excellent.
And Chris, actually, aka Montoli, put in the Let's Paint. You drop.
Is it possible to rage quit this stream right now, or is it like too big of a production? Oh, I am salty. So salty. Ugh. I for sure thought I was gonna make it into that one. Okay, Curtis, do you think we need another round to prove ourselves, or should we move on to the next
One last
game?
round. One last
Okay.
round. One last round.
My thoughts
We can do this.
exactly. I believe in us. At
Have
least
your
one of
push
us
ready.
has to make it.
You need to
Push.
take off the nice Tassa and go beast mode
Hex.
Tassa. And just
Okay, I
target
don't-
somebody right off the bat. Target
Okay,
somebody
I'll-
right off the bat.
Who will I pick to target? So cutthroat. Oh my god. Like everyone just stay away
Oh
from
no!
me.
Slick got me. Okay, it's all you, Tosh.
Oh my god, I made it into the second round. Okay. Oh!
All you.
Okay. Oh my god. Oh my god. And so again, we're just in the hub world here. Playing Hop Till You Drop, and you can play this game and more for free on Core, which you can oh my god! You can download from the Epic Games Store. I was so focused on my spiel, I lost it. I was like, yeah, let me perfectly position myself on this white tile, not yellow. Okay, well,
Okay,
let's move on to the next game. Wonderful. Wrapping it up here.
That was awesome. You're like, it says yellow, and you're just like perfectly on the white one. That was pretty amazing.
Okay, and so this is actually going to be our last game. Nope. I think we still have to touch back on Rush Island Racing. Second to last.
We do.
Penultimate game, if you will.
Very nice. Penultimate. I look at you using the big words.
Yeah. I learned that from Lemony Snicket's series of unfortunate events. Shout out to anyone else that read that series. Okay, and I'm loaded in, and next up is Katana Dash by Obazu. Now let's get the pro tips for Katana Dash.
In Katana Dash, master the ancient art of blade combat in this cinematic showdown where a well-timed parry is the difference between life or death. 2 players will face off per round and engage in melee combat until only 1 player is left standing. Choose from up to 8 unique weapons and wield weapons from balanced katanas to massive kanabos, all of which have a quick light attack and a slow but deadly heavy attack. The best way to win is to time your attacks wisely, parry incoming blows, and utilize the double jump and dash abilities for evasive dodges and damaging counterattacks.
Alright, Curtis, looks like we're up against each other.
We are.
My exact preference.
We're going down, Grasshopper.
Oh boy. Probably. It's okay. It's a learning experience. I have to say, I love... Are these like custom... Like this lean as far... Oh my god. Stop getting distracted by the gameplay visuals and get your head in the game. Like, oh, this custom like running animation? What the heck? Okay, and then you do... Oh my god.
Oh my god.
So you have a few different attacks available to you. And guys, if this game looks fun, again, this is Katana Dash by Obazu, and I believe someone should have linked that in chat. So if you already have Core downloaded, you can just click that and join us instantly. Oh, Buck Monster! Oh, and then we can spectate the next player. That's interesting. Let's try a Katana. Perfect. And then I'll do my...
Hit Q to switch your weapons.
Oh, God. There's a few different abilities available.
Ooh, we're fighting different people now.
I love this cinematic opening scene. I think I was saying something about clicking the link if you have Core downloaded, and if you don't, you can download it for free from the Epic Games Store. Okay. Let's see.
Hold it down.
Oh.
Yes.
Bamboozled again. So now we're spectating her way, and a name that is too blurry for me to read. Cillian. Cillian killed her way with Katana. Alright, so
Very
up
nice.
next...
One hit mode.
I'm gonna do... Oh.
It has different modes, too, so all you gotta do is get one hit.
I love that I can just...
and Vile Shinobi got one hit on me.
Vile Shinobi. That's another great creator.
I think somebody named Vile Shinobi should be good at this.
It does.
Right?
It does seem like a. Oh no. Yeah.
It makes sense.
Certain sort of melee ring to it. It's like a.
It does. Oh, look at you out in the field.
Battlefield. I have to say, I do
wow,
love all the maps Obazu has included in this. And this is clearly an ancient battleground. Okay. Ooh. Oh, I'm finally victorious.
Ooh,
Feels good.
nice.
Okay.
Also victorious.
Let's see. Oh, click and you can rotate these. I didn't realize that. And click to zoom. Oh, cool.
Mm.
Okay. Oh, Oh, it's me versus Vile Shinobi now. Okay, let's see if Vile Shinobi has what it takes to defeat the Master, which is not me, but maybe after he beats me. Okay.
Me versus Keeb.
Oh.
Keeb.
Oh, he did not have what it takes to defeat the Master. Feels good. Not gonna lie.
But you got Vasanobi?
I did. I beat him, which means I think, Curtis,
Nice. You might
be better
fighting
than
each other
you.
right now.
Oh, I hope so.
You be better than me.
Because Vile Shinobi defeated you, and if I have defeated Vile Shinobi...
Par for the course today. You've been kicking my butt all over the place today.
Yeah. I'm not sure what it is, except it maybe the spirit of the multiverse is on my side.
You definitely ate your breakfast this morning or something. Coffee.
I actually
whatever it
did.
is.
And I had a midnight snack last night because I was worried about my blood sugar being low.
Oh.
Apparently I should just have midnight snacks all the time.
All the time. One hit mode.
Okay. Alright. And let's see. Oh, it's going to be me versus Vile Shinobi again.
Yes.
So I'll do one last round
scoreboard,
here.
Us.
Oh my god. Why?
Look at us.
We're tied. Oh my god, Vile Shinobi. Oh! Pooh! On you, Vile Shinobi. That was supposed to be the winning round for me to pull ahead of Buck Monster on the leaderboards, and now we're all just tied. Alright, well, I hate to end Katana Dash with such a sour event for moi. Should we try to break this three-way tie? Nah, let's move on. So next up, we are going to jump into the last game, which we did a little, we'll say a sneak peek of before. I'm loading in. So Curtis, let's talk which boats we're going to. So we're going into Rush Island Racing.
Mm-hmm.
Loading in. All right, and there's a few different strats here, so let's learn from me how to best play Rush Island Racing by LaQuai.
Rush Island Racing features a gorgeous map set in the tropics, where boats race along neon canals filled with buoys and other obstacles. From sleek speedboats to reliable jet skis, and even party boats, players race through 3 different stages to claim their spot on the leaderboard. Be the fastest boat to claim first place. You might think the flashy speedboat will win the day with pure acceleration and low handling, but never underestimate the feel-good power of the good party boat.
Alright, so I'm sticking with Team Party. That was my OG selection. And are you gonna stick with Team Meta?
Wow. Somebody just pushed me into the wall.
Oh.
I'm actually
So it
already
sounds like
going.
What? Are we in different
Any
races?
races go. We're in a different race, yeah.
Cool.
Some
Well, that's okay. Good luck. What?
some punk on a jet ski to wipe me out.
Alright. Right now it's just me and Scav. Oh, and then Curtis, remember we did update the link for this.
You updated what?
Oh, we have an updated link for this.
Okay.
Oh my gosh. Is it just me and Scav 1v1ing? I am not ready.
I'm coming. Yeah, I'm coming.
Oh, Curtis, you're too late. Oh, it's me and Scav. And again, she's had a lot of time to practice these games. Ah! Okay, but never underestimate the spirit of the party. You know what? I do think I like this handling. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Oh my god, can we just appreciate the detail that the rudder turns with the boat movement? Oh my god. Oh my god, Scap's trying to back into it. Yikes! Here's my one chance. I must take advantage of this mistake.
I am spectating your party boat. It'd be funny if your people could fall off if you ran into something.
Oh my god, that would be hilarious. It's an escort mission where you have to drive the party boat to Party Island. You have to keep as many passengers on board as you can. Right, that would be an excellent sequel to this game, I think. And if you're curious about Rush Island Racing and you want to play, we should have dropped a link in chat. And you can just click that link if you already have Core downloaded. And if you don't have Core downloaded, why not? It's for free. Get it on the Epic Game Store right now. Speaking of Epic Games, yes, look why.
Okay, that's cool.
All right.
I'm just Toss. I'm just dancing back here at the pool party.
Okay, so that's why I'm winning, because you're supporting the spirit of the party.
Yep. Whoop.
Yeah.
Yeah, there I am.
Okay. It's giving me a boost. I can feel it. Honestly, I think that's the only way I'm winning against Scav. Oh, thank you.
Go toss it. Go toss it.
Ay, ay, ay. What the heck? I can't believe I've been sleeping on the party boat. This is honestly my favorite boat in handling. I thought the jet skis were superior. They were speedy and small. You can swoop in on people. But this, lot smoother turns. And we're having a party. God. Oh my god.
Go Tasha.
Okay, final
Go
lap.
Tasha.
Pressure is on. Oh. And there's several different maps we can play on. This being one of them.
I'm just chilling in the pool now.
Oh, Curtis. Sounds like you need to be in Hot Tub World.
I know.
Okay, for those of you new to Core, Hot Tub World was a game we created where anyone could be a hot tub streamer. Pretty exciting. And let's
I'll just
see.
lifeguard.
Aw, nice. Thanks for looking out, Curtis. I do really like the color palette of this game. I think Kwai has a really good eye.
Yep.
The environment is very cohesive, fun to play. That's a big deal. Can be difficult to make the games fun. This is great.
Go Toss.
Hey.
42 seconds. No pressure.
Oh my god, is that it? Jaboom, babies!
Boom!
And that is
First
how
place.
it's done. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
And
All
Scav's
right.
team boat was too bad, which, right? Be too bad?
Oh, it is too bad.
Yay,
All
it is
right,
too
so we're
bad.
gonna wrap up after this. Well, here we go. All right.
There we go.
So, I believe we just want to cover our last, our schedule for this week. So we do have our opening ceremonies today. Tomorrow we have our international exhibition. Then the following day we have special guests Bruce Green and Lawrence Sontag, aka Sir Lar. Then we have our charity
Lar.
tournament on the 28th. Yes, Sir Lar. Great name. Then July 29th, we have our special guests from Kind of Funny. And then July 30th, we have special guests, The Comedy Button. And closing it all up for our grand finale on August 5th, we have, Austin Creed? What? Awesome. All right, well, I think
We'll
that
see.
was...
We will
Yeah.
see.
Oh,
he
yes,
can
the
take me out of
1v1
this
you,
chair.
that's right. Okay,
Right?
so Curtis, any closing thoughts?
This is going to be a totally busy week, so just keep coming back. And again, if you're just joining us and are new to Core or haven't even seen Core yet, Core is free on the Epic Games Store. You can jump in and play with us all week, participate in this event to
In the
win
tournament,
some sweet cashola.
$25,000 prize pool.
Mhm.
Indeed. Excellent. So without
This is
further
fun.
ado,
Thank
I
you.
think we're gonna,
I,
keep
I
interrupting
want to
you,
say thank
Curtis.
you for being such a great host and for kicking my
Aw.
butt today. I appreciate that.
Yeah, well, thanks for letting me kick your butt. 10 out of 10. Would do again if I could manage it.
That's
All
right.
right,
I'd let
guys,
you.
so that's going to
Yep.
be it from us. Thank you so much for tuning in. And remember, you can download
Thanks, everybody.
Core for free from the Epic Game Store. All right, see you later. See you later this week, 10 a.m. every day, guys. Tune in. Bye.
Yeah.
Have you ever wondered where your old Walkman has gone? You guessed right. It's where all your other stuff ends up too. The moon. This special day should have been the most fantastic one of my moon days yet. But then, I got picked up and everything went dark. I have to get back again. And so I began preparing everything. And now that you're finally here, I'm closer to home than ever.
everybody. This is a new segment that we're trying out, and it's called the Break Time Puzzle Huddle. My name is Alicia, and I'm here with Lane.
Hello.
And we just wanted to puzzle with you guys. So, yeah, we're working on this really hard puzzle, as you can see, and it's part of the DreamHack Beyond game offerings in one of the booths, the Air Force booth in Kaiju Hall 2. But this is a co-op puzzle that we've been working on, and as you can see, we are working on getting the edges ready to go. So, look at the URL down below the screen, and you can see that it's dhk.gg/AFP1, and we're trying to get this puzzle finished in the next hour, and as you can see, we are not very far along, so please jump on in and join us as we work through this. Lane, how are you feeling about this puzzle?
I'm feeling pretty good about it, but I think that if we could get some fellow travelers to come help us out, we would be feeling a lot better about it.
Ooh, I just got a piece. It's nothing like
world's largest virtual multiplayer puzzle, which I think that is a fun fact.
That is our fun fact for the day, I think. Oh, we're getting some people to join us. Maybe we'll make it in the next hour. We gotta go, you guys. We did this yesterday too, Elaine and I, and one other fellow traveler. Yeah, it was a level 9 difficulty out of 10. This one's only a level 5 difficulty today. But remember, jump on in here, dhk.gg/AFP1. Help us out.
There's a lot of different puzzles you can choose from too.
I can even start sorting the pieces. That was a big help yesterday, where it's like, oh, we'll put all the X's in this corner.
Yeah, that's always a good strategy.
There's a lot of pieces, and especially, as you can see, this particular picture that's shown up also on the stream, it's not an easy one, that's for sure. Ooh, someone's putting all the X's over there. Thank you. I'll put this X over here. There we go.
All together.
Yeah, there you go. Come on in, friends. Come help us finish this puzzle. Ooh, someone's fast. Okay. Wow. It is not me either. Yesterday, we had a fellow traveler that was incredibly fast comparatively. But hey,
shout out to Taz.
Yeah, shout out to Taz from Canada, good old Montreal. Thank you for helping us out. If you want to come back, we'd love to have you. Okay. Oh, we lost a player. We're never going to get through this in the next hour if we're losing players, friends. But yeah, if you want to check out these and like some other games, in the Kaiju Attack Hall 2, up in the top right, there's that booth, and they have a bunch of these little mini games, but ultimately, Lane and I are really into the puzzles. We're missing one.
In the puzzles.
We're missing one side and one top frame. If anyone sees that, throw them in there, because that makes it really
goals.
Yes. Fill them up. Okay. Still missing those. They're so evasive sometimes, especially when they're all the same color pieces.
Of difficulty to it.
This is like the Olympics of puzzles. I think that's an Olympic reference right there. I hope everyone's enjoying the Olympics. Okay. Man. Well, friends, we're going to keep working on this puzzle, travelers. Join us, hop in, hop out, see how you can do. We'll continue working on it until we finish it really tonight. But tell your friends to come help out, and we'll be around, and hopefully you'll be able to join us on our next Break Time Puzzle Huddle with Alicia and Lane. Thanks for tuning in.
Feels like I'm unwanted, never leaving up to you. I'm not what you needed, don't want to be, just like others don't want to be like them. When you died, I felt fine. And if the world doesn't want me, I'll leave. Then I'll just stay in the dark, away place like you, mother. I'm a monster. You left buried and laced, silently deafening. The sun forgets to shine, and the air I don't breathe.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the next panel of DreamHack Beyond. My name is GamerDoc, and I will be quasi-hosting this panel, but this is going to be more of a roundtable. No one wants to hear us like drone on about facts for an hour, so we're gonna try and keep it interesting. This panel is about the financial benefits of inclusion. If you showed up to this panel, that means maybe you're interested in this. And hopefully we're going to show you that there are some reasons to extend that invitation to everyone in the esports ecosystem and not just the people who are currently involved. But before we dive a little bit more into that, I'm going to introduce myself and allow my other panelists to introduce themselves. Like I said, my name is GamerDoc. I am a licensed medical doctor. I treat esports athletes. I'm also the executive director of Queer Women of Esports, which is a nonprofit focused on advocating for inclusion in competitive video gaming. I do a lot of other stuff. I just wrote a book if you're interested about esports athletes health. Check me out, Handbook of Esports Medicine. It is on Amazon. That's pretty much it about me. I'm gonna kick it over to Amanda.
Well, thanks, Doc. My intro is obviously significantly less fascinating than that. I am the CEO over at Tyrus, which is a talent management firm working with gaming influencers as well as traditional influencers as well. And I am the partnerships manager over at QWE. Over to Nick.
Yeah, and hi guys. I'm really happy to be here. My name is Nick Durazio. I am the director of corporate strategy for InVen Global. We're an esports media company, but before that, I was an esports journalist, competitor, tournament organizer. I've just been one of those salty, grimy esports people for a long time. So I mean, I'm just very excited about this this topic. I think it's a really compelling question that a lot of businesses and pockets of the esports community need to be talking about. So yeah, just happy to be here on this conversation.
Nick also has some of the best Instagram posts you've ever seen. So if you do nothing else after this panel, make sure you follow him on Instagram.
Wow. Thank you. I do love the fits. I am a big advocate of esports aesthetic and people. You know, you can be a gamer and you can be a geek and you can look also however you want. There's no labels or should be pairings between any of our hobbies and who we are, which I think will be like a branching point that I probably get into a lot today. But, you know, at my core, my job is a corporate strategy. So, you know, there's a reason that I'm into this stuff, not only for the practical benefits, but I truly do think it's where the industry's headed. And it's how we make esports and gaming what we want it to be and what we all know it can be.
Yeah, I think that's a really good segue into our panel introduction, because when people think about esports and people think about gamers, they have a vision in their mind, right? Like they think of someone. If you're not involved in esports, it's maybe like the South Park meme. If you're involved in esports, it's still, you know, it looks a certain way. But why is that like that? I mean, in a study last year, I think about half of gamers identified as women. But when you look at esports viewership, I think the number is somewhere much lower. 23% of esports viewers identify as women. This is also up from around 20% 4 years ago, and this obviously doesn't include our non-binary, non-binary individuals. So, you know, we have this vision. You know, a lot of people play video games, but not everyone watches video games. We don't have the numbers on queer participation. There's not a lot of numbers on BIPOC participation. You know, the data is still not quite there. But my question is, you know, the first question I would love to discuss is the current demographic being intentionally targeted by esports brands, esports corporations. That's actually a great word that I'm going to use from now on. Who do you think is being targeted by these brands and organizations right now?
Yeah, fantastic question. It's where you want to be thinking, because like every industry, it's fueled by making money, and that's not like a bad thing, right? Because we want this thing we do called esports to generate revenue, because that means the players are valuable. It means the game designers who made the game is valuable, right? So it's great that we're talking about making money, but here's the problem. And to answer the question, we have been making money in the esports industry from essentially the same group of people. Now, I would say these are your early adopters, right? These were the people who were really into Halo as a competitive thing, who didn't have any second doubts or qualms about, yes, I want to spend my Saturday in a LAN for 12 hours. I mean, that was me, right? But we also have to acknowledge that lifestyle, the demographic, the access to these places, these colleges, and oftentimes these colleges that were wealthy enough to even hold these tournaments, that would then you would find the success in esports. It creates a very similar demographic. It creates this, 18 to 35-year-old male pocket with some disposable income, probably a job in tech or STEM or something with computers, a PC person at their core. He or she is always connecting gaming with that of the PC, which makes it easy to sell PC peripherals and the keyboards and the mice. And, I could go on, but the fact remains is that there has been a consistent base of esports consumer. And that's just a fact. But what we also see is the same way that the video game industry and the same way that the other pockets of gaming that don't have this sort of a gatekeeping issue that we've seen in esports, as Lindsay said, 50% of gamers identify as women. It's a big pocket, and esports, to its detriment, continues to use the same strategy, the same user acquisition strategies, the same aesthetics when it comes towards their apparels and productions. So what we first need to do is acknowledge that, one, esports can look, feel, and sound and have a completely different, vibe, a completely different atmosphere, one that isn't made by, stemmed from and created, from this one pocket. And it's not their fault that they were the first adopters of esports, but it kind of does become problematic when, now that we have the levers of control, well, do we really want esports to look the same as it has for the past 10 years in the West? I don't want that to be the case, and I know there's lots of people that don't. So I guess that would be the shortest but also most contextual way to answer why it's so strange that we keep kind of targeting the same person in esports.
Yeah. Amanda, do you have anything you want to add to that? I mean, Nick covered a lot of
no,
topics,
that was pretty magical.
I
you.
agree. I agree. And I love what Nick was talking about there. He was saying, esports orgs, esports brands are fueled by making money, and that's not a bad thing to say. I think we shy away from that. We're like, oh, we're doing it for the betterment, blah, 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 blah. No, you need money to do things. You need money to do things.
It's very important.
It's very important to do things.
Or else you can't do the things.
You can't do the
because
things.
you run out of money. Yeah.
And we talk about making esports more inclusive, about I'm saying extending the invitation because Nick made that up, and I love that phrase. But we say extending the invitation to our female gamers, to our queer gamers, to our BIPOC gamers, and it should be a thing that we do because that's the right thing to do, right? Esports should be it for everyone. But what we're going to try and work on in the next 30 to 40 minutes is why that's a good idea financially. Why in a business sense that's a very good thing financially, because we have really good numbers about how the queer population spends and how women spend. And the fact of the matter is, in the general market, women drive 80% of spending. 80% of spending is driven by women. But you're not intentionally targeting women with your esports apparel, and I'm not talking about esports dresses. Please never make that again. And in terms of the queer population, gay men and lesbians have a higher income, a median income, than the straight population. And gay men are actually spending 30% more than their straight counterparts. So if you engage the queer population, if you engage the female demographic, you're gonna get more merch sales. You're gonna sell more stuff.
And also, Lindsay, there's a very important point you made too about the average income of these demographics, right? That's like a very real stat, because say, for example, and this is one that I use often to illustrate this. Pardon me if I've gotten some sense wrong, but if you take a sports fan, right, a consumer transaction with that sports fan is on average around like $60. But if you take your average transaction between an esports fan, it's on average around $4.80 or around that area, you know, like that sub dollar. And part of why that is because so much of the current demographic, they're either students or they're younger, or they're not really in a headspace that their gaming experience is amplified by anything that could be purchased, right? Like they have the gameplay, it's a free-to-play thing, they're playing with the multiplayer friends, that's it. Yeah, it's very hard to maybe add a premium, a fan event in which people pay, X dollars to see your team and get photos with them, right? That's probably something that they're not going to be able to pay for, and not only pay for in their culture, that's not even a thing, or like in their milieu of how they spend their time. That demographic doesn't regularly even go to fan signings or go to fan events. And yet you could look at another demographic, say, young women that attend conventions, the anime convention crowds, right? If you look at the way in which these industries have been able to monetize this fandom, it is in things that the esports industry continues to not do. We don't do the sort of like fan signing events, the fan service things. How come all of these Overwatch leagues teams spend so much time amping up these groups of players, and then when it comes towards the execution of making it like a fan-friendly event, and we just don't have that. So the industry is leaving money on the table, and to my original point, it's very prescient to look at the spending capabilities of other demographics, because if you can make a reliable bet that there is a queer demographic that has a lot of dispendable income and is highly interested in esports or highly interested in this culture, in this gaming community, then you're going to be able to better tailor your products, your innovations, your pivots to maybe get some of that consumer pie. And this sort of conversation often does not happen at all in some of the revenue discussions between esports teams and orgs. And I wouldn't say it's necessarily their fault. It's because, like, in order to survive in esports for the most part, people stick to what they know.
Totally.
Or at least that's my slant on it, right? I mean, maybe it was a world weary, but it is a problem that will definitely not solve itself, right? It does take the people who have worked long enough to get into a position to make decisions in esports. You have to start questioning your own decisions. Like, how many times have you made that same call? Have you made that same event, or have you made that same panel, or you had the same style of tournament and it's the same type of caster, it's the same vibe? Like, yeah, maybe that's why you're getting the same audience or the same, a diminishing returns on engagement, but that's a whole nother thing. In esports, digital media.
You literally just sparked like so much thought in my mind right now. So like, when you're in esports, if you've been in esports for 10 years, if you've been in esports for even 5 years, even like 2 or 3 years, it feels more comfortable. You feel comfortable most of the time, right? Like you it's your home, it's your work environment. It's what you know and what you do. And if you want to build a stream community, if you want to build a Discord community, if you want to build a fan base, if you want to sell tickets to your event, if you want to sell merch, you have to make people, first and foremost, feel comfortable. And when you're in power, and when you've been in esports for so long, and when you look like the other people who work with you, it's really hard to think, how can I make these people feel comfortable? Because people aren't going to buy your merch if they don't feel comfortable with your company, right? Like, I buy EG merch, I buy Team Liquid merch. I haven't bought a single piece of FaZe merch. I haven't bought a single piece of merch from these companies that, I'm not saying there's anything wrong with FaZe. I'm just saying I don't feel comfortable. I don't see anyone on their roster that looks like me. I don't see them putting on events that I would like to go to. You have to make them feel comfortable. And that's the part that I think so many companies and organizations are missing, is that the first step isn't flashy marketing. The first step isn't, huge prize pools. The first step isn't anything other than, are you making these people feel comfortable? And that first step is, you might be hiring people who don't look like you. And that can be really hard. And I'm not saying hire for diversity's sake. No one's ever saying that. Like, hire, qualified people who don't look like you. It's very easy, right? It's easy. And sometimes that involves hiring non-endemic individuals. But that's not a bad thing, right? We think in esports, non-endemic is bad, non-endemic is bad. But having someone who is the world's best marketer, who might not know esports, they can learn esports. They can learn content. Those skills that they have will transfer over. So I'm going to make you respond to this, Amanda, because it's just who I am. But how, in your opinion, because you at Tyrus, you make queer content creators feel comfortable. At QWE, you make queer content creators feel comfortable. How can you take your knowledge, and you, Nick, too, after Amanda, and how would you recommend people make these non-targeted demographics, these non-focused demographics feel comfortable in esports?
Awesome, Doc. Yeah, no, that's a really great question. I would say kind of like back to the point of seeing that representation that you're talking about. Great example. One of my content creators on my roster was approached by an esports org, and they sent the deck, and it's got the about us, who we are, and their team, and it was all a bunch of white dudes. And my female LGBT plus content creator was like, hard pass, man. I don't even want to hear about it. That's not a welcoming place for me. I feel like I may be an outcast. And I think having those faces be represented so that you're captivating all audiences, all content creators, and everyone alike, and kind of putting additional manpower behind building processes so that you can bring on those non-endemic people. Because at a certain point, you're going to run out of all of the qualified people in gaming, and you need to start reaching out to other sectors. That's a big thing that I'm doing at Tyrus right now, is creating these document and process guides so I can bring people from other spaces in and train them, and they don't need to have that specific gaming experience. That is all. Thank you.
Yeah, and I'd love to add on too, just, hiring is difficult, right? Because at the one hand, we try to pretend that hiring is like not an impartial thing, like when it totally is. It's like the most subjective thing ever. It's literally just one human making a decision about another. Like, you never know someone's potential. You never know if they're going to be a good worker. You never know if they're going to be disciplined, if they're going to have a spark, or if they're going to put in it. You have no idea, right? So just before I say anything, that is the understanding of anyone who's ever hired. You really don't know. But at the same time, I've always found that if I keep seeing the same type of team being formed, if I keep seeing kind of the same familiar faces, the same familiar energies, or probably most importantly, the same familiar foundation of knowledge and experience being like the leader, being the directorial point of view, when it's always that same experience base, when in this case in esports is the same a generational of experience. Yes, you have a lot of experience between 2000 and 2015 in esports. So you've been through all the same ups and downs as a lot of the other people. So maybe when you are trying to make these decisions, it's all kind of slanting the same. So when I see a team that keeps looking very familiar, I always think they're probably hitting the same targets. Like, they're just reaching for the same targets. Every year they're trying to reach the same a milestone, or they're trying to grasp the same, what they view is an esports success, or they're trying to hold the same esports party, right? Whereas I wonder what the team would look like if from the very get-go we said, we're going to try to capture female gamers $1, and we're going to actually also try to capture the dollar of Black gamers, and we think there's tons of Indian and Brazilian gamers. Like, what if that was your angle or your target, even in any vector of your esports revenue, machine? What if it was the content you created? What if it were the business synergies you try to create? What if it were your collegiate outreach, right? And then all of a sudden you realize how like insular your team really was. All of a sudden you start realizing, wow, my current team isn't equipped to make these connections. They're not equipped to, make these leaps to other industries. It's why earlier in the conversation, I believe Lindsay was talking about how important it is to hire non-endemic people. I second that, because it's not just, are you hiring a bunch of diverse people in terms of race or ethnicity, but also in terms of experience. I love hiring people from like the medical field, because they have a people-centered approach that helps the esports avoid burnout, that helps the esports industry treat our players better, that help the esports industry say, hey, maybe we should have more bathrooms in this venue, because, there's just someone who's coming at it from a different pool of knowledge. And that's just one example. I've hired people who come from like the government, and oh my God, all of a sudden they're bringing a level of like minutia and like the crossing the T's and the dotting their I's that a lot of esports startups need. So I definitely highly recommend people to get out of this thinking that a diversity hire is in any way for any other purpose than making you gain more money. If you're hiring someone for any other reason than I believe they can help us capture a new sector of esports, then you're just doing it wrong, or you just like understand your role in like corporate management wrong. And especially in a market as wide open as esports, there is no like scarcity here. Esports and gaming is a product that can be served to everyone. So for you to say, no, there's a reason we hired the same group of thinkers, you better have a really good reason to the people giving you money as to why this strategy is somehow unique or different and somehow going to capture a new audience in the next 5 years. If you don't, then you're probably not going to be working in esports and do that in 2027. And that's probably as blunt as I can be to some of my contemporaries.
And I love, Nick, what you're saying is hire more people from more diverse backgrounds. And this is a really important point that gets missed sometimes in these discussions. He's not saying hire less cis white men, right? Because there's enough jobs for everyone who's experienced enough to have a job. Everyone with the right skills and qualifications. And I think sometimes inclusion panels, we always say cis white men, cis white men, cis white men. But cis white men aren't the problem. The problem is the lack of hiring practices. And I just want to throw in a quick trigger warning so I can say a statistic. If self-harm is something that's triggering for you, please mute me for the next 15 seconds. I'm just going to give you a quick second to do that. But cis white men are not doing well in terms of mental health. The highest rate of suicide is in middle-aged white men. And that is because there is that catchphrase, right? That they're the enemy. And the thing is that it's just the same thing about like feminism isn't a stick to beat people with, right? The way that you bring people up isn't to bring other people down. Inclusion doesn't come from exclusion. We're not saying that cis white men should have less opportunities. We're saying that everyone else should have those opportunities too, right? Because if you have a board of entirely people from the same demographic, those people are going to make decisions based on their life experiences, their knowledge, and the way that they see the world. And we all see the world differently. We all have our own realities, and all of our realities are valid, and they're based on their past experiences. And if you have people making decisions who have all had the same past experiences, you're going to miss the mark. And if you miss the mark, you're going to make less money. I am a queer woman, and I often, Pride Month comes around and everyone's like, oh, she's great. Let's do her. Let's pick her for this panel. But the fact of the matter is, yes, I'm a queer woman, but I'm cis, right? I'm white. I'm a doctor. I'm femme presenting. I don't have these experiences. I've never experienced racial discrimination in my entire life. I've never been discriminated against because I identify as a different gender than I was born. Right? These are things that I have limitations on. And so if you ask me a question about those things, I have no personal experience, and I'm not going to be as adequate to respond. I'm not going to be as good to respond as some of my counterparts. Diversity and inclusion is powerful and meaningful and can be paramount for your business. So I want to continue on that topic and ask y'all a question. What are some companies, it doesn't have to be in esports, it doesn't have to be in gaming, that you have seen do inclusion well? or some companies that you've seen do inclusion really poorly. So if you guys have any ideas. If not, I got some.
I loved the Burger King Twitter post about women being in the kitchen. That was fun. That was interesting. That was an experience to experience.
Yeah, I mean, I'd say that I sometimes think that like Blizzard and Riot and some of the bigger players in esports, like I know for a fact there are individuals in those orgs who like they know they're in the right state of mind. I really think they're like making the right steps to really, like we were mentioning for, expand the esports invitation. And because they know, and they've been doing it long enough to start recognizing what exclusion looks like, especially when it comes to like dividing game communities. At the same time, I will say that I think Blizzard and how they're handling Hearthstone esports is really bad. And I think the women in the Hearthstone community have been very vocal for some time about just not having zero to little interest about attending events in person due to just, you know, a multiple number of factors, but also a very simple one. They're not comfortable, right? They failed that very first checkpoint that we were all mentioning. The women there just don't feel comfortable, even though these are women that have won, you know, the world championships. These are women that have competed at the highest level of Hearthstone. These are the pros. These are the people with the supposed power, the pro players with all of the streamers, and yet they don't even want to show up to the events because, you know, they're either out of, you know, a 90% of the players are male, and then there's only maybe a 2 slots, it seems, as if for like women players, as almost as if there's this rotation. They've been very public in saying these things, and Blizzard have just been pretty silent about it. You know, there's even been some certain community leaders that were named as part of the issue, but you know, this is all steps in the wrong direction when individual teams, or like maybe in the case of a Blizzard and Hearthstone, right? When an individual team loyalty becomes more important than the community you're serving, then, you know, that's a pretty quick recipe to lose a lot of engagement and support online, right? Like, and this isn't any sort of, you know, shame on you, a Blizzard. This is almost just like practical understandings of what you're communicating to your community, right? So I would say any org that listens to their influencers or their community members when they like bring up this important things, yeah, if you at least go and start taking some steps, you're already ahead of the curve. And then I guess on the other end of it, if you are in some of these big companies, you know, with the Blizzards, the Riots, the Epics, you know, I've seen a lot of good journalism work start with just a couple petitions or some emails, or just, you know, really writing down something you see because you didn't think it was good and it made everyone feel uncomfortable. It really does start with that. So
yeah, I think it's also like when we have examples, when we ask for examples of things done wrong, there's so many examples, like the Burger King tweet that Amanda's coming up with, you know, Hearthstone, the Twitch partner party at TwitchCon 2019. Remember when they just had the drinks out? Like just no bartender, drinks were just out. Yeah. Like, what? And, you know,
why does every celebration of gaming fandom have to include copious amounts of alcohol? Like, who are the people planning these parties, right? Like, every single time without fail. And it's like, man, don't even get me started about the way that divides the community. It does, but
that's a really good point, because there are like really prominent esports people who don't drink. Like Jess Brohard is very open with the fact that she does not drink, and she, you know, she's really open with the fact that it does exclude her from a lot of parties and events, and she doesn't, you know, go to because of this, because of the pressure to drink and the pressure to imbibe. But I mean, we could have a whole panel on that. But I want to talk about really quickly, because both of you know I love this example of inclusion done properly. So everyone, go get your gym jams, make some hot tea, because it's story time, and we're gonna journey to a place far, far away, the 1990s. Fashion very similar to where it is right now. Nick's fit would blend in very nicely.
Thank you.
You're welcome. And Subaru was a car company that their sales were declining. They were struggling. People thought of their cars as sturdy but drab. And so they hired a marketing firm that said, sell more cars. And so the marketing firm did what good marketing firms went back and said, who is buying our cars right now? And they found it was educators, outdoorsy folks, and then small pockets of single women who were living in P-Town, Northampton, certain areas of the Pacific Northwest. And so they put all those people in focus groups and they said, why do you like our cars? And what the marketing agency found was that other pocket was lesbians. Lesbians loved Subarus in the 1990s. So Subaru, this was like years before Ellen DeGeneres came out, years before we had Don't Act, Don't Tell. Gay marriage is not legal. It's still highly, highly criticized by the public. So Subaru said, let's target lesbians, but let's do it correctly. So they created this marketing campaign that was subtle, but was based on their understanding of the community. So in their car, if you look up these images, because they're so good. It's a picture of a car, and it says, "Get out, stay out." But then on the license plate, it says "Xena Lover," right? Or another one says something like, "It's not a choice, it's the way we're built." And then the license plate says P-Town. And unless you go to P-Town, you have no idea what P-Town is, right? Unless you know what Xena Lover means, you have no idea what Xena Lover means. And flash forward to the early 2000s or mid 2000s, Subaru was the only car company, US based, that didn't lose market shares. They did the best. And this is because, I'm telling you, it's because of their LGBTQA following. Lesbians love Subaru. And that is, I can say that.
That's amazing.
Isn't it, Nick? Isn't it?
It is amazing. That is so fascinating, right? It's like, and it's precisely, I think, the same potential that a product as ubiquitous as video games and the competition of esports is, I think one thing I always remark about is cosplayers. And this is going to sound like a tangent, but I swear it will all come back to Subarus, right? I've worked with cosplayers a lot, and I've spent a lot of time with cosplayers, and they are really super fans of whatever IP, or really super fans. And the only other level of super fan I've seen is like the esports competitor. And when a group of cosplayers and a group of real esports diehards hang out, I feel like they really just get along because they just have the same level of passion. And what always has struck me is that esports is so quick to recognize and support and champion one expression of intense fandom, which is, I love the gameplay, I master the gameplay, and the result of the gameplay is what means I'm the biggest fan, or it's where I get my thrill. But then there's this other way of expressing this passion, which is the cosplaying, which is the artistry, the makeup, the sewing. It's literally building it. And it's just as obsessive. And you see the same thing with fan artists. You see the same thing with fan writers. You see the same thing with so many of these pockets of fandom. And I've always thought that's one of the lowest hanging fruits for esports revenue. So why does this have to do with Subarus? Is I think right now we already know who are the type of people that really love cosplay and fan art, and so it's we already have that data out there. And I feel as if it's only a matter of time until a group of marketers are able to put the lines together and say, you know what, which characters or which IP really does appeal to a non-binary folk, or which character or which storyline have we made that is actually, this is how we should be marketing this, or which group or community do we already have as fans? But we don't even know. Like, we don't even realize that this community loves our IP. And then as, a result, you can make tournaments for this community. You can make special days for this community. You can make special drops for this community, products for this community. So it's all, why I love this a Subaru story, and I had to go look up the ads. They really are great. Why I love the Subaru story is because it just shows, like, this is the sort of disruption you can do by spending the time to, like, care about who is consuming your product. And I feel as if video games and esports, we need to start caring about who's actually consuming this product we put out, because the assumption is that it's the same crowd, but it's not. Like, that's just not anymore. That assumption's wrong, and it's really, like, outdated. And we do need to start listening to marketers that have exciting, disruptive ideas, and we need to start finding a way to, I'll say it until I'm blue in the face, extend the invitation to esports, because now it looks like a really closed party. It's like a glass party, this big window. It looks so cool. How can I join? Well, I really don't know. If you're not a Twitch streamer, I guess you can't play video games competitively, right? It's like, so there's so much more we can do. Love that story.
Well, and one thing that Subaru didn't do was slap a rainbow on it and be like, look, now we like gay people. And I think that's a big thing that a lot of companies make the mistake of like, look, we made a Pride t-shirt. We added a rainbow flag to our logo, and here you go. And it lines up with June, and then it kind of dissipates. I think, going along with this subtlety of being like, hey, we get you. Like Provincetown, P-Town, if you're not familiar with the LGBT plus community, you have no idea what the hell that is. And so all of us queer people were like, oh, fam, we see you. You see us, we see you. And being able to have that, whether it's with marketing, firms that advise these companies, whether it's nonprofits like QWE, we go in and we actually consult and do DEI training with companies. However you need as an organization or a company to understand and get that message, that's really how you need to do it, is with the people that know, not someone that's like, my uncle's best friend's brother's gay, and I think he likes this, and maybe one time he said that. You need to have those actual people.
Well, it's even more to your point, the more we become comfortable just as a society, identifying through the internet and through what we post and through what we consume and who we follow and how we create these profiles, the more important it is for the individual, a consumer, to see a reflection that looks like themselves. Because we've already sold, our collective consumer sold to the internet and all this, right? So now it's up towards the other side, like, help us join the communities we want to, right? Like, we were thinking about examples of devs that did it right, and this conversation reminded me of Apex Legends when they announced that Bloodhound was a non-binary, and it was just part of the character's lore. That was it. It wasn't some like, oh, we're gonna put this little tiny hint or this straight. No, it was like, yeah, like we've created this character. Bloodhound is non-binary, and that was something that, like, wow, I see myself. It's like, as I'm playing Apex Legends, someone can be, this is fantastic. I now have, maybe it's a loyalty, or maybe it's a little bit of just a good feeling about the brand. But you keep doing that, and now that is why Subaru, again, didn't experience that decline, because they had this loyalty. And I think, we've all seen what a loyalty can do for esports and, like, game companies. Look at the Blizzard of old, when they were, like, loved by their fans, right? Like, that was through, like, years and years and years of getting them, of understanding them. It was like, like the Blizz fans were the same as the Blizz devs. But now, as we all, I guess what I'm trying to say is, we expect more from the people who are offering us, this is what esports is. Like, I just expect more nowadays. Like, I expect you to have thought this through more. I expect you to have kind of, thought about me as a more complex consumer. Like, I'm kind of bored watching the same teams and the same kind of setup on the same stakes with the same everything. Like, and I feel as if a lot of people are sensing that boredom, And thankfully, it's coming out with a bunch of young content creators doing disruptive stuff because they're so bored. But we're going to see more of that, I think.
Yeah, definitely. One final thought before we start getting to the wrap ups is I love Fortnite. I love Fortnite so much. If anyone has ever spoken to me, they know I love Fortnite. And I used to watch Fortnite all the time. I was always watching it. If I was cooking, if I was folding laundry, I always had a Fortnite stream on. But there exists this huge lack of high profile queer or female identifying Fortnite streamers, and a lot of them got out because of the toxicity of the community. And I stopped watching Fortnite on Twitch because I didn't really like any of the people who were showing up in my top 10, and so my viewership went down. If we're gonna watch people who make us feel comfortable. We're gonna watch people who don't bore us. And so if you are a streamer or a content creator who manages to keep the queer population engaged, or the BIPOC population engaged, or the women engaged, that's going to be huge for your viewership, because we're not going to talk in chat unless we feel comfortable. We're not going to show up to your stream unless we feel comfortable. So yeah, I mean, I don't have any more thoughts. I'll turn it over to you guys. Have any final closing thoughts you want to talk about?
Because I think you made a really good point about making people feel comfortable on one's own stream and platform. I give a shout out to Carnage, who his mod team and him as a streamer, they put in a lot of work to try to make it a safe and fun and friendly place. So that's also the forces that we're working against. It's easy to create a toxic cesspool environment. You just do nothing. You just do nothing. So it's there's always going to be that on the internet, right? But there is value. Yeah. But to that point, and you can look at Uncle Carnage, and it'll be the last thing I'll say, practical advice, there is value in that. He's created a valuable community that sees, oh wow, this streamer is taking me seriously, as an adult. They're knowing that I'm spending my time with them, and I don't want to be seeing this horrible, cesspool, horrible language in my stream chat. So because of that, he's a very loyal following. And I think more people have access to that if they realize the power of just kind of staying firm and creating a community that people want to join, because they're not as common as you think, a safe spot in which someone really feels like they're protected. It's pretty hard to find nowadays.
I was talking to a streamer the other day. His name's Arkham. He's really good at Fortnite, consistently winning FNCS, Cash Cups. And his chat is remarkably accepting and remarkably positive for the Fortnite community. And I asked him how he did that, and he said, half of my mods are women. Half of his mods are women. And that simple fact, right? I'm not saying male mods are bad, but they're less able to pick up on stuff that's going to make women uncomfortable. And so having mods who are a part of the community you want to engage, and they're going to provide you with feedback that you might not otherwise, be heard of. It's just we keep going, hire more diverse crowds, right? That's what we just keep talking about, whether or not it's for your board or for your moderators. Y'all, this was incredible. We are gonna go ahead and wrap up. I'm gonna let people know where I can find me, and then I'm gonna head over to you guys after that. And if you have any final thoughts, please let us know. Once again, I'm GamerDoc. You can find me on Twitter at GamerDoc_. While you're there, make sure you go head over to Queer Esports as well. We are an open Discord community. Everyone's welcome, allies. It doesn't matter. As long as you support making gaming for everyone, you're welcome. You can also find me, I'm a big time streamer now. So you can find me Tuesday mornings, Wednesday afternoons, and Friday afternoons on twitch.tv/GamerDocQWE. I am going to be building a Lego set as well as playing Fortnite. So if you'd like to see grown women smash things, you will see that on my stream. Amanda, where can they find you?
LinkedIn is an amazing place. Look up my first and last name, Amanda Solomon. I am there. So professional and businesslike. I know. I check it all the time, as well as Twitter. It's my gamer tag, which is Leilani. I'm not going to spell it for you. LinkedIn's the place to go. Off to you, Nick.
Yeah. First of all, I love the big time streamer playing with Legos. That's like actually big time streamer, like mogul moves though. Like, can you imagine 72-hour a Lego stream? Can I build the biggest fort? That's like a 10 million view stream easy.
I can do it.
You can just do it. You can find me, I guess, on Twitter, Nick Dorazio 3RD. Nick Dorazio, DORAZIO. Or you can just go to inventglobal.com. You know, that's all the cool work we do. This was really awesome. And if you ever want to play like Melee, or if you ever want to play Warcraft 3, those are my competitive games. It's very esports boomer, but it's what I have. So
Warcraft 3 over Age of Empires?
Oh yeah, any
Interesting.
day.
Okay.
I mean, Warcraft 3 is the GOAT, absolute GOAT.
I might have to start playing that. Also, big shout out to Invent Global. Nick had originally invited me to participate in a panel that was similar to this discussion, and we've kind of morphed it. So shout out to Invent Global for doing the work, putting their money
Shout out to
where their
us.
mouth is. Yeah. Y'all, thank you so much for tuning in. Thank you to DreamHack for prioritizing these discussions. This is what matters, right? This is putting these discussions in front of viewers is what matters. So big shout out to DreamHack, and thank you all so much for tuning in. That's all we got. Have a good convention.
Bye, everybody.
Have you ever wondered where your old Walkman has gone? You guessed right. It's where all your other stuff ends up too. The moon. This special day should have been the most fantastic one of my moon days yet. But then, I got picked up and everything went dark. I have to get back again. And so I began preparing everything. And now that you're finally here, I'm closer to home than ever.
Gather round, children. Let me tell you about the wilds. We explored untamed lands in search of a new home. The war was behind us, yet many battles lay ahead. Many joined our cause and helped us rebuild. Others sought to destroy us. Children? What was I saying? Where am I?
Oh yeah! Trick Shot is a fast-paced, extreme sports shooter where players dodge bullets and take out opponents as they skate ramps, grind, parkour, complete tricks, and kills for the most points to win using hover skates or hoverboards. Players earn a collective of points across both skating and shooting activities. They also earn bonus points based on the trick difficulty, marksmanship, and for maintaining a continuous combo. Air tricks equal ammo. Load up your weapon instantly by successfully completing any air trick. Judge your airtime correctly to pull off harder tricks for more ammo. Grind tricks equal health. Heal as you run into the action or as you escape the ambush. Keep your balance for bigger sparks and more healing as you pull off harder tricks for more health. Ground tricks equal shields. A little armor goes a long way if you want to survive. Get battle hardened as you pull off harder tricks for more shields. What are you waiting for? Come fly with us as we pull off the world's greatest trick shot.
You meddling kids!
Hello there, lovely people over at DreamHack. I'm Lena, a community manager over at Wired, and today with me I have Kyle Rocha from Luminawesome Games. Hello Kyle, can you introduce yourself a little bit to people over at DreamHack?
Hi everybody, I'm Kyle, as Lena said. I worked on a lot of the code, and I did all the art for Lumo.
Alright, so Kyle, we're here today to play through the demo, like people would do at conventions. This is my very first playthrough of this, so this will be like me actually being at the convention and having an opportunity to play through the game with a developer actually by my side to talk about things, and I will be asking you questions. So if you're ready, yeah, you ready for all of my questions?
Let's do it.
Let's do it. All right, so first of all, Lumo, yeah, cute, little, squishy, adorable thing. How did Lumo came to be? How did you decide that this is what the character in the game gonna look like, you know, design-wise and everything-wise, you know?
So we wanted to make this sort of underwater feeling world, and but we basically the entire thing is just was a constantly evolving design. You know, we started
Lumo
as like
didn't always look this way, right?
No,
So there were
Lumo
like,
was sorry, go ahead.
what was the first Lumo prototype? What did Lumo look like at first? Was it a square? Was it just a blob? What was it?
Yeah, Lumo was a cube. The whole world was supposed to be like all these sort of weird living crystals.
Okay.
And it didn't really resonate with people. You know, living rocks turned into this sort of like mechanical thing. All the sounds start to sound mechanical. Everything starts to sound like a Transformers movie. And so we kind of decided that we wanted to add some organic elements. So we started going down this path of, you can see like the checkpoint here.
Yep.
It's sort of like a mixture. There's like
so it
organic
doesn't-
elements and like crystals.
Yeah, and the checkpoints that don't let me go back, right? So it just
No,
closed and it
no
won't let
going
me go back. Okay, got it.
Yeah, so over the span of our development, like 4 or 5 years, sort of like evolved this this organic flavor.
Okay, the
Excuse me.
organic, yeah, the organic flavor. So,
And
yeah, sorry, go ahead.
and then and in the concept art, when we started going down this path, Lumo was like this cube, was still this crystal in a cube, but had this little kind of sphere with the antenna sticking out that would stick out of the cube. And as I was kind of like working with it, I just kind of realized I didn't really like the cube, so I actually just removed it and gave Lumo the little floppy legs. And that was kind of it. It was like sort of we started out like with very, very little like complex art direction, and then we added a whole lot and then just started taking away until we found something that
So
Yeah,
like with
that
every
sort of works.
creature out there, there was an evolution of its own, right? So you took the organic, you say how you were inspired and wanted to add something organic to it. So there was an evolution, a legit evolution like of every underwater creature.
Yeah, legit.
Legit. Lumode is making those cute, adorable sounds whenever I'm jumping or hitting objects. Who voiced Lumo? You know, who's the voice behind Lumo?
There were two actresses that voiced Lumo. Diana Karina, two local voice actors. Diana Karina and I feel bad. I forget the other girl's name. But the two of them did an awesome job. Initially, we had just intended to record one, but during the casting, we had met with a number of people, and we realized like, oh, actually, we should totally get this other voice actor to come in and help us out too. So we ended up sort of just mixing the best stuff that the two of them had done.
Okay, so Lumo actually is voiced by two voice actresses and not just one. That is adorable. And then I am seeing. I think I've just met the first moat. I believe that's what they called. Moats are various things in the world that kind of helped me get through. Where did you get inspiration for those?
These ones are basically a tube worm, which is like a deep sea creature that lives next to underwater volcanoes, and that's sort of where the inspiration for this one came from. Typically, they would have like a really hard shell that they live inside, but ours are, you know, just to suit gameplay, are stretchy all the way through. But they do have like an inner and an outer shell.
Yeah.
Like the outer shell is glass, and then the inner part of the tube. So there's sort of two steps to it.
You said, and you mentioned that before, that Lumode is basically an underwater world and heavily inspired by the underwater creatures. Why did you decide on that? Because you could go with anything, you know, you could go with birds, you could go with jungle, you could go with, I don't know, something in the sky, something in the air. Why did you go with water and underwater?
Yeah, I guess we like the bioluminescence. It was sort of right in our company, like in the name of our company with the anglerfish and stuff. It was just sort of something that we really sort of enjoy. We spend a lot of time at the aquarium, so it just seemed.
So basically, there were a lot of aquarium trips, as in like work trips, right? So part of work was, you know, going to aquarium and just chilling with, you know, fish there, you know,
exactly,
here and there.
Exactly. Yeah, we have a pretty cool aquarium here in Vancouver, so spend a lot of time there in any way. So yeah, when it came to all of this stuff, it was just sort of, there wasn't even any question. It was just, these are the things that interest us. So it was just sort of the aesthetic that happened.
That is very beautiful. I love that aesthetic.
Thank you.
I love that aesthetic. It looks beautiful. So I'm gonna talk a little bit about the colors here. So there's obviously a lot of neon-y vibes, but the two main themes I see on the screen right now is the blue, the platforms that I'm walking on and jumping and hopping on. Oh wait, I just saw a collectible. Never mind. Well, those platforms, they are blue, but yeah, I see things and platforms on the background, around me that are red. What do they mean? What do the colors mean? Why are the things blue and, you know, some other things are red?
Yeah, so you can see down here on the left, you've got this big glowing red orb straight down. So that's actually the master moat, and so you can see,
this
you can
one,
follow
the big
that
one,
red
okay,
power.
got it,
right.
got it.
And so I keep pointing with this Sharpie. I'll put that down.
No worries.
There's so the master moat is in control of the world, and your goal as Lumode is to take control of this entire world from the master moat. And and you do that by pushing your power through the world. So what you're doing here, obviously, you're changing each of these puzzles from red to blue. And so as you do that, you're sort of capturing control. Exactly. And so now you've only brought your power so far here. Now we need to solve a puzzle in order to force that power further and further.
Why did you pick blue and red out of all the colors out there? Why was the choice, going with blue as something that, the color that represents Lumo, yeah, and red as the color that represents the Master Mode? Does that mean that Lumo is a good, represents good, and then Master Mode represents evil, or?
Well, I mean, I suppose that's entirely up to interpretation. Certainly, you're both competing for control over the same world and manipulating the creatures in it. It would really be up for you to decide whether or not the motive is good or bad, though.
All right, so okay, so we don't know yet. So it's kind of like an open end, and it's kind of like an open thing, open for the interpretation. But still, with the colors, why did you go for blue and red and not, let's say, I don't know, purple and green, like Joker things,
Yeah, like we could have totally gone down the path of instead of like the hero primaries, we could have gone with the sort of secondary colors. Yeah, a lot of that actually just comes down to, it's almost cultural, right? Like, we had the light wires, the blue ones originally were green to match your color. And the reason you're green is because it's that sort of tradition, like a classic bioluminescent color. So the two problems came up. One was that it was just difficult to distinguish Lumo from the ground when, like, you were standing on a big pool of it. If it was all green and you were green, you were just hard to see. The other thing is, it becomes really challenging to mix green and red and not make it feel like Christmassy. That's what I was saying by like cultural, like, in Canada here, whenever you see red and green, it just looks like Christmas colors, and it's just like too much. So so those are basically the two reasons. One is strictly a technical, and the other one was just a personal preference. And then, like, obviously, even the red, it's like a little more pink. Like, we stay a little more on the cool side, and that's more just like, it gives it like a bit more of like a high energy vibe. And all of this is also supposed to have that sort of like feeling like it's under black light. We have like we do a lot of things to push the stuff into cooler colors, or even like all of our bloom, like all the glow has like a purple hue in it, in order to give it that a little bit of that like feeling like you're like, it's not just bioluminescent, but it's got this.
There are a lot of colors. As you mentioned, there are a lot of colors, because besides just seeing red, I also see purple, and then bits of yellow over here. And then when Luma is walking over blue, there are obviously some shades of purple there as well, and obviously green as well. This is really, 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 really beautiful looking, and I can't help but admire it. From the technical point of view, how difficult is it to make the world look that beautiful, that gorgeous, to manage all of those colors and make them responsive? Because see, the platform gives me a shade of purple the moment I jump on it. How difficult is it to make the world as responsive to your actions with in sense of the color,
It took quite a while to sort of, I mean, we knew that we wanted things that you touch and bump into to sort of, respond and stuff. It's fun and playful that way. In terms of getting it all to interact with the color, in fact, the light wires, they were one of the very first things we did. So they've been sort of like that for a long time.
Yeah.
I don't know if it was, I would say it's difficult. It certainly took a long time to do everything, because it's like, oh, we want to add, how do we get, how do things respond when you touch them here and there? And in the end, a lot of this stuff actually came out, like you can even see this dude here that you just grabbed.
Yeah,
when they
pulse
and flash.
Yeah.
This is actually all done with the audio. So our audio designer, Paul Ruske, he just designed all the sound, and then we actually hooked his sound up as visual feedback. So every single creature is actually doing a little bit of like audio visualization for you. So, and it even causes the particles to spawn. So like whenever you see the little bursts of particles, that's driven directly by the audio.
That is curious. I would have never thought that.
Yeah, and so one of the things that came out of this is Paul actually, once he had this control, he realized, oh, my sounds, because my sounds are actually dictating the behavior of these visual effects, I'm now going to actually go back and rework some of my audio in order to make the visuals and the audio more interesting, right? So like these things tend to have like these really impactful sounds now, where the little chirps and chimes and stuff, and then they cut off really quickly, so you get this very distinguished visual presence to them as well, which so this sort of character of them comes from the audio, but then the audio needed to basically act as a way to animate them, so it's actually kind of a cool system.
It is a very cool system. Another very cool thing about Lumo is that you guys build it on a custom engine. Can you tell me a little bit about that?
Yeah, so originally we started in Unreal. I had a lot of history with Unreal, like even just growing up, like I made Unreal mods in the original version of the Unreal Engine. And then the first seed of this game was actually an Unreal Game Jam. We slowly over time, as we developed this voxel stuff to build all the puzzles, so all the puzzles are built using like a little voxel tool. What we started to run into a lot of problems at the time existed. Unreal doesn't have these problems anymore, but they basically centered around just like sort of rebuilding physics data at runtime, and we wanted to be able to reconstruct the world in a very efficient way while the game was running, and that was something that you couldn't do on Unreal 4 initially. Could only do that type of work offline, specifically on console. On PC you could do it all anytime, but on console you couldn't. So we had a lot of past experience building game engines. Arn, the other programmer, and I, we worked together at United Front Games on Sleeping Dogs, and worked on a lot of custom game engines in AAA for a long time. And we had a lot of ideas for a new game engine when we left UFG. So this was sort of just, we took this as an opportunity to just see if we could actually take some of that stuff and make it work. And and so that was sort of where Lumo came from.
So basically you've just taken the experience from working on all of the AAA titles and decided, okay, we just want to create our own engine. And that's where Lumo came to be. How difficult is it to just go ahead and create your own engine? Can everybody do that? Can I go and do that?
For sure. I mean, like anyone can make an engine. Certainly, we have lots of prior experience. So we've done a lot of things wrong. So we know what not to do wrong now. But not everything. We certainly don't know everything not to do wrong. But that we have like a sturdy foundation upon which to execute on something like this. There's definitely a community of people who are just learning game dev and find the whole process of building game engines interesting. And they spend most of their time doing that instead of actually making games, and I think that's program away, man. Just like have fun, do whatever you want to do. So yeah, I mean, if you wanted to try it, there's Casey Moriarty has a fantastic series on basically taking a game from beginning to end. Handmade Hero is the YouTube channel.
Yep.
Or Molly Rocket is his YouTube channel. The series is called Handmade Hero. And he basically goes from start to finish, like from one empty text file to like a full game. And so you can get like the entire process in C++, the way the way you would sort of see it done in the way we did it.
Yeah, but I mean, you almost make it sound easy, but I'm pretty sure it's not.
Well, it's easy. It just takes time, right?
Okay,
like it's a complicated piece of machinery for sure, but it doesn't. it's not an impossible task. It's just, yeah, it just takes time to like learn all the stuff. But if you had the motivation and you wanted to do it, certainly, we're not special. Like, people can do these things for sure.
No, I'm pretty sure. What I'm trying to say is that every game is special, and Lumo is for sure a special one. I think I've just cracked a couple of puzzles that actually, I don't know how effortless I make it look, but maybe you can see my brain move here every once in a while. Like, you can see the expression on my face. I'm like, okay, how do we do that? And
no, you're doing good. That's the whole point. The whole point at the beginning of the game here is to teach people with as few prompts as possible. Certainly, we provide some button prompts for some of the basic stuff if you're not really interacting and you're standing in little volumes for too long.
Yep.
But otherwise, you're sort of we want you to just be left to your own devices to figure it out. I think the beginning, this first set of puzzles probably took about as much time as the rest of the game took to make, because we refined this because we wanted it to be this really, really nice progression of teaching you the basic mechanics of the game without having to actually tell you what to do.
Without having the tutorial where it says,
Exactly.
okay, Lumo, so now you go this and you press that button. Yeah, and you kind of wanted it to be, natural. How difficult is it to write a puzzle when creating a puzzle game?
Unfortunately, I can't speak to that directly because Michelle did all the puzzles, but I'll tell you from sitting next to her that
okay.
It can be very difficult. She generally worked in 2D, in like just in a notebook. She would sort of draw them out in 2 dimensions in her notebook, and then that was sort of the beginning of her process. And then she would like design something and then come back once she had like a first pass of it, and then Arn and I would play it and provide her with feedback and like, oh, you get stuck here. She would always get mad at us because we would we would know that we weren't solving it right, but we would pursue things that broke it, and then she'd be like, don't do that, stop trying to break the puzzle.
But isn't this the best way to QA something, per se, to actually go and try to solve it in an entirely different way, though? Yeah,
but I think this early on, she was really hoping for just feedback on the sort of design of the experience of the puzzle, not necessarily whether or not we found holes in it right away on our first playthroughs. So I suspect that was probably more difficult, was just like managing us than actually designing the puzzles.
Were you testing the puzzles just within your team, or did you have like a group of trusted people who you called in for the playtest and kind of like, okay, see, can you fix, can you solve those puzzles in the next like 15 minutes, or how long it's going to take you to do that?
Yeah, we went to PAX quite a bit, and we had this thing in Vancouver called Full Indie, which is just an indie game developer meetup, and it's usually at a pub. So you go and you have some beers and you just like meet other people who like indie games, and you demo your games. And so we got a lot of feedback there at these different events in town. And so usually we would test internally for a while, and then when we would go to those events, we would we would take notes and like gather all this information, and then we would go back and like do like another big iteration, like, oh, this is something we missed here. And we would do that not just with the puzzles, but even just the feel. Initially this grabbing onto things and moving it around was actually a hold, so you'd actually squeeze the trigger down and you'd have to hold it the whole time.
Why did you get rid of that feature?
And it turns out, it's kind of uncomfortable to squeeze a trigger the whole time. Especially if you're like, like if you don't know exactly what you're doing. And then we went through a couple iterations of, just different button presses and stuff like this. Obviously, eventually we arrived here where you just press the button, it grabs, but when you jump, you let go still. So it's sort of like gives you the ability to do all the platforming you would like to do without without having to like squeeze the button down or have to toggle yourself as holding or not holding.
Yep. How difficult is it to think like a gamer when you are the developer, when you're on the other side?
Oh, I mean, certainly just to think like a gamer, we're all gamers. But definitely it's basic. The thing that really is interesting is just the number of different ways people think about problems, right? That's actually the best thing about taking your games to those different events. It's just the number of different ways people go about solving a problem. Means you discover all kinds of things that you never really knew about your, like the way you've designed things, right? Or like you have like all these preconceived notions about how something is supposed to work, and you think, oh, okay, well anybody who plays games is going to know these things. And there's actually lots of people who are like very avid game players, but just because they might even have all the same information, but they don't necessarily seek that information from their brain before other things, right? So they make different types of attempts first. And so that, so it's very difficult to know exactly how 100% of people are going to respond.
How does it feel like during conventions, or right now, we can do that online as well. How does it feel like watching somebody play your game? Is it scary? You nervous? Is it excitement? How does it feel like?
Yeah, I like it. It's just fun. You know, especially in interactions like this, even at expos and stuff. You know, just have these kinds of conversations, and people are asking these questions and just sort of playing through it, and sometimes asking for help, and I really enjoy it. It's a lot of fun.
Do you whenever people ask you for help, do you help them, or do you kind of say, okay, you know, or do you rather give a hint on which direction people should go?
Generally, I just ask, are you sure you want a hint? And I start there, and if they say, yeah, I really want a hint, then I'll sort of like try and give them something. But usually when I ask that, people say no, and then they go on and figure it out. So I know Michelle doesn't like seeing people play. She doesn't even like watching like live streams and stuff. When we did our original PC release, I would watch like every single live stream, because, you know, especially on Steam, people share them onto your community channel, like onto your community board. So I would always go and like watch them, or, you know, watch the recordings of them after and stuff. So I always had a lot of fun watching that stuff. Michelle's just like, no, I don't want people to see, like, I don't want to see it, I don't want to know.
So it's very different. It's very different.
Very
I can
different.
see it's very different. But this is really cool. Music. Can we talk a little bit about music and the sound design of Lumo? First of all, how did you decide that it, you know, so far it's been very, I want to say, meditative, very chill. You know, I kind of feel like I am being underwater, and overall it kind of has a calming effect on me, which also helps me not rage whenever I'm not doing good with a certain puzzle, if you know what I'm saying. Why did you decide, well, you know, what goes into the sound design? You know, did you pursue this mode in particular, or it just kind of, you know, got to be?
So, I mean, obviously, like, our audio guy Paul would be able to speak to this better, but I can say, like, when we originally approached him, we came with this idea that, like, originally when the world was made of crystals, you know, we were thinking about all of this. These sort of, there used to be this, I don't even know if it's a website anymore, Soma FM, and they had all these different electronic music channels on their website, and one of them was called Drone Zone, and it was all this, like, this kind of spacey, it's like chill space sounds music, right? And so that was kind of the initial pitch when we came to Paul. That was sort of one of the things that I was suggesting to him. And so we kind of knew early on that we wanted this kind of vibe. I guess it's sort of like a classic like underwater experience is to sort of have this kind of stuff. So I guess it seems natural. We didn't explore, well, I didn't explore outside the box very much. Paul did actually explore a very wide range of music, lots of things with different types of like dissonance and stuff like that. There's a few of those tracks in here, but generally he settled on stuff that made you a little less uneasy, because some of the tracks made you a little bit uncomfortable, and if you're like stuck in like a really tough puzzle, like having music that's trying to make you feel uncomfortable isn't.
So let's say like you are trying to solve the puzzle and the music is playing like very tense beat that's like that you're kind of like chase, and the time is there.
Yeah.
So you try to
or
avoid
even
that.
just like real like sounds, like almost the types of sounds you might find in like in a horror track like that. Just weird like dissonant, like a theremin or something.
Yeah.
Those things can be a little bit off-putting when you're trying to like play through this sort of zen kind of stuff that we were going for. So yeah.
Oh, I thought, okay, the reason I wasn't moving while you were also talking about music is I didn't expect that we're going to be controlling such a giant boat. This one is a giant, so the camera zoomed out and I'm like, okay, what do we do with this? Is amazing. This is an entirely different feel, because like you play as Luma, as a tiny squishable thing, and then all of a sudden we're taking control.
You got the Chungus here.
Oh wow. Oh wow. There we go. This is what I said, Lumo. My Luma just said, wow. Like, this is what I said. This is absolutely beautiful. This is an amazing experience as a player. My palms are a bit sweaty right now because playing the game right next to the developer, and I was trying to be good at solving puzzles, and I was trying to.
You did great. This is awesome.
Yeah.
One of the things I was going to say, it's unfortunate in the demo here we kind of cover it up. Maybe I should change this, but you can see, like this whole world lit up. Actually, the whole game is in here. So you're when you look down, you're actually looking at all the puzzles. You're seeing the whole world. So at any time you can kind of see your progress here. You can see we've completed this one tower, and then there's 5 more towers down there, and then obviously the big tower where the seat of the master mode is. So it's kind of like it is linear. The first layer is linear. And then the second layer, you have a little bit of like choose your own adventure. There's like 3 different paths you can take, and you can work on them independently. But to some extent, it's kind of like an open world puzzle game. It's like just
open world puzzle game with
down there.
Yeah, with the music that actually calms you down instead of trying to make you uncomfortable. With all of the underwater creature and all of the bioluminescent vibe out there, and also I guess for all of us, not for you, for people at DreamHack playing this, trying this demo, watching this video, and for all of us players to decide whether blue means good and red means bad/evil, because this is something I have not been given an answer on, and now I'm quite curious. All right, this is amazing. I have absolutely enjoyed that. I think you did a beautiful job on Luma. I am excited for the game to come out, and I'm definitely excited to play it when it comes out, to find the answer for all of those questions.
Thanks.
Thank you very much. I had an absolute pleasure playing the game. Thank you for your commentary. I know so much about the game now, and knowing a little bit of behind the scenes on the development makes it way more special to play the game when you know what kind of thoughts and ideas went behind it. So thank you for sharing this valuable knowledge, and thank you for sharing your intake on that. Thank you everybody for watching this video. It was a pleasure. This was Lena from Wired Productions with Kyle Rocha from Luminawesome Games. It was a pleasure being here with you, and talk to you soon, guys. Bye.
Thanks, DreamHack.
Bye.
Bye.
Wyatt. Supervillains are causing global chaos. So suit up, soldiers. It's time to answer the call of duty.
Lock and load. Let's do this. Eat my dirt.
Stay frosty. Time to get back into action! Tiny Troopers Global Ops!
Wyatt. From the clouds they dive, the screams of battle in their lungs. They find each other in the dark embrace of the cold sea.
Alright, hello everybody. Hi DreamHack. I'm Lena from Wired Productions, and today with me I have Thomas Sala, the developer of the Falconeer. Hi Thomas, can you please say hello and introduce yourself as well?
Everybody, welcome to DreamHack. I'm Thomas Sala. I'm the solo developer of the Falconeer. Welcome.
Welcome, and we hope you guys enjoy the show. Falconeer, big news. Falconeer is coming to Switch and PlayStation 4 and 5 on August 5, which is very soon. How do you feel about that?
Super excited. That is such a major milestone. Those are, platforms I had in mind when I designed the game initially, and it's something like Switch is it's close to everybody's heart. I think as a gamer. It's handheld, it's super different, it's very different hardware, so that's been a particularly exciting journey, as well, scary a little bit, because you gotta make it run. And then PlayStation, of course, super exciting with all the haptics and stuff, and 4K, 60 FPS, it's through the roof, so working on PlayStation 5 is amazing.
Yeah, it's been really great. And also Switch OLED edition has just recently been announced, right? So are you happy about the Falconeer, about all of the people playing the Falconeer on the bigger, brighter screen with brighter colors?
Well, I am strictly in the camp. I would love to see just a tad more horsepower, so we can make that 60 FPS, just knock it in there at every point. But the Falconeer, it's all about colors and smooth gradients and all that stuff. And that's gonna look particularly well on an OLED. So I'm excited about that. It's gonna look really great handheld. So I was actually, I thought, and it looks nice, nicely, updated design. So I'm a fan.
Yeah, I'm a fan of that as well. Lying in bed, holding Switch, being able to play the game, just kind of chill or play it on the go as well too. A very special thing about the Falconeer on Switch is that it runs 60 FPS, which is massive. How difficult was it to achieve such qualities of the game on Switch?
It was quite difficult, and most people know the Switch hardware is a little bit older, but it was meant for handheld, but you can get incredible results out of it. That took a significant amount of time. We
you know, we looked at what with the Wire team, how it would run, and then I spent some time just taking things out. That was part of it. So it doesn't have the real-time shadows or reflections that the other versions have. And then most of the effort is in still making it look good that way. So you take something out and then you have to redesign elements to still look nice. So I'm really happy with how it looks. It looks a little bit more clean and slightly doesn't have a few of the realistic effects, but actually that fits the Switch, you know, the entire Switch feel really well. And it's really focused on the colors and the contrasts. And it runs at 60 and it actually runs best on handheld. So it maintains 60 most solid frame rates it does on handheld. I guess that's, you know, a little less resolution and doing a big screen. I didn't want to downgrade it all the way to, you know, some people take it to really low resolution. It is 1080p. No, sorry, 900p for the GUI and then 720p for just the 3D world, and that looks, you know, a sort of baseline crisp. So there's a little trade-off between frame rate consistency and just having enough resolution to make it not look blurry or anything.
To make it look good. You said that you had to take some stuff out of like some shades, etc. How was it difficult to take things out of the game to make it run better?
Well, it's super painful. Partially, I spend a lot of time making custom reflections for the world, and well, stuff like shadows can be so impactful on the way things look. But Falconeer has always been a minimalist art style. So I think reflections. I think initially you take it out, that hurts a bit. Shadows are the biggest parts. And then you look at it, you go, okay, well. Then the fun part comes, you redesign the shaders to make still look good, take it, you know, have a look at it, and it still reflects a few things, you know, like the sun, otherwise water really looks kind of weird. And it's really satisfying to see it run then when it is handheld. I think that offsets, it's still fun to do, you know, you're still designing it, making it pretty. But it is a different platform and it requires its own, you know, it's not... in other platforms, you know, you're transporting it to another platform. For the Switch, you're actually redesigning parts. That said, all the things is to make it run smoothly, you know, as close as we can get it to the Xbox or the PlayStation or the PC ports, and still look good. So yeah, I think that is very, and none of the content was touched. I think that was a main criterion. Sometimes you have to cut out, especially in something like the Falconeer. Well, we'll do a few less, you know, Zeppelins or a few less, and none of that got done. So the content is one-on-one, the same content.
The same. Yeah, so you didn't want people who got the Switch version, right, feel it like it's a different version from what people on PC or Xbox get. Basically, people get the same content. Yeah, and that's the main thing.
Are the same. There are the same amount of enemies. The weapon effects are the same. The amount of explosions, I believe, are exactly the same. You can see the Switch sort of going. You can have massive capital ships go down and stuff.
Yeah.
But it's all the same. Is that, you know, the feeling of the game is intact.
That is good. That is great to hear. Since we're talking about a little bit of the technical side of things, right? Falconeer doesn't have any textures, right? And whenever I mention this to people who know what textures are and how have like even a little bit of knowledge how video games are made, say, wait, what? But how does it work? So can you tell me in a very simple language of like, how does it work? How can there be a game with no textures at all in it?
I think if you are very strict, there's no pre-made textures.
Okay.
So,
okay.
Technology, you know, all that memory and stuff is 3D. You know, you store stuff in the textures, but there's no, you know, photoshopping or nobody. There's nothing painted, no photographs. It's all. I think there is one actual texture that is the font. Because otherwise I'd have to, you know, make maths of all the fonts. It's gonna not work on your Switch.
Yep.
And some stuff, and the only thing that comes close to being texture is like a fractal that's being generated once. So that's literally fractal code, and it will make a fractal-esque image to use for clouds or snow. So, and beyond that, it is, you know, when you want a color gradient, so let's say you want a sky that goes from bright red to yellow on the horizon, you can do that with math. You can say, well, it's the you know, over 100 meters height, I'll change the color, or so that stuff like you distort it based on the height something is in the world. So there's like fog, instead of using those effects, there's lots of coloring in the world. So stuff, if I move an object, let's say a castle, I put it on top of a mountain, it becomes snowy, and then if I move it down, it becomes gray. But if I move it down all the time down to water level, it becomes sort of bluish greenish, and then with the parts that go underwater become very dark. So there's lots of programming basically. Waves is just sine waves. So remember in high school you had to do, if you had maths or calculus or algebra, whatever they call it, you had to do sinus waves.
Yeah, I hated those.
Yeah, I hate it. Well, they are actually useful if you want to be a game developer. Get your math, because a sinus wave is actually quite close to the waves of an ocean. But the wave of an ocean go like this. They have a little point at the end.
Yeah.
It's a special version of sine waves that go up and then have a little soft roof and then go down again. That actually look like ocean waves. And if you combine those, like 4 or 5 of those, it starts to look like ocean. So those are, and then for instance you'll have a little noise like that fractal, and then you make that white only on the tops of the waves. So you'll know where that, so that there's a little foam on top of the wave. So you do all these tricks instead of just slamming a texture on there, or you know, taking a picture of an ocean and sticking that on there. And lots of games do this, but I just took it to a fairly extreme level. And literally the entire GUI, so the user interface, all geometry, there's no pictures in there, there's no sprites. It's literally when you see the compass, it's just little 3D items going like...
Nice, I love that. So
yeah,
the lesson that we just learned here is you have to be good at math. Actually, don't skip your math lessons if you want to be a game developer. You have to have that knowledge when you're making games.
I think I graduated with a 6 out of 10 on math in school because I was lazy. I think you need to be able to understand math.
Yeah.
And now you can, you need to be experimental with it. So a lot of times I have no clue what I'm doing. Just change this. What if I make this 0.5 or 0.6? Oh, that looks pretty. It's basically a lot of that. So it's a lot of how do you call it, trial and error. So
trial and error. Trial and error. Yeah.
Trial.
I love that. I love that explanation. That makes things that made things a little bit more clear to me, so that whenever now people ask me how does that work, I will be able to provide an answer. So thank you for sharing that, a little bit of the insight. That's valuable.
I think lots of people always think like math. Oh, you have to be some sort of math genius and work on paper. I don't have sketchbooks. I don't do math formula. I just throw some stuff together, and if it looks nice, I keep it, and I do that for weeks and weeks and weeks and weeks. So it's there's no genius at work. There's just someone going every night. Oh, let's move the slider a little bit this. Attention to there. Oh, let's see if the dot product. What the hell does that do? I don't know. So you just try it out, and then because you're working in a game engine, you see the results. You see the little airplane going the wrong way and stuff, and it's not doing that. So stripe one off, move on.
Sounds like a lot of fun. Let's talk a little bit about the Warrior edition of the Falconeer, right?
Yeah.
Because there's what's coming to Switch and PlayStation, and PC and Xbox are going to get the DLC. What's in it? What does it add to the game? Does it add much? Does it change the experience in a way? Can you tell us a little bit about that as well?
On the Warrior edition, it combines everything, all the DLC that was on, and all the free updates, and it does change some things around, specifically for Nintendo Switch and for PlayStation. For instance, there's new classes, and other players already had the class, the Hunter class, which gave the little Drake. But these are now more integrated into the story. So instead of having them, you have to unlock them through finishing up the story. So they are more integrated, make more sense. So the way that some of the DLC and stuff has been integrated specifically for the Warrior Edition makes a nicer package, as it were. So that's the one thing. There is a lot more content. So like I said, before the Warrior Edition there was one extra class and mount, which gave you a flyable dragon or drake. Dragon. Those are in the game, but it's but there's now also a pterodactyl to fly. So
nice. Can't wait to fly that.
Yeah, and you can fly a phoenix, which is a bird with a really cool feathery tail and some custom armor.
That is exciting. A phoenix and a pterodactyl. That is really great. You also added a bit of the more voiceovers to the games, right?
Yeah, so that's one part. We also, with Wired, work to re-record some voiceovers. So some of the voiceovers just got a better edition. There is voiceovers for the tutorials at Dunkel. Those have been polished. So some of the smaller tutorials, which lots of people skipped because they weren't voiced, are now fully voiced, and they explain lots of side mechanics where people go, "Oh, I didn't know that was possible in the game. You can fish." Oh, apparently. That got added. The tutorial got reworked. So the prologue has a lot more explanation on how mechanics work. So you can go in without, just a little bit less having to have played action games like Crimson Skies, flying, air combat type games. So you can go in and it all explains sort of the basics to you. That's been revoiced as well. And then all the DLC and new content that was added over the last 6 months also got voiced. So that's super exciting. And then of course, on top of that, there is new story content that's been added. That's also voiced.
Nice. That all sounds really great. We get new mounts, more voiceovers, right? So more things are now, has voiceovers and voice actors. There is also new content. Oh, that sounds beautiful, to be honest. As in some things that you can and cannot do while playing the game. The footage that you guys see right next to me and Thomas is me actually playing the game the other day, recording this footage. So this is me playing. Don't judge my gameplay too much in the way I play. But there are some things that I didn't know were possible, even though I've played the game for a bit, and I've discovered them for the very first time. Like some of the side missions where you accompany the divers, and there is the little animation of what's it called? A little bit device that goes all the way down to the bottom.
Bell.
Yes.
Yeah, I think that's a diving bell in Batiscape we call it over in the Netherlands. A diving bell. Yeah, lots of those were there's lots of content a little bit more hidden. You have to.
Yeah, you have to look for it. Yeah.
You have to look for it. The wreck dive is really fun because there's a couple of sea monsters that will pop up if you. There's like 18 different dives you can unlock. One unlocks a kraken, and one unlocks like a mosaur, like a sea reptile that becomes a friendly boat or tries to jump out of the water. So there's and that's all been voiced now as well. So that feels so much more part of the core experience. Yeah, there's quite a bit of.
There's quite a bit. Yeah, there is a lot of hidden gems in the game, and I feel like this is the game that encourages. What's the word that I'm looking for? Exploration. Yeah, that you take your time and that you explore, and that you never know what you can find. You never know what you can find. That's the bestest thing for me personally as a gamer.
And that's why in the Warrior Edition, we are calling this new content that got added for the Warrior called the Edge of the World, because that got added is all about motivating you to explore a little bit more. So it increases the map just a little bit to see, and all the new content is at the edge of the map, and there is new sort of. It's not like there's 5 chapters and those are full storylines. These are smaller storylines that explain some of the lore of the world, and takes you to some a little bit more exotic and fancy or horrific locations throughout the world. And it makes it that with all the content in the Warrior Edition, there's, you know, most places you land, they'll have their own little adventure to accomplish. Like, whereas before they would give procedural missions and just, you know, the repeatables, but now they've got their own little voiced adventures. I think that's super exciting. You're just flying around and somewhere, and some, you know, crumb brewing guys want you to help out with pirates, or someone wants, you know, to, you know, have you escort them while they dig up some ancient temple, stuff like that. There's, you know, it just makes the world feel more alive.
Yes, it definitely does, and this is what players love, you know, exploration and finding things that make the world alive, rather than a fetch quest, you know, go this, take that, and then do that 1,000,000 times over, you know, for the game currency.
Well, I tried to finish it because I had to test the fullest version, so I think I had 2 days, so I did about 12 hours, and I think I was only 80% there, so got a lot, and that's just doing the voice. There's quite a bit of content there. There's some procedural content to mix it up. There's a new weapon, I believe, as well. Or I believe I think it, but that's specific for the Warrior Edition. For it comes with the Phoenix guy, the Arbiter. So there's floodlights in the new, in the latest build on Switch or PlayStation. Little boats and cities have, when there's turrets, a little floodlight, like a spotlight comes on.
Nice. Oh, nice. Another great news, Falconeer just has a lot going on. That the Falconeer soundtrack has been announced to come on the double vinyl. How does it feel? Are you excited about that?
Really? Yeah. I actually bought a new stereo, so I'm looking forward to playing it on a proper vinyl. The soundtrack for the Falconeer is really a really cool mashup. It's done by Benedict Nichols. It's an award-winning soundtrack. But if you listen, it combines these weird folk elements with electronics. So there's, you know, there's didgeridoos, but there's, you know, throat singing. Which, you know, yeah, everybody's been watching the Who, all that stuff. So that's in there, but it's combined with like bagpipes and deep drums. It's really a freaky soundtrack, and I love it to bits. It's fantastic because it's, when you're playing the game, there's this high action part when, you know, shooting and stuff, but there's lots of sort of peaceful exploration, and the music comes in, and it really gives it a mysterious, deep, and sometimes really sad vibe, and that's all on the LPs. It's just, it's terrific. Yeah, I'm really excited.
Do you have a favorite track from the entire soundtrack?
There's one for which the name's, I think it's called This Damn Lighted Landscape. It's quite a dark track. I like that one. But there's, I don't know what it's called, but there's one that is the theme song for the Imperials, which is one of the factions, which has this drums combined with bagpipes, which you know, you go, Thomas, that doesn't sound really cool, but it is amazingly cool. It's like you go, whoa, you know, I want to listen to that in the car at max volume. It's that some of it's really bombastic as well, which is fun.
Now let's talk a little bit more about the personal stuff, of you as a person, of you as a developer, right? I've watched the previous interview that you did with Tegan, and that you've mentioned that you've been working as your own boss for quite a while now, right? So you said that you mentioned that you're not really a big fan of meetings, that it allows you to work at 3 in the night, you know, and you know that you can kind of organize your own time. How does this whole organizing time work for you? How do you discipline yourself? Because there is no one to tell you, okay, Thomas, this needs to be done by the end of the week. How do you make sure that you stay in the line and don't be too lazy? You know, don't waste too much time, don't procrastinate too much.
Well, the procrastination is never my problem because I'm hyper chaotic. I'm always, you know, I get bored really quickly. It's more that I work too much, and then my partner and family, I have 3 kids, they help me get grounded and make sure they also have time. On the whole, it's been a little bit crazy also through Corona coming through there, sort of every, it's been extra weird. Normally, I don't have a discipline to work. I need to pace myself that I don't work too much. I really love what I do. It's a lot of fun. There are hard bits in there where you go, oh, no, I don't want to do any, I don't want to do this for the 1000th time. But on the whole, I have fun. It's my favorite thing to do. I enjoy it more than playing games, if I'm really honest. So I think that the thing is just, when you're doing it all by yourself, it's not that you work too much or too little. It's that you work smartly. So there's nobody, hey, we don't need to do that. Why are you spending on doing that? Which sometimes is useful, especially with someone like me. Why are you doing this? But part of that was just a challenge to myself. Can I do it by myself without someone going, well, we don't really need spotlights on every boat. And now I can go, spotlight, someone on Discord, because people chat to me on Discord, and actually a user on Discord went, I love the game, but shouldn't the turrets have little spotlights? And that makes you see, I'll just go, oh yeah, I actually literally, I think I was debugging something for the PlayStation. It's literally stopped for 4 days and added floodlights, spotlights that come on in different colors and get broken. I think that's not, if you're in a team, that's horror. But if you're just by yourself and you make lots of things which aren't good and then you throw it away, I think that's the cool for the time nowadays for game developers is with, you can make games by yourself. I'm not the only one. There's quite a few. Historically you've done it, but now it feels like a wave of solo developers doing really high-end. If you squint, it nearly looks AAA type game development. That's because the tools are there. Lots of people are very experienced within the industry, and it allows you to be free of constraints. You can just make something and just, like a painter or a musician, just follow where it becomes interesting. I think that's really cool for today's world, where you can make a game like me in your, in a room in your house, and be successful or have a living from that. I think that's an ultimate dream for many people.
Ultimate dream for sure.
Yeah, so it's fun, yeah, and it is an ultimate dream. Yeah, I'll admit that.
You've said that sometimes you work on things for weeks and then you realize that it's not good and then you throw it away. How does it feel though? Do you feel bad, any remorse, feel like you've been wasting time? How to get into the right mentality for this, that it's okay?
I'm quite an anxious person. You wouldn't say so, because I also don't have a little bit of fun of myself, but I can get really anxious and stressed about things like that, or when a deadline is approaching, or when something is about to release and is it being tested enough, because those things always go wrong. There's always that one bug you didn't see, or that when I got Corona a month before launch, when the press release, that I fixed a bug in the AI that made the AI super deadly. So there are lots of reviewers went, well, it's quite a difficult game. But just me, I got sick and I couldn't fix it. I just, I fixed, sometimes you fix something and then suddenly it becomes too good. I turned that off later, but then, so I do get a lot of nervousness of that and anxiety about it. So I have no solution to it. You just deal with it.
You just move on, no solution, no secret there. While working...
Stress, I eat the stuff like that, there's all kinds of things you do when you're stressed.
Yeah, things you do. The comfort food helps me, personally. I'm the comfort food person.
Well, I used to smoke, that helped as well. Smoke is really unhealthy. Stress of things, I don't know, that's not a good example, people, but it's really unhealthy. But you find ways to do it, and sometimes someone else just needs to go, hey, get away from the computer and go outside, or do some exercise or play with kids, just to get your mind off. But it can take days to get up from a downer for me. So it's ups, highs and lows. And the game itself, for people that are not familiar with the game, is a little bit about violence has increased. There is this deeper story of trying to, escape and be free and all that stuff. That is also has to do with anxiety,
sanctions and the freebooters. We will
trying to deal with it, even though it's impossible because it's just part of you. Where you just really want to fly off and not be you. So there is a lot of that throughout the game. So there's a sort of a nervous, sad undertone sometimes.
That makes sense. The game is your creation, so in a way, it's supposed to be a reflection of what you get to go through on a daily basis while making games. I feel like a lot of people can relate to that.
And that's why it's the genre I liked as a kid. So the entire game is, for me, it's a work of art and the self-expression. So the genre it's in, this arcadey, fancy air combat. Been around for a long time. It's been gone for 15 years or something, even longer possibly. But it had to be that. So that's because I enjoyed that so much as a kid or as growing up.
While working alone, sometimes you get a new addition to the game, come up with new things like new missions, new visuals, and then who do you show this work in progress to? Who do you share with? Because obviously feedback is important, and maybe it looks really good for you or you think it looks really bad. Who's the first person you go to show stuff and ask for kind of like the advice on whether things are good or not so good?
For story things, it's my partner, my mother of my children. That's one person. For lots of visual stuff, I just show it to my. I will call up the Wired producer. I made a flying eel today. You want to see it? So especially with Corona, there was nobody. There's nobody you see. You should show it. What I made. So the people at Wired got a lot of screenshots. Look what I made. And they go, okay, super cool. Now finish the game. I do that. I share a lot on Twitter. So I'm at Falconeer Dev on Twitter. I share nearly everything I make, and people do that. On the whole, I listen a lot. I'm very active on Discord, on the Discord community for the game. I try to reach out to Reddit or people having a discussion at the game and involve myself because you can learn if something is wrong or is bad. I don't want to, I'm not gonna talk to this person who hated the storyline or something or hated the controls. But you can go out and talk to someone and ask them, why do you hate that? Have a discussion about it. And a lot of the times they missed out on a feature. You can invert that, or you can remap every button. And it's a two-way street. So you listen, someone feels heard. How do you call it? Not heard, but you listen to them, which is important. Or someone who might like the game, but not for that feature. And then you can try to integrate that and take the lessons. And sometimes, I'll have a patch for that in a couple of days or a week, and that's happened a lot. And sometimes something is really quite difficult, or I disagree on that, and it takes a lot longer. But actually, quite a lot of the backlog of new stuff, which isn't the story stuff, but just the new balancing, usability, quality of life features come from Discord or Twitter. Or even Reddit or
so you do take a lot of the fan feedback, right? You do take a lot of the community feedback?
I go out and search for it because it's you want to make the game better, you can go a little bit too far where you just you don't want to do everything. You don't want to make the Homer Simpson car where you go, you want this, you make it. It still has to be the game you make, but often when someone has a point, they actually have a point. And it might be completely different because I assume only people who play airplane games are going to play the Falconeer. Well, that's super not true. Lots of people who never touched a flying game got excited by the storyline or the world building or the entire idea, and they come in and then Thomas made a game with lots of interactions based on airplanes or dogfighting games. So it's good to listen and criticize your own assumptions.
Have you ever been proposed, or the question should sound, what was the craziest thing that has been proposed by people who've played the game that you never implemented because it's like super crazy?
Wanted to fly a flamingo.
Are you serious?
well, combat flamingos. It's about crazy enough. So I think that was by far the craziest. And there's, I think Falconeer is a very focused game. You don't, and it's a solo developed game. And I think I've stretched what you can do as a solo developer, the amount of content, the way it's polished, the visuals for it. But it's a very focused game. Otherwise, you can't get off the bird, walk around, and then also have a Skyrim-esque RPG. But some people really want that. They want every game to have that. And sometimes I think I like my big ass AAA epic games in which you can do all those things. So even then, there's things I simply can't change or do because they would. There's choices you will have to make when you work by yourself, which are about making sure you can actually finish this game, execute on the vision you have, where you have to make compromises or there's things that aren't possible to do. So that happens as well, where you have to ask, I'd love to do that, but that's a bit much for one.
Filthy though it may be.
However, I just think it's very admirable that you actually search for those kind of comments and search for those kind of feedbacks, that you make an effort and go there and find out ways how your game can be improved and things that you have not thought about yourself and then can put them in the game. I think it's a good trade. It's very admirable. I do admire that.
Yeah. Well, you want it to be good. I have the deep desire. I want it to be as good as I can make it. I don't want it to be for everybody. It's a compromising game. I think you have to learn that. How do you call it? It hurts a little bit. It hurt quite a lot when someone said the first time, visuals are great, but this is suck. That hurts a lot. But for me, I think that makes me want to fix it. And there's also this part of it where the Falconeer, I think with the Warrior Edition, is actually as close as I had it to my original vision. Some of these stories were there, I couldn't get them into the core game due to technical reasons or time constraints. And you scrap something and now you put it together, and I think the Warrior Edition is really close to like a director's cut with all the extra voice acting and all the polish and stories. And as long as something it hasn't reached that that level for me, I want to keep improving it. So instead of moving on, that's why I haven't moved on to a new project. I'm still doing the film here. A good position among several currents makes Dunkel a favored stop for traders seeking to circumvent. Practical peak, I'd say. Which I think the Warrior Edition, it's really there.
It's there. That's good. I mean, I just hear the satisfaction in your voice, and I think you should be very proud. It's good to achieve that point in making a game where you can say, okay, I'm happy with it. I'm as happy with it as I can be.
Yeah, there's always things you want, and I might change, but at the moment it is coherent and it's there. So I'm also less insecure about it now. So a lot of that going out and searching for issues or problems is a bit of insecurity. I'm a very insecure man. But at this point, I'm quite confident it is the best possible game I can make. It is worthwhile to play and go out and buy it.
Can confirm. It's very worthwhile to play and explore and buy it, and very soon you will be able to do that on every single platform that is out there. Digital edition, physical. Physical edition as well. Vinyl, you name it. All right, people at DreamHack, thank you so very much for watching. Thomas, what would you want to say to people over at DreamHack?
You enjoyed our presentation, a little talk, and all the topics we had, and enjoy the rest of DreamHack.
Thank you very much for being with us. Thank you, Thomas, for joining me today, and goodbye, everybody.
At King Wash Laundry, we pride ourselves on providing years of garment cleaning excellence. Our customers come for the top-of-the-line deluxe washing machines, but they stay for our professional service. Now pick up the clothes and load them into an empty machine. Wait a few minutes, then transfer to a dryer. While you're waiting, make sure to pick up discarded coffee cups and throw them in the trash.
Thank you for choosing Arcade Mania. If you want to level up your takings and grow your arcade, just follow our simple 3-step plan. 1. Play your new game and set a killer high score. 2. Now watch as customers drop quarters trying to beat your score while you sit back and make fat profits. 3. Use your takings to buy a brand new cabinet from Arcade Mania. Just use your personal computer to surf the internet, and you can order online. Now just wait for your new purchase to arrive and do it all again. Play, profit, purchase. Play, profit, purchase. Play, profit, pest control, purchase! With these steps, your arcade is guaranteed to grow and expand into a glorious arcade paradise full of our biggest hits. Good luck, and always choose Arcade Mania.
Always use the brush for particularly stubborn waste matter. All that remains to be said is, welcome to King Wash Laundry.
Nanny,
Yes, Julia?
Martha's not here. So could I hear the story of the White Lady again?
But you always find that story scary.
Yes, Nanny. But I'm with you. So I know nothing can hurt me.
Oh, all right, little one. There was once a couple madly in love who would often stroll by a lake. But one day, in a fit of jealousy, the man drowned the young woman. Too much love brought death.
How can love also be so bad?
This is something you will learn with age, Poppet. The man confessed, so he was hanged in the middle of the very same lake where he had killed his beloved. They searched everywhere, but the girl's body was never found. Since then, the spirit of the girl, known as the White Lady, wanders restlessly in search of relief from her eternal suffering. Only the life of another young woman can give the lady a moment of peace.
That's always terrible to hear. I'll never get used to it.
You never get used to that kind of pain, my sparrow. But those in great pain can attempt to evoke the lady through a dark ritual and magic of the tarot. As the lady knows their suffering all too well, she could show them pity. Or she may not.
Behind every brilliant invention, there hides a brilliant inventor. Behind every brilliant inventor, there hides a brilliant team. But when the love for life and the love for invention are threatened by life itself, what do brilliant minds do then? Behind every brilliant invention, there hides a brilliant inventor. Behind every brilliant inventor, there hides a brilliant team. But when the love for life and the love for invention are threatened by life itself, what do brilliant minds do then?
Okay, good morning, guys, gals, non-binary pals, children of all ages. Thank you very much for joining us. We're here at DreamHack, and we're pretty damn stoked to be here. Admittedly, we do miss the good old physical events. It seems like quite a while ago now since we were running around PAX last year, but hey, a digital event is as good an opportunity as any to share wonderful video games with you all, and today I am here to share Tin Hearts with you with one of the wonderful developers from Rogue Sun. Costas, do you want to just introduce yourself?
Hello, thanks, Gary. It is indeed great to be here, or maybe not literally, but yeah, metaphorically, as you say. I am Costas. I'm the managing director of Rogue Sun, creators of Tin Hearts. And I'm also the creative director on the project. I like to call myself actually the game director because, Rogue Sun being quite a small team, not just myself, but all of us, we tend to wear lots of different hats, which we very much enjoy.
Keeps you out of trouble, right? Like when
Exactly.
when you're in that kind of juggling between different positions and roles, you learn a thing or two. You learn a thing or two along the way.
It's very hard to get bored. Let's put it that way.
Silver lining, a silver
Yeah.
lining without a doubt. So, obviously we're here today to talk about Tin Hearts, and full disclaimer, this is not a live stream, just in case there is anyone that is shouting and going, hey, why is no one replying to me? It's not because we don't value you, it's because this was all recorded way ahead of time, and we're going to be talking over some footage that we also recorded ahead of time of the game in its current state, and just Costas is going to give us a quick rundown as to what the game is, where it came from, the inspirations, the type of game that it is, where you can expect to play it, and hopefully a couple of anecdotes along the way. So, Costas, before we dive into the game, tell us a little bit about Rogue Sun as a company. Who are you folks? Where are you from? What do you do? And what is your history?
Yeah, so cheers, Gary. Yeah, so we I guess our lineage is, so we hail back to the Lionhead days. So myself and the founders of the studio, we all used to work together at Lionhead on the Fable games. So after obviously the unfortunate closure of Lionhead, there were a bunch of studios that sort of rose from the ashes of that. Rogue Sun being one of them, and for us at the time, so I was actually I had already left Lionhead. I left Lionhead back in 2011, and I was I thought I'd have a stab at this indie development thing. It seemed to be all the rage back then, and yeah, I guess I always aspired to sort of start a studio of my own, and because I hear stress is good, so why not have more of that?
It's character building, I think, is a term that I see.
Exactly.
It's character building.
Yeah. So I've been kind of doing that for a few years, and obviously, so we're based in Guildford, and I'm sure you've heard this from many ex-Lionhead developers. The sort of climate there and the sort of family sort of atmosphere. So that being the case, we very much stayed in touch with all my good friends and colleagues from there. So yeah, because I was kind of semi-successfully doing that, I suppose. There was an opportunity to kind of form a new team, and yeah, as a new team, we were kind of looking at what we might do as our first project. And I guess VR was sort of this is back in 2016, so VR was kind of um, becoming a thing, and it was very exciting. The VR platform holders, I suppose, were quite aggressively trying to get developers into the sort of ecosystem, which as developers we very much appreciated. It is a very exciting platform, lots of kind of new challenges to solve, very much kind of uncharted territory, certainly at the time, but even today I would say 5 years on, still kind of lots of interesting problems, a very cool way to sort of experience games. So I guess our background was very much in kind of sort of big kind of AAA productions with kind of lots of content and certainly lots of narrative, and so we wanted to do something like that. But as a new team, obviously we wanted to maybe do something that kind of captures that sort of experience, but maybe in a more sort of constrained way. Yeah, so I guess we identified the platform first and the sort of market where we wanted our kind of first title to be in, and then we kind of went from there. Yeah, it was sort of a very sort of exploratory kind of organic
It's
process.
a bit of a change, like you say. I mean, the kind of move from what many would consider being a flagship, by all accounts, or a platform, a flagship kind of title and series, into as you say, embracing that kind of indie nature and spirit. But as you said, you kind of weren't alone. That creative talent, even from something like a big closure, kind of will find a way to still want to create and still want to kind of find new cool stories to tell, and interesting ways to tell them.
Absolutely, yeah.
So one of the really memorable things for me, about Fable, and not just Fable, but Lionhead in general, even when you go back to the kind of black and white days and so on and so forth, was that there was always a general kind of feel of just, I guess, I struggle to find a better word for it, but just kind of whimsy and kind of wonder and kind of magic. There was a real kind of charm to those games that genuinely, it didn't really matter the platform, it didn't really matter the genre, it didn't really matter the kind of setting. There was a good through line of just character and charm, and an almost, I mean, I guess in the case of Fable, quite literally, but an almost like storybook-like presentation and kind of feel to everything. And we just ran the trailer to Tin Hearts just before we started talking, so if you caught it, you will very much get the feel that that is still very much alive and well, right, when you sat down and went, this is a game we want to make.
Yeah, so I'm gonna try and unpack what you said there, because some very incisive kind of observations, and it's very interesting, kind of listening, hearing you talk about it doesn't even really matter about like platforms or genres or whatever. I think you're absolutely right, because Tin Hearts couldn't be further away from Fable in some ways, but also, yeah, you're not alone in sort of going, I feel like there's something here, and people who don't know about the sort of Linehead connection, when they do discover that, they go, oh, okay, that makes sense.
That makes sense,
which is,
right?
Yeah, which is kind of interesting because as like we said, the original platform, because VR was only the sort of initial, and we'll get to that, I guess, in a second. Couldn't be further away from the platform that you'd play Fable on. The genre quite different, but yeah, I think just to try and analyze that a bit, I think with Linehead, the sort of the type of person that was drawn to that studio, I think it was the whimsical, magical thing, as you said, but also kind of very strong identity, very unique. It was the kind of stuff, as you said, whether it was black and white or even back in the Bullfrog days, very, very, very kind of unique games, right? Like you
We're
could
very much aging ourselves here with these references.
Sure, but hey, I'm well past that by now. But yeah, so I think we, even though the concept sort of grew kind of organically out of other decisions, which you could maybe even say there were sort of market and business decisions at the very start, at least. We almost kind of, it's almost like we don't have a choice. I think people like the people on our team who gravitate towards like the Lineheads of the world or the Rogue Suns of the world, and my very good friends at other studios who have since gone off to do really amazing stuff themselves. It's kind of like you might go, oh, let's do kind of a quick kind of puzzler thing just to like test the VR waters or whatever, and then all of a sudden you're finding yourself kind of making this pretty ambitious kind of narrative.
We're doing this, huh?
Yeah.
Like, okay, I guess we're in this now. Okay.
Exactly. Yeah. So the initial inspiration was was very much pretty much what I said there, was like we're a new team, we're gonna try and do something quick just to get a sense of how this platform works, how the marketplace around it works, and kind of gradually. I mean, we are, as a team, we care very much about, like I said, unique kind of memorable experiences. For me personally, it's kind of like, it doesn't matter the scope of the thing you're trying to do, but whether it's tiny or huge, you still want to feel very proud, and you want to look back to it and kind of feel like you contributed something of value there for the person who very kindly decided to set a few hours aside and experience this thing that you made for them. So gradually we found ourselves kind of adding a lot more of that character, and like I say, so even though it started as a sort of kind of Lemmings inspired kind of puzzle, pure kind of puzzle sort of focused game, more and more as we tried to answer the questions like why, but why what are these things that are marching, who built them, why, what was the situation?
A really fascinating way to look at things, is because that's not a question that a lot of people often, especially when it comes to puzzle games, they're usually very mechanics dense, usually very mechanics heavy, because at the end of the day, Tin Hearts, it is a puzzle game, right? I mean, you can see in the footage, you're all about looking at your environment, you're manipulating the toys you have in front of you. Your goal is, as you referenced on the Lemmings side, to guide these soldiers from one end to another through these obstacles. And puzzle games live and die by the quality of their puzzles and mechanics. Like
Absolutely.
People don't always come to a puzzle game to have their emotions played with.
For sure.
Let's put it that way. So the fact that you came in with that question of we're placing these blocks and these toys exist and these toys have been created, but why?
Mm-hmm.
I think that really speaks a lot to that level, as you said, that level of charm and kind of character development that people still are able to find that through line, even if they don't necessarily know it, is because for that level of storytelling, that question is important. You can just say something is as fact, like, this dude made toys, you move them from one end to the other, okay, but why? And as soon as you start asking that question, it builds and builds and builds, right?
And there's nothing wrong with that, by the way. I'm sure we've both played some amazing games that have not tried to answer that question, I think that's absolutely fine. In our case, like I say, we do care a lot about strong characters, strong stories, and the focus. Just to go back to what you said, puzzle games live or die by the puzzles, by the quality of the puzzles. Absolutely, and that is absolutely our priority with Tin Hearts as well. But we kind of, the way it sort of organically grew with regards to sort of the vision of the game was, we almost kind of want to sucker punch you in that,
right.
You're playing this hopefully very engaging, very enticing kind of puzzle game, and we've seen this even from the sort of early access kind of phase of the project, and I guess we'll talk about that briefly soon. But we had comments where people were like, "Oh, I was playing this puzzle game, and then all of a sudden I found myself kind of asking questions about these characters and
I wasn't
what's their deal."
Feelings. Why?
Yeah, exactly. And that's kind of what we're trying to do. But always making sure that you're engaged in the sort of core sort of aspect of the puzzle solving.
So let's look at the game more specifically then. I think we've got a general good idea as to how the game came to be, why Rogue Sun is full of talent and awesome, and why we're super fortunate to be working with you folks to get this out into the world.
Likewise.
Let's talk about the game itself, outside of the story, which we know. I would say we hope, but I'm going to be bold. I'm going to be bold, Costas, because I've seen the story. And I've read the story, and I'm going to be bold, and I'm going to say that people will enjoy, and I think it will resonate with people, and I know that they will very much enjoy it. Outside of all of these things, there is, at its heart, a really, really well-made puzzle game in here. So why don't you give me a quick rundown? What's the kind of core gameplay loop that people, when they sit down and play Tin Hearts for the first time, what's the general? I mean, we do have the looping footage over here that we're kind of showing as we're going along, so you can kind of extrapolate for yourself. But from the horse's mouth, as a player, as an early puzzle, what is someone going to be expected to be running through?
Yeah, so like I said, the core mechanic very much based on a beloved classic for many of us kind of puzzle game fans. So you guide a troop of toy soldiers, in this case, from a magical box that spawns them in a level to a magical fairy door where they exit the level. In our case, obviously, it's very much a 3D world, so a lot of the manipulation of the path they follow relies on objects in the 3D space, which, as we were saying earlier, has been lovingly handcrafted by our amazing art team. As a puzzle game, we're big fans of things like kind of Zelda, and which I guess not directly a puzzle game, but obviously, the Zelda dungeons, I would say, some of the best puzzle game design. So it's kind of a comfortable sort of ascension to ever increasing complexity. We wanted to make sure that it's a game that sort of hardcore puzzle gamers would enjoy. We want to make sure that it's a game that casual puzzle gamers who might be here more for the story and the journey and the experience would not get frustrated by. So, excuse me. So, you start by kind of very gently sort of diverting the little toy soldiers by using kind of wooden blocks and things to make them deflect on them, and then gradually there's ever increasing complexity around them sort of activating different devices in the level, using kind of toy drums as trampolines to bounce around, or holding onto balloons from.
They're my favorite. I'm just going to put it out there.
I think they're
the balloons
many
are my
people's favorite.
It's
Yeah.
it's a real nice like looking moment when you manage to get them jumping on the balloons and they're just kind of soaring by with their little painted
sure.
on faces, looking all happy about it. It's like, you know what? That's just charming as heck. I'm all about that.
Yeah,
All
and
about that.
again, yeah, thank you. And again, going back to that sort of that Zelda reference, and how you can really make the most out of sort of individual mechanics. It was actually just recently we were working on another mechanic that's introduced in the second act of the game, the pinwheels, which actually you can utilize to change the path of the flight path of toy soldiers who are gliding on a balloon. Yeah, there's other kind of mechanics again with the balloons where there might be slightly different behavior depending on the kind of balloon you're holding on to, and yeah, it just gets more complex, obviously, as you would expect from a puzzle game. Yeah, but like I said, we wanted to be fair. I would say for me personally, probably one of my favorite games of all time in general, and yeah, a very good puzzle game that I've recently enjoyed was The Witness.
Great
by
game.
John Blow.
Yep.
Yeah, I think a lot of people have a sort of love-hate relationship with it. I mean, we definitely don't want to go that far with regards to complexity, but I do like, in various interviews I've seen from Jonathan, he likes to describe it as a fair challenge, which I think, that's whatever you do, that needs to be the case.
I think that with The Witness in particular, and for me, a lot of the fun with The Witness was like, before you even got to the puzzle, a lot of the time, you had to try and figure out what the puzzle was to begin with, right? Like, that's where the fun came from, was, I'm here, there's obviously something here, I need to figure out what I'm being signposted to here, and that takes a lot of confidence. That takes somebody like John Blow to go, I'm just going to leave it to the player and trust. I mean, thankfully, with Tin Hearts, you are kind of a little more, you know what your objective is. You know what the
exactly
puzzle is.
Yeah, we're definitely hand holding a little bit more, but I think the key thing there is that player agency. Yeah, making sure the player sort of propels the experience forward as opposed to
100%.
sort of a passive kind of experience. So yeah, that's where I would draw the parallels, and that's where we kind of draw inspiration from things like The Witness and Zelda and things like that, gameplay wise.
No, that's wonderful. So, talking a little outside on the actual platform itself. So you mentioned that when this was first pulled together, it was VR. That was kind of where the focus was. It was a VR title. It was kind of like, hey, this is what we're doing. We're making a VR thing. And even in the initial trailer, I mean, obviously the footage we're showing here, you can see this is not VR. It's normal. It is pancake. I think that's what the kids are calling it now.
Yeah.
It's pancake mode, which almost sounds rude to me. I don't know.
Yeah.
It almost sounds a bit mean. Like
I think it was coined by VR enthusiasts, to be honest.
I think it might have been. But obviously, as you can see, it is available in pancake flavor as well as VR flavor.
Yeah,
but
absolutely.
The design of the game itself was. Did you have to change much to accommodate for the fact that you're running, a VR versus a normal puzzle? Does the actual focus of how you're designing things change in that way? Or
yes.
This is for me. This is for me personally. I'm
Sure. Well, it's a great question. I'm sure a lot of people will share that question. So yeah, thank you for giving me the opportunity to answer it, because yeah, the answer is equally interesting, I would say, certainly for a game designer like myself. I think the answer is kind of yes and no, in that yeah, for us it was, as soon as we sort of finalized the overall concept and the vision, and we kind of had like an actual kind of game design document as opposed to just a prototype and a rough pitch, and when we took a step back and we looked at it and we went, wow, okay, this is not a quick throwaway kind of puzzle game thing, that this is something substantial, and very immediately at that moment we wanted to make sure that as many people as possible would experience it on the platform of their choice, and because it is a puzzle game, a game about, well, literally solving puzzles and flexing those flexing that gray matter, I suppose. Our view was that it doesn't, as long as we can provide that experience in a smooth, elegant kind of way on every platform, and as long as we can tell that story on every target platform, then it doesn't matter. It's not Beat Saber basically or something like that, which you couldn't do on any other platform like VR, other than VR. So then obviously that does set a significant challenge on us to make sure that we can deliver on that promise of it will be an elegant, sort of smooth, frictionless kind of experience on each and every one of these platforms. So yeah, and I would say we have achieved that with where we are with the project. We looked at the puzzles carefully, so we tailored some things here and there to make sure that they make sense for each platform. We looked at the interaction methods to make sure, like, say, it's snappy, it's frictionless, it's the UX is sort of top notch, and it's something obviously that we continue to monitor as we're currently in full production, and improve upon with player feedback, playtest feedback, and obviously our own observations. But yeah, I would say we're very much delivering on that promise of you're here for that ride, and we will provide it for you, and we will sort of make the platform kind of disappear. It's not something that you have to worry about.
In that world, no matter where you are, no matter where you're playing
exactly.
it, you're getting that experience, whether you want it to be strapped to your eyes or whether you want it to be on the screen
on a pancake.
On a pancake.
Yeah.
Oh my.
Exactly.
Okay. Well, look, Costas, we are pushing, I think, right up against the end of our time together here today. So first of all, thank you very much once again for taking time out of your very, very busy schedule to come and just talk a little bit more about Tin Hearts with us. Those of you watching at home, thank you all very much for swinging by the Wired booth at DreamHack. We hope you're having an absolutely wonderful show. Obviously, this is a little bit weird to be recording something non-live for an online event. That's going to be far in the future. But regardless, I hope the show is going well. I hope you've seen lots of wonderful indie games. I hope you've had an absolute blast with your friends going around and playing them and looking at the demos and sharing them with everyone. And you've got a big old list of games to stick on your respective wish lists and look forward to playing later in this year. We're going to take this opportunity to say, please make sure you do that. Not just with Tin Hearts, but with any other games you see at the festival that you like the look of. I think I can speak for both myself and Costas here when we say wish lists make us smile lots.
Yes, make a developer
it costs
smile.
Absolutely nothing for you to do so, and you would not believe how much of a difference it makes to, especially in indie developers, entire project plan based on these kind of wish listings. So if you've enjoyed what you've seen, please keep an eye on our socials over at /WiredP on pretty much every platform on the internet. You'll find us on there. We'll be sharing some very much more recent and kind of live viewing and streaming and demo type stuff for Tin Hearts in the very near future. So if you want to come and see exactly what the game is about, a little more than this little half-hour kind of interview with myself and Costas during DreamHack, then you can come and find us on our socials and you can get a little more tooled up on Tin Hearts. But if you want to just keep it all Tin Hearts, get it wishlisted on Steam. You'll get notifications every time we share things on there. You'll get every update, and you'll get some cool behind-the-scenes things. You'll get some development things. You'll get some future things. You'll get some video things. But you'll get lots of things, and you'll love them. You'll love every one of them. So Costas, is there anything you want to say before we bounce? Is there anything you want to say to the people?
Thank you for your interest in the game, and we do hope you enjoy it when it's finally in your hands. And thank you, Gary. You've been an amazing host.
It's my pleasure. It's one of the wonderful things about this job, is getting to sit here and talk about cool games with amazing people like yourself. All right, everyone, we're going to call that a day. Please go enjoy the rest of the festival. Go wishlist Tin Hearts. Go have a wonderful rest of your day, time, week, weekend, whatever day of the week it is right now. Time doesn't mean anything anymore. And we'll catch you later on. Take care now.
Have you ever wondered where your old Walkman has gone? You guessed right. It's where all your other stuff ends up too. The moon. This special day should have been the most fantastic one of my moon days yet. But then, I got picked up and everything went dark. I have to get back again. And so I began preparing everything. And now that you're finally here, I'm closer to home than ever.
Lord, we are seeing an immense strong arming from EMP the game right now. But Cole can definitely go 2-on up.
We have round start disconnect. Something was happening. We'll get that sorted out in the background, but Cole is on the back foot. Depending on how this that disconnect works out, Cole might even be able to just steal a game like we saw Gimmicks versus Nikki here. But nonetheless, we'll have to see what happens. This could easily go the distance. Game 1, 2, 3. It's touch and go no matter where we start.
Absolutely.
It's never over till it's over. The comebacks are not unfamiliar in Battle for the Grid. We've seen them time and time again. We even saw the Udana comeback earlier from I Press the Buttons in a character that you don't associate with comebacks because she's just throwing out her ice balls, getting the Ouroboros EX mix. She needs support, but anyone can do it. Any character with the right pilot can take down an entire squad all on their own.
Absolutely, and I'm just gonna double back to Cenozoic Blue here, where it's like you brought a really good point where it's like, you know, there are characters that are associated with comebacks, and maybe Cenozoic Blue is not one of them, maybe, but TK's Cenozoic Blue on that hand is definitely one of those game changers, and you saw it right then and there.
Yeah, when you think of Cenozoic Blue Ranger, you think EMP again. You think TK, you think the men. But right now, this Magna Defender is catching the Samurai fire. Oh, mix? Tried to go for some sort of unblockable, messed up the overhead portion, but still caught low. EMP the game, gonna lose Magna.
Yeah, which is a tad bit unfortunate.
Oh,
we got some nice lockdown.
Oh, tried to go for another unblockable, but the 2L a little bit too stubborn.
Now it's my turn.
Sending out once more. Goes right through projectiles.
Oh, low tick in the throw.
Just a little love tap. Oh, air Tatsu! Okay. Yep. Air EXs are so good.
On so much coverage for those double Hadouken assists. Lauren Shiva able to get that clean hit in. EMP the game might be down one additional character in just a second.
Yeah, this is just where it goes.
No.
Oh, super. Samurai symbol power. Still a very damaging super despite a few adjustments on it. Oh, is that gonna go right through?
Yep.
What? What? Why does that happen like that? Scrape that ass off your chest, man. We lost all hope. We're catching these samurai loops, 5M links off the stance cancel. Shiba, say my name. Backing up.
Oh, the jump S into that Scorpina says for a really clean conversion. Hitbox is wild. T. Cole putting another one on the board. And here is game 5 territory, where hopefully we see a little bit of Magnus. But we would like to see a little bit of everyone's 3 characters on their team, because it was a little bit lacking in this last match a little bit. However, the game can take it with pretty much any of these characters solo. Like he does have that factor to him.
Yeah, every player left. There's only 3 of them, but they all have that X factor.
Yeah.
Makes them one of the best players in the game. Some of the best performers amongst all tournaments. Just tried and true professionals and just such talented players. Unfortunate drop. We get the pressure. Oh, nice push one. Some loops. Got the blue assist on backup. Scorpina is going to be taking all of this damage.
Absolutely, and indeed not going to be able to kill, but puts him in lethal damage range. Oh, God, no!
You have forever to pick up off of that. It's the easy mix-up.
It's so active.
No one does that mix-up except for TK. It's ridiculous. It's so simple yet so effective. It's crazy. It's crazy.
But Tides might be turning a little bit of it, because the game's red just kind of success into the corner like that, thus resulting in this long combo that you see right here. And you know what's going to be happening with this setup. We got the unblockables on deck. YLT Cole definitely does love them.
So cheap. So cheap. You steal the game with something like this. It is crazy.
And this is the last character! The last character that Cole has to go through before qualifying on that in grand finals.
But Lauren doesn't do that much damage anymore. Gotta be careful. Not gonna be able to kill off the super. We have OTG swap strike into some sort of reset if we want it.
Let's see. Swap strike doesn't seal the deal. Still has 2 characters. Gonna try to flex. Got both. Oh, we are trying to do some work on Ryu.
Ryu lost so much health, and Cole just sacrificed all the blue health just for that.
Oh. He's long range. Oh my God, that anti-air.
We put us back into that one. This is so much damage. And awfully close to chip territory if he's able to kill Lauren here. Cole's gonna be
one bar.
Cole's gonna be able to build Zord. He needs to fade the mix-up in order to survive.
Oh! Holy!
Oh my God!
Oh my! I cannot believe it! That. What was I just saying about TK's blue and TK's blue alone?
Yo, we gotta know. Chat is definitely gonna pop off for that one. They love to see the men take the W, and we're gonna see him, a Magna Defender, a red, and Cenozoic blue. Characters that a lot of people just don't pay much attention to. They're gonna be in grand finals, but who else other than the game? We're playing it. We're here for it. This is grand finals coming up right now. SDK versus EMP's the game.
If you're not here, you gotta get him in here. This might be another chance for TK the game to fall another god of battle for the grid. Now, conversely, SDK can very easily solidify himself within his place in the top 8 for that final championship. But I just don't know how it's gonna go. This is the the forbidden timeline, you know?
I mean, EMP the game, TK, he's been grinding, he's been mashing, he's been doing so much to show us as viewers, spectators, competitors, fans of Battle for the Grid that he's an impeccable player, a phenomenal player, a force to be reckoned with. And when he is on fire, he is so extremely hot. He is just ready to run you down. He has the momentum taking these set off of YLT Cole here. He's running into SDK, who's had a bit of a breather. But right now, we'll see how TK can weather the storm, can go up against this wall that is skills that kills. And he's done it before.
Yeah. The thing is, like, how, like, do you have it in the tank? Like there's a lot of stamina when trying to crawl back from this lower bracket. That is 6 entire games that you have to win. And when it comes to the pacing of Battle for the Grid, you don't know whether that will be in 10 minutes or we could be here for a straight half hour just tugging at our collars, just waiting for someone, to fall. But that's exactly what you got to expect here when it comes to these top 2. Like, I mean, honestly, when it comes to like the top 8, like anyone could have pretty much like been up here, but to have the game versus SDK, like that is kind of something magical.
Oh yeah, and these two players have pushed each other to the limit in brackets before. They've gone down to last hit situations, last hit game 5, what have you, time and time again. I feel for sure. I know recently, the beginning of June, they played in, I think it was the beginning of June, or perhaps the end of May. I can't remember. They played in one of the Wednesday night fights that Boone held for us, and it was last hit. I think it had to have been May because he got gen glitched out of the game. Like TK messed something up, got gen glitched, and lost the set for it.
Oh, I remember that. Oh.
It was a tear jerker. We were all crying. We were all crying in the background for that one. But we're getting into it. We have SDK queuing up and nice and ready. TK following in kind. We're getting it. We're here. DreamHack Beyond. It is time for Grand Finals Power Rangers Battle for the Grid last chance qualifier. Winner of this gets a ticket to the top 8 finals.
So much is on the line here, and look at that round start where SDK is taking no prisoners.
Right into it. That round start 5S has been paying dividends for SDK. One measly investment has given him a fortune, and we get the unblockable. Nice and easy. Gotta be careful of the incoming.
Uh-oh.
We pressed the button. All unblockable. Hard to blockable, actually, but we still can't do it all the time. We get the pickup nice and easy through this pressure. Oh, a little bit too far.
Here we go. Air dash normal, just going down at that nice trajectory.
That's ridiculous.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, what side? That JS has been very good for EMP the game. We don't have to face the mix-up like that, but even still, SDK finds a way in with that IADJH.
Mm-hmm.
She's so fast. She has lightning speed.
We loop them, and we loop them, y la otra también, tómate!
Oh, we did 4 EX Kikos in that combo. We did 4 of them. 4 whole EX Kiko kits.
That is a lot of ki within that Blue Phoenix Ranger.
Oh, she's just showing us who she is. She's sending out the Blue Phoenix with the EX Kiko, and it looks nice and pretty. We'll see what TK has to do about that round start. That round start is definitely the pivotal point for EMP the game here. He can play the neutral just fine. It's just he has to get around SDK. I'm feeling the back off. Round start backdash.
Oh, trying to go for that success, but yet that is grabbable, and look at that risk not paying off for EMP the game, getting into the happy birthday, and just look at the massive amount of meter that SDK's building right there into the unblockable, just within 15 Ranger seconds being topped up on the resources that you need for either character.
Time for Time Force. Taps the wrist, tell us the time. We get the kill on Magna and some nice incoming pressure against Jason, but we fade it with some JS. Shoot the gun. Just the calm and collected pew-pews. Just dashing in and out.
SDK with the patience. Oh, EMP the game.
Oh, loops.
With some Akuragis.
Oh, but he already used the ground bounce to the 5HH, it seems. The blue assist must have messed him up in that combo routing, and he's giving SDK the chance to unblockable him.
Just like that. Excellent call, young Industrial.
When you got the assist, SDK is always going for the unblockable. It doesn't matter who he's playing. If he has a setup for it, every single time. Oh, he was ready. He's blocking.
Yep.
Oh, that's gotta feel bad. That's gotta feel so bad. We threw for the fences. We pointed at the rafters, but we swung. We missed, and we're putting 2 strikes on the board after this combo is finished.
Now,
Nice.
I mean, I would use this time to definitely steel myself for match 3, because you gotta be fighting for your life there.
Oh yeah, we're up against the ropes. We had a long, grueling set against YLT Cole, and that's just 2 quick ones for SDK in about 100 seconds each. It's gotta feel bad for the game here. You can't feel good when you're not playing.
It's been such a long and arduous climb for the game ever since falling to Nikki earlier in the bracket, something that I don't think either of us kind of foreseen, you know? So like it's just kind of dealing of that tilt, all, you know, building up to this. It's like it's a really, really hefty mind game.
And there's that 5S at round start. SDK has been using that to such great success throughout the entirety of the top 8 bracket here. And I would assume, even in the qualifier match, he blocked the unblockable! He blocked the unblockable! Yo, clip. That's a clip. Send it to Shady. A man after my own heart. But he's still got the hood perfect rocking so far. Oh, right when I say that.
No, we got we got some damage. We have got some pushback, and you know, EMP's the game's red is looking pretty good. Excalibur Lu. Oh!
Oh, that EX was so smart. He didn't have time to call the Zord call. You have the opportunity to wake up reversal with invincibility, and it wastes the Zord time without having to block both a Bionic Dino and the Excalibur, which would have probably come after it.
Alright, trying to set that up. Missiles will definitely not outlast that throw animation. Oh, but
the push block in the air into the air dash, JH. That was such fantastic presence of mind from SDK there. He's just waiting though.
Oh.
Yes. Yo, she's so small, but she doesn't crouch it like Scorpio.
And we have got the personalized routes for the situation. Could this be the beginning? We've seen the Cenozoic Blue comeback by TK before as he flexes. We got 1 dropped juggle and 2 angry Power Rangers.
The overhead, but misses the confirmation. Good block here, punishes the 6H with that 2L. Super straight to corner, picks up with the capture. Power wave.
Oh no, misses the flex hit, but get back!
Well, this is the start. This is how it begins. Oh, the tiny walk up. So cute.
The game is charged up right now!
Oh my god. It's super ought to do it, but we don't even want to use it. JLMs tells us what time. The time is Skills That Kills taking the W, EMP the game. We don't even watch the end of it.
We don't even know what it was time for.
It's 3 games in a donut. 3 games in a donut, no salt, all sugar, jelly filled and frosted, everything.
Mm-hmm.
But SDK seals it out. He takes it for that number 8 spot in the Battle for the Grid League Finals.
This is such a great moment for SDK. Again, one of the OG tech finders of the community, just putting all of that application in a competitive setting, and you have not seen it done any better than with SDK.
Yeah, he's ready for the finals. He's been labbing, he's been practicing, finding all of the small situations and their answers. And he's ready to face the overwhelming talent that is in the rest of the top 8, which is going to be fantastic bracket. I cannot wait until League Finals happens. I cannot wait. It's going to be an absolute treat. But right now, we got to give SDK a hand. He's one of the few players to win more than one major tournament event for Battle for the Grid. Fear Chimera taking 2 majors, YLT Cole taking 2 majors, and now SDK taking 2 majors. The only player to win a major is Dacid Bro, and where is he? I haven't seen him play since I think Vanguard. I think Vanguard was the last time he actually showed up to a tournament.
Wherever he is, I hope he's doing well. And I hope that we'll see a bit of a return to Battle for the Grid, not only for, you know, the new folks, but the OGs in the coming tournaments. I mean, like, yeah, we got the grand finale, the League Championship Finals set at a later date, but you know there's going to be a lot more Power Rangers Battle for the Grid after that. So
yeah, speaking of that, I got a message from somebody over the Power Rangers team. Please let everyone know we will post about our finals soon and follow all our social channels. So obviously, Battle for the Grid on Twitter, and then Power Rangers Battle for the Grid on Facebook and Instagram. You guys are awesome. Thank you so much. Stick with me. We're going to go over these winners for all these game codes that I have, actually. And then after I give that out, I will start DMing people, Twitch Whispers in a little bit. And then we will close this out. I'm going to raid another DreamHack channel. They're actually doing Magic the Gathering top 8. Over on another channel, so I'm going to send you guys that way in a moment. But everyone tuning in, thank you so much. This was a day full of Skullgirls. Shout outs to Kaya Munez and, of course, Blacktastic and Young Dostro. Dostro. So I just like saying, because I speak another language, so Dostro just sounds better to me. But anyways, Dostro, you guys are awesome. Seriously, thank you. Also, thank you for the extra credit of having DreamHack branding behind you. When you started casting, I showed my team, like, well, that was nice of them. So, but what we're going to do is I have a form right here. We have 90 entrants. This is your last chance. And then once I hit the button, the contest is over. Let me pull it up. Let's see. Where are you? I have so many sheets up right now. I'm working on the DreamHack Beyond. Please check out this game Beyond, guys. It's very cool. You know, let me show you real quick while I get that other thing set up. But it's basically an entire MMO based around being a convention with different halls and everything. This is the fighting game hall right here where you'll find the FGC area and such. But really cool. We got lots of places you can go and load up. So definitely check that out at dreamhack.beyond.com for me. Worked night and day on that, and now it's finally here. And then in a week, I get a vacation from all this for a little bit before I start getting into live events again. But while that's loading up, let's go back to the giveaway. Let's see. There we are. So 97 entrants. As soon as I stop it, names will appear on the screen. Unfortunately, they gave me codes for basically every version known to man. So we're going to have different versions of it, and I'm going to randomly give them to you in your DM. So definitely tune in for that. But in 3, 2, 1, boom. So these names right here, let me screen cap it so I don't lose that in case. Case tier, Kaze tier, G Blader. I'll let you guys say the rest of the names.
All right, Kill Paris loves you. FedBab345.
Mega Isaac X.
Wholesome Roots, the Thai, and A Rolovo. Congratulations, y'all won something.
Yeah, you won codes. I'm going to give out a Nintendo Switch version of Super Edition, Xbox version, Steam version, PlayStation version, then a couple standard edition codes, and a Street Fighter pack. So pay attention to your Twitter whispers. I will send that as soon as I get off the stream, now that I have everybody's names. But back to you guys. Any last words from you? What's next for you in the world of Power Rangers?
Yeah, that's what you want to take it with that one?
Well, I'm just excited to continue playing the game. I am always looking for the highest damaging combos with the characters that I love. I got all the tech for Dog, for Ranger Slayer, for Mastodon Sentry, and some very powerful combos in the background. You can find them at young_Dostro, my name right beneath me on Twitter. And in about 2 weeks, I'm going to be showing up at a Chicago regional, local sort of thing. We're playing Power Rangers offline along with Marvel vs. Capcom 3, Marvel vs. Capcom 2, Marvel Infinite. It's Marvel Mayhem, hosted by BDE Gaming, and I'm excited to be there, play some offline Rangers, hit up the homies, just be around people playing fighting games. It's the things we love, the games we love, the games we play, the people we love to be around, and the community that has helped support us all throughout this pandemic.
Yeah. Like three things from me. One, I am so glad and honored to be part of commentating this, especially again with my buddy Young Dostro right here. It has been a blast casting these matches, and I cannot wait to do even more casting opportunities. Two, I will be at a CEO. That's probably going to be like my first my first major outside of a regional, my first tournament outside of a regional in quite some time. So hopefully we can get some Rangers being done there. And three, I don't really play fighting games anymore, but you can also find me at the Blacktastic with the socials below. I do a lot of retro speed running and a lot of fighting games, including Rangers and Strive. So that's where you want to find me. But again, play Rangers. No matter where you have the game, any platform, you can queue up with either one of us, and we can definitely throw on down. And hopefully we'll see you at the next Power Rangers Battle for the Grid event.
For sure. Fantastic game. Thanks to everyone, to DreamHack, to Jabali, to the Power Rangers community, and the developers, the team over at Enway. It's an absolute pleasure. One of my favorite fighting games to play, and I can't wait to see what's in store.
Awesome. Well, guys, thank you so much. Next for us, actually, on Tuesday night, I'll be hosting Virtual Fighter Ultimate Showdown on PlayStation. Obviously, that's what it came out on. Free if you have PlayStation Plus. Believe it's still free until the end of the month, or that was that July. Anyways, so definitely check that. We got over 50 entrants for that, so there hasn't been too many tournaments being held for that because it's not rollback, but I've played it. It seems just fine with US only. So, but guys, love Power Rangers. I mean, I can show you all the giant bust right here, signed by Jason David Frank on the neck. So always been a huge Power Rangers fan. Love the game. But Bobby, Dostro, thank you so much. Everyone, I'm going to raid another channel, and then you guys stick around. I'll talk to you on Discord. But again, thank you. We'll see you Tuesday night back for some DreamHack Fighters.
Thank you all so much for coming today. My name is Buff Pup. I hope you had a fantastic day watching the Wired Production Showcase and all the other things that we showed today. They were all fantastic and great. Tomorrow, we have the Mega Man speedruns, but not only do we have the Mega Man speedruns, we have the $10,000 Apex Legends tournament that is happening tomorrow. I am so excited. I cannot wait to see it. I hope you all join us tomorrow and have a fantastic rest of your day, and we'll see you all soon. Bye!